unusual and indeed unsuitable tasks under the immediate personal supervision of Sir Isaac. Then from round the corner appeared the under butler, or at least the legs of him, going very fast, under a pile of shirt boxes and things belonging to Sir Isaac. He dumped them into the nearest van and heaved a deep sigh and returned houseward after a remorseful glance at the windows. A violent outcry from Baby, who, with more than her customary violence, was making her customary morning protest against being clad, recalled Lady Harman from the contemplation of these exterior activities. The journey to Blackstrand was not accomplished without misadventure. There was a puncture near Farnham, and as Clarence with a leisurely assurance entertained himself with the Stepney, they were passed first by the second car with the nursery contingent, which went by in a shrill chorus, crying, "We shall get there first, we shall get there first," and then by a large hired car, all agog with housemaids and Mrs. Crumble and with Snagsby, as round and distressed as the full moon, and the under butler, cramped and keen beside the driver. There followed the leading international stores car, and then the Stepney was on, and they could hasten in pursuit. And at last they came to Blackstrand, and when they saw Blackstrand, it seemed to Lady Harman that the place had blown out a huge inflamed red cheek and lost its pleasant balance altogether. "Oh," she cried. It was the old barn, flushed by the stain of adaptation to a new use, its comfortable old wall ruptured by half a dozen brilliant new windows, a light red chimney stack at one end. From it, a vividly artistic corridor ran to the house, and the rest of the shrubbery was all trampled and littered with sheds, bricks, poles, and material generally. Blackstrand had left the hands of the dilettante school and was in the grip of those vigorous moulding forces that are shaping our civilization today. The jasmine wig over the porch had suffered a strenuous clipping. The door might have just come out of prison. In the hall, the Carpaccio copies still glowed, but there were dust sheets over most of the furniture, and the plumber was moving his things out with that 11th hour reluctance so characteristic of plumbers. Mrs. Rabbit, a little tearful and dressed for departure, very respectably in black, was giving the youngest and least experienced housemaid a faithful history of Mr. Brumley's earlier period. "Happy we all was," said Mrs. Rabbit, "as birds in a nest." Through the windows, two of the Putney gardeners were busy replacing Mr. Brumley's doubtful roses by recognized sorts, the right sorts. "I've been doing all I can to make it ready for you," said Sir Isaac at his wife's ear, bringing a curious reminiscence of the first homecoming to Putney into her mind. "And now," said Sir Isaac, with evident premeditation and a certain deliberate amiability, "now we got down here, now we got away a bit from all those London things with nobody to cut in between us, me and you can have a bit of a talk, Ellie, and see what it's all about." They had lunched together in the little hall dining room. The children had had a noisily cheerful picnic in the kitchen with Mrs. Harblow, and now Lady Harman was standing at the window surveying the ravages of rose replacements. She turned towards him. "Yes," she said, I think we can't go on like this." "I can't," said Sir Isaac, "anyhow." He too came and stared at the rose planting. "If we were to go up there, among the pine woods," he pointed with his head at a dark background of Euphemia's herbaceous borders, "we shouldn't hear quite so much of this hammering." Husband and wife walked slowly in the afternoon sunlight across the still beautiful garden. Each was gravely aware of an embarrassed incapacity for the task they had set themselves. They were going to talk things over. Never in their lives had they really talked to each other clearly and honestly about anything. Indeed, it is scarcely too much to say that neither had ever talked about anything to anyone. She was too young. Her mind was now growing up in her and feeling its way to conscious expression, and he had never before wanted to express himself. For behind his rant and fury, Sir Isaac had been thinking very hard indeed during the last 3 weeks about his life and her life and their relations. He had never thought so much about anything except his business economics. So far he had either joked at her, talked silly to her, made, as they say, remarks, or vociferated. That had been the sum of their mental intercourse, as indeed it is the sum of the intercourse of most married couples. His attempt to state his case to her had so far always flared into rhetorical outbreaks. But he was discontented with these rhetorical outbreaks. His dispositions to fall into them made him rather like a nervous sepia that cannot keep its ink sac quiet while it is sitting for its portrait. In the earnestness of his attempt at self-display, he vanished in his own outpourings. He wanted now to reason with her simply and persuasively. He wanted to say quietly impressive and convincing things in a low tone of voice and make her abandon every possible view except his view. He walked now slowly, meditating the task before him, making a faint, thoughtful noise with his teeth. His head sunken in the collar of the motor overcoat he wore because of a slight cold he had caught. And he had to be careful about colds because of his constitutional defect. She too felt she had much to say. Much too she had in her mind that she couldn't say because this strange quarrel had opened unanticipated things for her. She had found and considered repugnances in her nature she had never dared to glance at hitherto. Sir Isaac began rather haltingly when they had reached the sandy, ant-infested path that ran slantingly up among the trees. He affected a certain perplexity. He said he did not understand what it was his wife was after, what she thought she was doing, in making all this trouble. He wanted to know just what it was she wanted, how she thought they ought to live, just what she considered his rights were as her husband, and just what she considered were her duties as his wife, if, that is, she considered she had any duties. To these inquiries, Lady Harman made no very definite reply. Their estrangement, instead of clearing her mind, had on the whole perplexed it more, by making her realize the height and depth and extent of her possible separation from him. She replied therefore with an unsatisfactory vagueness. She said she wanted to feel that she possessed herself, that she was no longer a child, that she thought she had a right to read what she chose, see what people she liked, go out a little by herself, have a certain independence. She hesitated. Have a certain definite allowance of my own. Have I ever refused you money? Cried Sir Isaac, protesting. It isn't that, said Lady Harman. It's the feeling of being able to defy anything I say, said Sir Isaac with a note of bitterness, as if I didn't understand. It was beyond Lady Harman's powers to express just how that wasn't the precise statement of the case. Sir Isaac, reverting to his tone of almost elaborate reasonableness, expanded his view that it was impossible for husband and wife to have two different sets of friends. Let alone every other consideration, he explained. It wasn't convenient for them not to be about together. And as for reading or thinking what she chose, he had never made any objection to anything unless it was decadent rot that any decent man would object to his womanfolk seeing. Rot she couldn't understand the drift of, fortunately. Blear-eyed humbug. He checked himself on the verge of an almost archiepiscopal outbreak in order to be patiently reasonable again. He was prepared to concede that it would be very nice if Lady Harman could be a good wife, and also an entirely independent person. Very nice, but the point was, his tone verged on the ironical, that she couldn't be two entirely different people at the same time. But you have your friends, she said. You go away alone. That's different, said Sir Isaac, with a momentary note of annoyance. It's business. It isn't that I want to. Lady Harman had a feeling that they were neither of them gaining any ground. She blamed herself for her lack of lucidity. She began again, taking up the matter at a fresh point. She said that her life at present wasn't full, that it was only half a life, that it was just home and marriage and nothing else. He had his business. He went out into the world. He had politics and all sorts of things. She hadn't these interests. She had nothing in the place of them. Sir Isaac closed this opening rather abruptly by telling her that she should count herself lucky she hadn't, and again the conversation was suspended for a time. "But I want to know these things," she said. Sir Isaac took that musingly. "There's things that go on," she said, "outside home. There's social work. There's interests. Am I never to take any part in that?" Sir Isaac still reflected. "There's one thing," he said at last, "I want to know. We'd better have it out now." But he hesitated for a time. "Ellie," he blundered, you aren't getting somehow not fond of me?" She made no immediate reply. "Look here," he said in an altered voice. "Ellie, there isn't something below all this? There isn't something been going on that I don't know?" Her eyes, with a certain terror in their depths, questioned him. "Something," he said, and his face was deadly white. "Some other man, Ellie." She was suddenly crimson, a flaming indignation. "Isaac," she said, "what do you mean? How can you ask me such a thing?" "If it's that," said Sir Isaac, his face suddenly full of malignant force, I'll kill you." "If it isn't that," he went on, searching his mind, "why should a woman get restless? Why should she want to go away from her husband, go meeting other people, go gadding about? If a woman's satisfied, she is satisfied. She doesn't harbour fantasies, all this grumbling and unrest. Natural for your sister, but why should you? You've got everything a woman needs: husband, children, a perfectly splendid home, clothes, good jewels, and plenty of them. Respect. Why should you want to go out after things? It's mere sport childishness. Of course, you want to wander out, and if there isn't a man—" He caught her wrist suddenly. "There isn't a man?" he demanded. "Isaac!" she protested in horror. "Then there'll be one. You think I'm a fool. You think I don't know anything all these literary and society people know. I do know. I know that a man and a woman have got to stick together, and if you go straying, you may think you're straying after the moon, or social work, or anything, but there's a strange man waiting round the corner for every woman, and a strange woman for every man. Think I've had no temptations? Oh, I know. What's life or anything but that? And it's just because we've not got on having more children, just because we listened to all those fools who said you were overdoing it, that all this fretting and grumbling began. We've got onto the wrong track, Ellie, and we've got to get back to plain, wholesome ways of living. See? That's what I've come down here for, and what I meant to do. We've got to save ourselves. I've been too modern and all that. I'm going to be a husband as a husband should. I'm going to protect you from these ideas, protect you from your own self. And that's about where we stand, Ellie, as I make out." He paused with the effect of having delivered himself of long, premeditated things. Lady Harman essayed to speak, but she found that directly she set herself to speak, she sobbed and began weeping. She choked for a moment. Then she determined she would go on, and if she must cry, she must cry. She couldn't let her disposition to tears seal her in silence forever. "It isn't," she said, "what I expected of life. It isn't." "It's what life is," Sir Isaac cut in. "When I think," she sobbed, "of what I've lost." "Lost?" cried Sir Isaac. "Lost? Oh, come now, Ellie, I like that. What? Lost? Hang it. You've got to look at facts in the face. You can't deny, marrying like this, you made a jolly good thing of it." "But the beautiful things, the noble things." "What beautiful?" cried Sir Isaac, in protesting scorn. "What's noble? Rot. Doing your duty if you like and being sensible, that's noble and beautiful. But not fretting about and running yourself into danger. You've got to have a sense of humour, Ellie, in this life. He created a quotation. As you make your bed, so shall you lie. For an interval, neither of them spoke. They crested the hill and came into view of that advertisement board that she had first seen in Mr. Brumley's company. She halted, and he went up a step further and halted too. He recalled his ideas about the board. He had meant to have them all altered, but other things had driven it from his mind. Then you mean to imprison me here, said Lady Harman to his back. He turned about. It isn't much like a prison. I'm asking you to stay here and be what a wife should be. I'm to have no money? That depends entirely on yourself. You know that well enough. She looked at him gravely. I won't stand it, she said at last, with a gentle deliberation. She spoke so softly that he doubted his hearing. What? He asked sharply. I won't stand it, she repeated. No. But what can you do? I don't know, she said, after a moment of grave consideration. For some moments his mind hunted among possibilities. It's me that's standing it, he said. He came closely to her. He seemed on the verge of rhetoric. He pressed his thin white lips together. Standing it, when we might be so happy, he snapped, and shrugged his shoulders and turned with an expression of mournful resolution towards the house again. She followed slowly. He felt that he had done all that a patient and reasonable husband could do. Now things must take their course. The imprisonment of Lady Harman at Blackstrand lasted just one day short of a fortnight. For all that time, except for such interludes as the urgent needs of the strike demanded, Sir Isaac devoted himself to the siege. He did all he could to make her realize how unrestrainedly he used the powers the law vests in a husband, how little he forced upon her the facts of marital authority and wifely duty. At times he sulked, at times he affected a cold dignity, and at times a virile anger swayed him at her unsubmissive silences. He gave her little peace in that struggle, a struggle that came to the edge of physical comfort. There were moments when it seemed to her that nothing remained but that good old-fashioned connubial institution, the tussle for the upper hand, when, with a feminine horror, she felt violence shouldering her shoulder, or ready to grip her wrist. Against violence she doubted her strength, was filled with a desolate sense of yielding nerve and domitable muscle. But just short of violence, Sir Isaac's spirit failed him. He would half threaten and retreat. It might come to that at last, but at present it had not come to that. She could not understand why she had neither message nor sign from Susan Burnett, but she hid that anxiety and disappointment under her general dignity. She spent as much time with the children as she could, and until Sir Isaac locked up the piano she played, and was surprised to find far more in Chopin than she had ever suspected in the days when she had acquired a passable dexterity of execution. She found indeed the most curious things in Chopin, emotional phrases that stirred and perplexed and yet pleased her. The weather was very fine and open that year. A golden sunshine from October passed on into November, and Lady Harman spent many of these days amidst the pretty things the builder from Aliham had been too hurried to desecrate, dump, burn upon, and flatten into indistinguishable mire. After the established custom of builders in gardens since the world began. She would sit in the rockery where she had sat with Mr. Brumley and recall that momentous conversation, and she would wander up the pinewood slopes behind, and she would spend long musing intervals among Euphemia's perennials, thinking sometimes, and sometimes not so much thinking as feeling, the warm tendernesses of nature and the perplexing difficulties of human life, with an amused amazement. Lady Harman reflected as she walked about the pretty borders and the little patches of lawn and orchard, that in this very place she was to have realized an imitation of the immortal Elizabeth, and have been wise, witty, gay, defiant, gallant, and entirely successful with her man of wrath. Evidently there was some temperamental difference, or something in her situation that altered the values of the affair. It was clearly a different sort of man, for one thing. She didn't feel a bit gay, and her profound and deepening indignation with the alternative to this stagnation was tainted by a sense of weakness and incapacity. She came very near surrender several times. There were afternoons of belated ripened warmth, a kind of summer that had been long in the bottle, with a certain lassitude in the air and a blue haze among the trees that made her feel the folly of all resistances to fate. Why, after all, shouldn't she take life as she found it? That is to say, as Sir Isaac was prepared to give it to her? He wasn't really so bad, she told herself. The children, their noses were certainly a little sharp, but they might be worse children. The next might take after herself more. Who was she to turn upon her appointed life and declare it wasn't good enough? Whatever happened, the world was still full of generous and beautiful things. Trees, flowers, sunset and sunrise, music and mist and morning dew. And as for this matter of the sweated workers, the harshness of the business, the ungracious competition, suppose if instead of fighting her husband with her weak powers, she persuaded him. She tried to imagine just exactly how he might be persuaded. She looked up and discovered with an extraordinary amazement Mr. Brumley with eager gestures and a flushed and excited visage, hurrying towards her across the croquet lawn. Lady Viping's dinner party had been kept waiting exactly 35 minutes for Lady Harman. Sir Isaac, with a certain excess of zeal, had intercepted the hasty note his wife had written to account for her probable absence. The party was to have centred entirely upon Lady Harman. It consisted either of people who knew her already, or of people who have been specially privileged to know her. And Lady Viping telephoned twice to Putney before she abandoned hope. "It's disconnected," she said, returning in despair from her second struggle with the great public service. "They can't get a reply." "It's that little wretch," said Lady Beach Mandarin. "He hasn't let her come. I know him." "It's like losing a front tooth," said Lady Viping, surveying her table as she entered the dining room. "But surely she would have written," said Mr. Brumley, troubled and disappointed, regarding an aching gap to the left of his chair, a gap upon which a pathetic little card bearing Lady Harman's name still lay obliquely. Naturally, the talk tended to centre upon the Harmans, and naturally, Lady Beach Mandarin was very bold and outspoken and called Sir Isaac quite a number of vivid things. She also aired her views of the marriage of the future, which involved a very stringent treatment of husbands indeed. "Half his property and half his income," said Lady Beach Mandarin, paid into her separate banking account. "But," protested Mr. Brumley, "would men marry under those conditions?" "Men will marry anyhow," said Lady Beach Mandarin, "under any conditions." "Exactly Sir Joshua's opinion," said Lady Viping. All the ladies at the table concurred, and only one cheerful bachelor barrister dissented. The other men became gloomy and betrayed a distaste for this general question. Even Mr. Brumley felt a curious faint terror and had for a moment a glimpse of the possibilities that might lie behind the vote. Lady Beach Mandarin went bouncing back to the particular instance. "At present," she said, "witness Lady Harman, women were slaves, pampered slaves if you will, but slaves. As things were now, there was nothing to keep a man from locking up his wife, opening all her letters, dressing her in sackcloth, separating her from her children. Most men, of course, didn't do such things. They were amenable to public opinion, but Sir Isaac was a jealous little ogre. He was a gnome who had carried off a princess. She threw out projects for assailing the ogre. She would descend tomorrow morning upon the Putney house, a living flamboyant writ of habeas corpus. Mr. Brumley, who had been putting two and two together, was abruptly moved to tell of the sale of Black Strand. "They may be there," he said. "He's carried her off," cried Lady Beach Mandarin, on a top note. "It might be the 18th century for all he cares. But if it's Black Strand, I'll go to Black Strand." But if she had to talk about it for a week before she actually made her raid, and then, with an instinctive need for an audience, she took with her a certain Miss Garridis, one of those mute, emotional, nervous spinsters who drift detachedly, with quick, sudden movements, glittering eyeglasses, and a pent-up, imminent look about our social system. There is something about this type of womanhood, it is hard to say, almost as though they were the bottled souls of departed buccaneers, grown somehow virginal. She came with Lady Beach Mandarin quietly, almost humorously, and yet it was as if the pirate glittered dimly visible through the polished glass of her erect exterior. "Here we are," said Lady Beach Mandarin, staring astonished at the once familiar porch. "Now for it." She descended and assailed the bell herself, and Miss Garridis stood beside her with the light of combat in her eyes and glasses in cheeks. "Shall I offer to take her for a drive?" "Let's," said Miss Garridis in an enthusiastic whisper. "Right away, forever." "I will," said Lady Beach Mandarin, and nodded desperately. She was on the point of ringing again when Snagsby appeared. He stood with a large obstructiveness in the doorway. "Lady Harman, my lady," he said with a well-trained deliberation, "is not at home." "Not at home?" queried Lady Beach Mandarin. "Not at home, my lady," repeated Snagsby invincibly. "But when will she be at home?" "I can't say, my lady." "Is Sir Isaac?" "Sir Isaac, my lady, is not at home. Nobody's at home, my lady." "But we've come from London," said Lady Beach Mandarin. "I'm very sorry, my lady. You see, I want my friend to see this house and garden." Snagsby was visibly disconcerted. "I have no instructions, my lady," he said. "Oh, but Lady Harman would never object." Snagsby's confusion increased. He seemed to be wanting to keep his face to the visitors and at the same time glance over his shoulder. "I will," he considered. "I will inquire, my lady." He backed a little and seemed inclined to close the door upon them. Lady Beach Mandarin was too quick for him. She got herself well into the open doorway. "And of whom are you going to inquire?" A large distress betrayed itself in Snagsby's eye. "The housekeeper," he attempted. "It falls on the housekeeper, my lady." Lady Beach Mandarin turned her face to Miss Garridis, shining in support. "Stuff and nonsense," she said. "Of course we shall come in." And with a wonderful movement that was at once powerful and perfectly ladylike, this intrepid woman, butted is not the word, collided herself with Snagsby and hurled him backward into the hall. Miss Garridis followed closely behind and at once extended herself in open order on Lady Beach Mandarin's right. "Go and inquire," said Lady Beach Mandarin with a sweeping gesture of her arm. "Go and inquire." For a moment, Snagsby surveyed the invasion with horror, and then fled precipitately into the recesses of the house. "Of course they're at home," said Lady Beach Mandarin. "Fancy that navigable, trying to shut the door on us." For a moment, the two brightly excited ladies surveyed each other, and then Lady Beach Mandarin, with a quickness of movement wonderful in one so abundant, began to open first one and then another of the various doors that opened into the long hall living room. At a peculiar little cry from Miss Garridis, she turned from a contemplation of the low, long study in which so much of the Euphemia books had been written, to discover Sir Isaac behind her, closely followed by an agonized Snagsby. "Ah," she cried, with both hands extended, "and so you've come in, Sir Isaac. That's perfectly delightful. This is my friend, Miss Garridis, who's dying to see anything you've left of poor Euphemia's garden. And how is dear Lady Harman? For some crucial moments, Sir Isaac was unable to speak, and regarded his visitors with an expression that was unpretendingly criminal. Then he found speech. You can't, he said. It can't be managed. He shook his head. His lips were whitely compressed. But all the way from London, Sir Isaac? Lady Harman's ill, lied Sir Isaac. She mustn't be disturbed. Everything has to be kept quiet. See? Not even shouting. Not even ordinarily raised voices. A voice like yours might kill her. That's why Snagsby's here. He said, we are not at home. We aren't at home, not to anyone. Lady Beach Mandarin was baffled. Snagsby, said Sir Isaac, open that door. But can't I see her just for a moment? Sir Isaac's malignity had softened a little at the prospect of victory. Absolutely impossible, he said. Everything disturbs her, every tiny thing. You'd be certain to. Lady Beach Mandarin looked at her companion, and it was manifest that she was at the end of her resources. Miss Garridis, after the fashion of highly strung spinsters, suddenly felt disappointment. It wasn't, her silence intimated, for her to offer suggestions. The ladies were defeated. When at last that stiff interval ended, their dresses rustled doorward, and Sir Isaac broke out into the civilities of a victor. It was only when they were a mile away from Blackstrand that fluent speech returned to Lady Beach Mandarin. The little crippen, she said. He's got her locked up in some cellar. Horrid little face he has. He looked like a rat at bay. I think perhaps if we'd done differently, said Miss Garridis in a tone of critical irresponsibility. I'll write to her, that's what I'll do, said Lady Beach Mandarin, contemplating her next step. I'm really concerned. And didn't you feel something sinister? That butler man's expression, a kind of round horror. That very evening she told it all. It was almost the trial trip of the story to Mr. Brumley. Sir Isaac watched her departure furtively from the study window and then ran out to the garden. He went right through into the pine woods beyond, and presently, far away up the slopes, he saw his wife loitering down towards him, a gracious white tallness touched by a ray of sunlight, and without a suspicion of how nearly rescue had come to her. So you see under what excitement Mr. Brumley came down to Blackstrand. Luck was with him at first, and he forced the defence with ridiculous ease. Lady Harman, sir, is not at home, said Snagsby. Ah, said Mr. Brumley, with all the assurance of a former proprietor. Then I'll just have a look round the garden. And was through the green door in the wall and round the barn end before Snagsby's mind could function. That unfortunate man went as far as the green door in pursuit, and then, with a gesture of despair, retreated to the pantry and began cleaning all his silver to calm his agonized spirit. He could pretend perhaps that Mr. Brumley had never rung at the front door at all, if not. Moreover, Mr. Brumley had the good fortune to find Lady Harman quite unattended and pensive upon the little seat that Euphemia had placed for the better seeing of her herbaceous borders. Lady Harman, he said rather breathlessly, taking both her hands with an unwonted assurance, and then sitting down beside her. I am so glad to see you. I came down to see you, to see if I couldn't be of any service to you. It's so kind of you to come, she said, and her dark eyes said as much and more. She glanced round, and he too glanced round for Sir Isaac. You see, he said, I don't know, I don't want to be impertinent, but I feel, if I can be of any service to you, I feel perhaps you want help here. I don't want to seem to be taking advantage of a situation or making unwarrantable assumptions, but I want to assure you, I would willingly die if only I could do anything, ever since I first saw you." He said all this in a distracted way, with his eyes going about the garden for the possible apparition of Sir Isaac, and all the time his sense of possible observers made him assume an attitude as though he was engaged in the smallest of small talk. Her colour quickened at the import of his words, and emotion, very rich and abundant emotion, its various factors not altogether untouched, perhaps by the spirit of laughter, lit her eyes. She doubted a little what he was saying, and yet she had anticipated that somehow, some day, in quite another circumstance, Mr. Brumley might break into some such strain. "You see," he went on, with a quality of appeal in his eyes, "there's so little time to say things without possible interruption. I feel you are in difficulties, and I want to make you understand. Every beautiful woman, I suppose, has a sort of right to a certain sort of man. I want to tell you I'm not really presuming to make love to you, but I want to tell you I'm altogether yours, altogether at your service. I've had sleepless nights. All this time I've been thinking about you. I'm quite clear. I haven't a doubt. I'll do anything for you, without reward, without return. I'll be your devoted brother. Anything, if only you'll make use of me." Her colour quickened. She looked round, and still no one appeared. "It's so kind of you to come like this," she said. "You say things, but I have felt that you wanted to be brotherly." "Whatever I can be," assured Mr. Brumley. "My situation here," she said, her dark frankness of gaze meeting his troubled eyes, "it's so strange and difficult. I don't know what to do. I don't know what I want to do." "In London," said Mr. Brumley, they say, you have been taken off, brought down here, to a sort of captivity." "I have," admitted Lady Harman, with a note of recalled astonishment in her voice. "But I can help you to escape." "But where can I escape?" And one must admit that it is a little difficult to indicate a correct refuge for a lady who finds her home intolerable. Of course, there was Mrs. Sawbridge, but Lady Harman felt that her mother's disposition to lock herself into her bedroom at the slightest provocation made her a weak support for a defensive fight, and in addition that boarding house at Bournemouth did not attract her. Yet, what other wall in all the world was there for Lady Harman to set her back against? During the last few days, Mr. Brumley's mind had been busy with the details of impassioned elopements conducted in the most exalted spirit, but now, in the actual presence of the lady, these projects did in the most remarkable manner vanish. "Couldn't you," he said at last, "go somewhere?" And then, with an air of being meticulously explicit, "I mean, isn't there somewhere where you might go safely?" And in his dreams he had been crossing high passes with her. He had halted suddenly and stayed her mule. In his dream, because he was a man of letters and a poet, it was always a mule, never a train de luxe. "Look," he had said, "below there, Italy, the country you have never seen before." "There's nowhere," she answered. "Nowhere?" asked Mr. Brumley. "And how?" with the tone and something of the gesture of one who racks his mind. "If you only trust yourself to me, oh, Lady Harman, if I dared ask it." He became aware of Sir Isaac walking across the lawn towards them. The two men greeted each other with a reasonable cordiality. "I wanted to see how you were getting on down here," said Mr. Brumley, "and whether there was anything I could do for you." "We're getting on all right," said Sir Isaac, with no manifest glow of gratitude. "You've altered the barn tremendously. Come and see it," said Sir Isaac. "It's a wing." Mr. Brumley remained seated. It was the first thing that struck me. Lady Harman. This evidence of Sir Isaac's energy. "Come and look over it," Sir Isaac persisted. Mr. Brumley and Lady Harman rose together. "One's enough to show him that," said Sir Isaac. "I was telling Lady Harman how much we missed her at Lady Viping's, Sir Isaac." "It was on account of the drains," Sir Isaac explained. You can't, it's foolhardy to stay a day when the drains are wrong, dinners or no dinners. You know I was extremely sorry not to come to Lady Viping's. I hope you'll tell her I wrote. But Mr. Brumley didn't remember clearly enough to make any use of that. Everybody naturally is sorry on an occasion of that sort, said Sir Isaac. But you come and see what we've done in that barn in 3 weeks. They couldn't have got it together in 3 months 10 years ago. It's system. Mr. Brumley still tried to cling to Lady Harman. Have you been interested in this building? He asked. I still don't understand the system of the corridor, she said, rising a little belatedly on the occasion. I will come. Sir Isaac regarded her for a moment with a dubious expression, and then began to explain the new method of building with large prepared units and shaped pieces of reinforced concrete instead of separate bricks that Mr. Prothero and Mr. Cuthbertson had organized, and which had enabled him to create this artistic corridor so simply. It was a rather uncomfortable three-cornered conversion. Sir Isaac addressed his exposition exclusively to Mr. Brumley, and Mr. Brumley made repeated ineffectual attempts to bring Lady Harman, and Lady Harman made repeated ineffectual attempts to bring herself into a position in the conversation. Their eyes met. The glow of Mr. Brumley's declarations remained with them, but neither dared risk any phrase that might arouse Sir Isaac's suspicions or escape his acuteness. And when they had gone through the new additions pretty thoroughly, the plumbers were still busy with the barn bathroom. Sir Isaac asked Mr. Brumley if there was anything more he would like to see. In the slight pause that ensued, Lady Harman suggested tea, but tea gave them no opportunity of resuming their interrupted conversation, and as Sir Isaac's invincible determination to shadow his visitor until he was well off the premises became more and more unmistakable, he made it quite ungraciously unmistakable. Mr. Brumley's inventiveness failed. One thing came to him suddenly, but it led to nothing of any service to him. But I heard you were dangerously ill, Lady Harman, he cried. Lady Beech Mandarin called here. But when? Asked Lady Harman, astonished over the tea things. But you know she called, said Mr. Brumley, and looked in affected reproach at Sir Isaac. I have not been ill at all. Sir Isaac told her. Told her I was ill? Dangerously ill, that you couldn't bear to be disturbed. But when, Mr. Brumley? 3 days ago. They both looked at Sir Isaac, who was sitting on the music stool and eating a piece of tea cake with a preoccupied air. He swallowed, and then spoke thoughtfully in a tone of detached observation. Nothing but a slight reddening of the eyes betrayed any unusual feeling in him. It's my opinion, he said, that old lady, Lady Beech Mandarin, doesn't know what she's saying half the time. She says, oh, remarkable things. Saying that, for example. But did she call on me? She called. I'm surprised she didn't hear. And she was all in a flurry for going on. Did you come down, Mr. Brumley, to see if Lady Harman was ill? That weighed with me. Well, you see she isn't, said Sir Isaac, and brushed a stray crumb from his coat. Mr. Brumley was at last impelled gateward, and Sir Isaac saw him as far as the high road. Goodbye, cried Mr. Brumley, with excessive amiability. Sir Isaac, with soundless lips, made a goodbye-like gesture. And now, said Sir Isaac to himself with extreme bitterness, now to see about getting a dog. Bull Mastiff, said Sir Isaac, developing his idea as he went back to Lady Harman, or perhaps a thoroughly vicious collie. How did that chap get in? He demanded. What had he got to say to you? He came in to look at the garden, said Lady Harman, and of course he wanted to know if I had been well because of Lady Viping's party, and I suppose because of what you told Lady Beech Mandarin. Sir Isaac grunted doubtfully. He thought of Snagsby and of all the instructions he had given Snagsby. He turned about and went off swiftly and earnestly to find Snagsby. Snagsby lied, but Sir Isaac was able to tell from the agitated way in which he was cleaning his perfectly clean silver at that unseasonable hour that the wretched man was lying. Quite a number of words came to the lips of Mr. Brumley as he went unwillingly along the pleasant country road that led from Blackstrand to the railway station, but the word he ultimately said showed how strongly the habits of the gentlemanly literature prevailed in him. It was the one inevitable word for his mood: baffled. Close upon its utterance came the weak irritation of the impotent man. "What the devil?" cried Mr. Brumley. Some critical spirit within him asked him urgently why he was going to the station, what he thought he was doing, what he thought he had done, and what he thought he was going to do. To all of which questions Mr. Brumley perceived he had no adequate reply. Earlier in the day, he had been inspired by a vague yet splendid dream of large, masterful liberations achieved. He had intended to be very disinterested, very noble, very firm, and so far as Sir Isaac was concerned, a trifle overbearing. "You know now what he said and did. Of course, if we could have talked for a little longer," he said. From the stormy dissatisfaction of his retreat, this one small idea crystallized: that he had not talked enough without disturbance to Lady Harman. The thing he had to do was to talk to her some more, to go on with what he had been saying. That thought arrested his steps. On that hypothesis, there was no reason whatever why he should go on to the station and London. Instead, he stopped short, saw a convenient gate ahead, went to it, seated himself upon its topmost rail, and attempted a calm survey of the situation. He had somehow to continue that conversation with Lady Harman. Was it impossible to do that by going back to the front door of Blackstrand? His instinct was against that course. He knew that if he went back, now openly, he would see nobody but Sir Isaac or his butler. He must therefore not go back openly. He must go round now and into the pine woods at the back of Blackstrand. Thence he must watch the garden and find his opportunity of speaking to the imprisoned lady. There was something at once attractively romantic and repellently youthful about this course of action. Mr. Brumley looked at his watch. Then he surveyed the blue clear sky overhead with just one warm tinted wisp of cloud. It would be dark in an hour, and it was probable that Lady Harman had already gone indoors for the day. Might it be possible after dark to approach the house? No one surely knew the garden so well as he. Of course, this sort of thing is always going on in romances. In the stories of that last great survivor of the Stevensonian tradition, H.B. Marriott Watson, the heroes are always creeping through woods, tapping at windows and scaling house walls. But Mr. Brumley, as he sat on his gate, became very sensible of his own extreme inexperience in such adventures. And yet anything seemed in his present mood better than going back to London. Suppose he tried his luck. He knew, of course, the lie of the land about Blackstrand very well indeed, and his harmless literary social standing gave him a certain freedom of trespass. He dropped from his gate on the inner side and, taking a bridle path through a pine wood, was presently out of the moorland behind his former home. He struck the high road that led past the staminal breadboard and was just about to clamber over the barbed wire on his left and make his way through the trees to the crest that commanded the Blackstrand garden, when he perceived a man in a velveteen coat and gaiters strolling towards him. He decided not to leave the road until he was free from observation. The man was a stranger, an almost unconventional gamekeeper, and he endorsed Mr. Brumley's remark upon the charmingness of the day with guarded want of enthusiasm. Mr. Brumley went on for some few minutes, then halted, assured himself that the stranger was well out of sight, and returned at once towards the point where high roads were to be left and adventure begun. But he was still some yards away when he became aware of that velveteen-coat figure approaching again. "Damn," said Mr. Brumley, and slacked his eager paces. This time he expressed a view that the weather was extremely mild. "Very," said the man in velveteen, with a certain lack of respect in his manner. It was no good turning back again. Mr. Brumley went on slowly, affected to botanize, watched the man out of sight, and immediately made a dash for the pine woods, taking the barbed wire in a manner extremely detrimental to his left trouser leg. He made his way up obliquely through the trees to the crest from which he had so often surveyed the shining ponds of Ellingham. There he paused to peer back for that gamekeeper, whom he supposed, in spite of reason to be stalking him, to recover his breath and to consider his further plans. The sunset was very fine that night. A great red sun was sinking towards acutely outlined hill crests. The lower, nearer distances were veiled in lavender mists, and 3 of the ponds shone like the fragments of a shattered pink topaz. But Mr. Brumley had no eye for landscape. About 2 hours after nightfall, Mr. Brumley reached the railway station. His trousers and the elbow of his coat bore witness to a second transit of the barbed wire fence in the darkness. He had manifestly walked into a boggy place and had some difficulty in recovering firm ground, and he had also been sliding in a recumbent position down a bank of moist, ferruginous sand. Moreover, he had cut the palm of his left hand. There was a new strange station master who regarded him without that respect to which he had grown accustomed. He received the information that the winter train service had been altered, and that he would have to wait 45 minutes for the next train to London, with the resignation of a man already chastened by misfortune and fatigue. He went into the waiting room, and after a vain search for the poker, the new station master evidently kept it in a different place, sat down in front of an irritatingly dull fire, banked up with slack, and nursed his damaged hand and meditated on his future plans. His plans were still exactly in the state in which they had been when Sir Isaac parted from him at the gate of Black Strand. They remained in the same state for 2 whole days. Throughout all that distressing period, his general intention of some magnificent intervention on behalf of Lady Harman remained unchanged. It produced a number of moving visions of flights at incredible speeds in recklessly hired motor cars of colossal power. Most of the purchase money for Blackstrand was still uninvested at his bank, of impassioned interviews with various people, of a divorce court with a hardened judge congratulating the manifestly quite formal correspondent on the moral beauty of his behaviour. But it evolved no sort of concrete, practicable detail upon which any kind of action might be taken, and during this period of indecision, Mr. Brumley was hunted through London by a feverish unrest. When he was in his little flat in Pont Street, he was urged to go to his club. When he got to his club, he was urged to go anywhere else. He called on the most improbable people, and as soon as possible fled forth again. He even went to the British Museum and ordered out a lot of books on matrimonial law. Long before that great machine had disgorged them for him, he absconded, and this neglected. This windowed pile of volumes, still standing on his account, only came back to his mind in the middle of the night, suddenly and disturbingly, while he was trying to remember the exact words he had used in his brief conversation with Lady Harman. 2 days after Mr. Brumley's visit, Susan Burnett reached Blackstrand. She too had been baffled for a while. For some week or more, she couldn't discover the whereabouts of Lady Harman, and lived in the profoundest perplexity. She had brought back her curtains to the Putney house in a large but luggable bundle. They were all made and ready to put up, and she found the place closed and locked, in the charge of a caretaker whose primary duty it was to answer no questions. It needed several days of thought and amazement, and a vast amount of "I wonder" and "I just would like to know," before it occurred to Susan that if she wrote to Lady Harman at the Putney address, the letter might be forwarded. And even then, she almost wrecked the entire enterprise by mentioning the money, and it was by a quite exceptional inspiration that she thought, after all, it was wiser not to say that, but to state that she had finished the curtains and done everything, underlined, that Lady Harman had desired. Sir Isaac read it and tossed it over to his wife. "Make her send her bill," he remarked. Whereupon Lady Harman set Mrs. Crumble in motion to bring Susan down to Blackstrand. This wasn't quite easy because, as Mrs. Crumble pointed out, they hadn't the slightest use for Susan's curtains there, and Lady Harman had to find the morning light quite intolerable in her bedroom. She always slept with the window wide open and curtains drawn back to create a suitable demand for Susan's services. But at last Susan came, too humbly invisible for Sir Isaac's attention, and directly she found Lady Harman alone in the room with her. She produced a pawn ticket and £20. "I've had to give all sorts of particulars," she said. "It was a job, but I did it." The day was big with opportunity, for Sir Isaac had been unable to conceal the fact that he had to spend the morning in London. He had gone up in the big car and his wife was alone, and so, with Susan upstairs still deftly measuring for totally unnecessary hangings, Lady Harman was able to add a fur stole and a muff and some gloves to her tweed gardening costume, walk unchallenged into the garden, and from the garden into the wood, and up the hillside, and over the crest, and down to the high road, and past that great advertisement of staminal bread, and so for 4 palpitating miles, to the railway station and the outer world. She had the good fortune to find a train imminent, the 12:17. She took a first-class ticket for London and got into a compartment with another woman because she felt it would be safer. Lady Harman reached Miss Alimony's flat at 3:30 in the afternoon. She had lunched rather belatedly and uncomfortably in the Waterloo refreshment room, and she had found out that Miss Alimony was at home through the telephone. "I want to see you urgently," she said, and Miss Alimony received her in that spirit. She was hatless, but she had a great cloud of dark fuzzy hair above, and the grey profundity of her eyes, and she wore an artistic tea gown that, in spite of a certain looseness at neck and sleeve, emphasized the fine lines of her admirable figure. Her flat was furnished chiefly with books and rich oriental hangings, and vast cushions and great bowls of scented flowers. On the mantel-shelf was the crystal that amused her lighter moments, and above it hung a circular allegory by Florence Swinstead, very rich in colour, The Awakening of Woman, in a heavy gold frame. Miss Alimony conducted her guest to an armchair, knelt flexibly on the hearthrug before her, took up a small and elegant poker with a brass handle and a spear-shaped service end of iron, and poked the fire. Ends came out from the handle and fell into the grate. "It always does that," said Miss Alimony, charmingly. "But never mind." She warmed both hands at the blaze. "Tell me all about it," she said, softly. Lady Harman felt she would rather have been told all about it, but perhaps that would follow. "You see," she said, "I find my married life—" She halted. It was difficult to tell. "Everyone," said Agatha, giving a fine violet profile and remaining gravely thoughtful through a little pause. "Do you mind," she asked abruptly, "if I smoke?" When she had completed her effect with a delicately flavoured cigarette, she encouraged Lady Harman to proceed. This Lady Harman did, in a manner do. She said her husband left her no freedom of mind or movement, gave her no possession of herself, wanted to control her reading and thinking. He insists, she said. Yes, said Miss Agatha sternly, blowing aside her cigarette smoke. They all insist. He insists, said Lady Harman, on seeing all my letters, choosing all my friends. I have no control over my house or my servants, no money except what he gives me. In fact, you are property. I'm simply property. A harem of one. And all that is within the provisions of the law. How any woman can marry, said Miss Agatha, after a little interval. I sometimes think that is where the true strike of the sex ought to begin. If none of us are married, if we said all of us, no, definitely, we refuse this bargain. It is a man-made contract. We have had no voice in it. We decline. Perhaps it will come to that. And I knew that you with that quite beautiful penetration in your eyes, would come to see it like that. The first task, after the vote is won, will be the revision of the contract. The very first task of our women statesmen. She ceased and revived her smouldering cigarette and mused, blinking through the smoke. She seemed for a time almost lost to the presence of her guest in a great daydream of woman statescraft. And so, she said, you've come, as they all come, to join us. Well, said Lady Harman, in a tone that made Agatha turn eyes of surprise upon her. Of course, continued Lady Harman, I suppose I shall join you. But as a matter of fact, you see, what I've done today has been to come right away. You see, I am still in my garden tweeds. There it was down there, a sort of stalemate. Agatha sat up on her heels. But my dear, she said, you don't mean you've run away? Yes, I've run away. But run away? I sold a ring and got some money and I'm here. Here I am. But what are you going to do? I don't know. I thought you perhaps might advise. But a man like your husband, he'll pursue you. If he knows where I am, he will, said Lady Harman. He'll make a scandal. My dear, are you wise? Tell me exactly, why have you run away? I didn't understand at all that you had run away. Because, began Lady Harman, and flushed hotly. It was impossible, she said. Miss Alimony regarded her deeply. I wonder, she said. I feel, said Lady Harman, if I stayed, if I gave in, I mean, after I had once rebelled, then I should just be a wife, ruled, ordered. It wasn't your place to give in, said Miss Alimony, and added one of those Parliament touches that creep more and more into feminine phraseology. I agreed to that, but I wonder. She began a second cigarette and thought in profile again. I think perhaps I haven't explained clearly how things are, said Lady Harman, and commenced a rather more explicit statement of her case. She felt she had not conveyed, and she wanted to convey, to Miss Alimony that her rebellion was not simply a desire for personal freedom and autonomy, that she desired these things because she was becoming more and more aware of large affairs outside her home life in which she ought to be not simply interested but concerned, that she had not been merely watching the workings of the business that made her wealthy, but reading books about socialism, about social welfare, that had stirred her profoundly. But he won't even allow me to know of such things, she said. Miss Alimony listened a little abstractedly. Suddenly she interrupted. Tell me, she said, one thing. I confess, she explained, I have no business to ask, but if I am to advise, if my advice is to be worth anything. Yes? Asked Lady Harman. Is there someone else? Someone else? Lady Harman was crimson. On your side? Someone else on my side? I mean, someone, a man perhaps, some man that you care for, more than you do for your husband? I can't imagine, whispered Lady Harman, anything, and left her sentence unfinished. Her breath had gone, her indignation was profound. Then I can't understand why you should find it so important to come away. Lady Harman could offer no elucidation. You see, said Miss Alimony, with an air of expert knowledge, our case against our opponents is just exactly their great case against us. They say to us when we ask for the vote, the woman's place is in the home. Precisely, we answer, the woman's place is the home. Give us our homes. Now your place is your home, with your children. That's where you have to fight your battle. Running away, for you it's simply running away. But if I stay, I shall be beaten. Lady Harman surveyed her hostess with a certain dismay. Do you understand, Agatha? I can't go back. But my dear, what else can you do? What had you thought? You see, said Lady Harman, after a little struggle with that childish quality in her nerves that might, if it wasn't controlled, make her eyes brim. You see, I didn't expect you quite to take this view. I thought perhaps you might be disposed. If I could have stayed with you here, only for a little time, I could have got some work or something. It's so dreadful, said Miss Alimony, sitting far back with the relaxation of infinite regrets. It's dreadful. Of course, if you don't see it as I do. I can't, said Miss Alimony, I can't. She turned suddenly upon her visitor and grasped her knees with her shapely hands. Oh, let me implore you, don't run away. Please, for my sake, for all our sakes, for the sake of womanhood, don't run away. Stay at your post. You mustn't run away. You must not. If you do, you admit everything. Everything. You must fight in your home. It's your home. That is the great principle you must grasp. It's not his. It's there your duty lies. And there are your children, your little ones. Think, if you go, there may be a fearful fuss, proceedings, lawyers, a search. Very probably he will take all sorts of proceedings. It will be a matrimonial case. How can I be associated with that? We mustn't mix up women's freedom with matrimonial cases. Impossible. We dare not. A woman leaving her husband, think of the weapon it gives our enemies. If once other things complicate the vote is lost. After all our self-denial, after all our sacrifices, you see, don't you see? Fight, she summarized after an eloquent interval. You mean, said Lady Harman, you think I ought to go back? Miss Alimony paused to get her full effect. Yes, she said, in a profound whisper, and endorsed it. Oh, so much so, yes. Now, instantly. For an interval neither lady spoke. It was the visitor at last who broke the tension. Do you think, she asked in a small voice, and with the hesitation of one whom no refusal can surprise, you could give me a cup of tea? Miss Alimony rose with a sigh and a slow unfolding rustle. I forgot, she said. My little maid is out. Lady Harman, left alone, sat for a time, staring at the fire with her eyes rather wide and her eyebrows raised as though she mutely confided to it her infinite astonishment. This was the last thing she had expected. She would have to go to some hotel. Can a woman stay alone in a hotel? Her heart sank. Inflexible forces seemed to be pointing her back to home and Sir Isaac. He would be a very triumphant Sir Isaac, and she'd not have much heart left in her. I won't go back, she whispered to herself. Whatever happens, I won't go back. Then she became aware of the evening newspaper Miss Alimony had been reading. The headline, Suffrage Raid on Regent Street, caught her eye. A queer little idea came to her head. It grew with tremendous rapidity. She put out a hand and took the paper and read. She had plenty of time to read because her hostess not only got the tea herself, but went into that process to her bedroom and put on one of those hats that have contributed so much to remove the stigma of dowdiness from the suffrage cause, as an outward and visible sign that she was presently ceasing to be at home. Lady Harman found an odd fact in the reports before her. One of the most difficult things to buy at the present time in the West End of London, it ran, is a hammer. Then a little further, the magistrate said it was impossible to make discriminations in this affair. All the defendants must have a month's imprisonment. When Miss Alimony returned, Lady Harman put down the paper almost guiltily. Afterwards, Miss Alimony recalled that guilty start, and the still more guilty start that had happened when presently she went out of the room again and returned with a lamp, for the winter twilight was upon them. Afterwards, too, she was to learn what had become of the service end of her small poker, the little iron club, which she missed almost as soon as Lady Harman had gone. Lady Harman had taken that grubby but convenient little instrument and hidden it in her muff, and she had gone straight out of Miss Alimony's flat to the post office at the corner of Jago Street, and there, with one simple effective impact, had smashed a ground glass window, the property of His Majesty King George V. And having done so, she had called the attention of a youthful policeman, fresh from Yorkshire, to her offence, and after a slight struggle with his incredulity and a visit to the window in question, had escorted him to the South Hammersmith police station, and had there made him charge her. And on the way she explained to him with a newfound lucidity why it was that women should have votes. And all this she did from the moment of percussion onwards, in a mood of exultation entirely strange to her, but, as she was astonished to find, by no means disagreeable. She found afterwards that she only remembered very indistinctly her selection of the window and her preparations for the fatal blow, but that the effect of the actual breakage remained extraordinarily vivid upon her memory. She saw with extreme distinctness, both as it was before and after the breakage, first as rather an irregular grey surface shining in the oblique light of a street lamp, and giving pale phantom reflections of things in the street, and then as it was after her blow. It was all visual impression in her memory. She could not recollect afterwards if there had been any noise at all. Where there had been nothing but a milky dinginess, a thin-armed, irregular star had flashed into being, and a large triangular piece at its centre, after what seemed an interminable indecision, had slid first covertly downward and then fallen forward at her feet and shivered into 100 fragments. Lady Harman realized that a tremendous thing had been done, irrevocably. She stared at her achievement open-mouthed. The creative lump of iron dropped from her hand. She had a momentary doubt whether she had really wanted to break that window at all, and then she understood that this business had to be seen through, and seen through with neatness and dignity, and that wisp of regret vanished absolutely in her concentration upon these immediate needs. Some day, when the arts of the writer and illustrator are more closely blended than they are today, it will be possible to tell of all that followed this blow, with an approach to its actual effect. Here there should stand a page showing simply and plainly the lower half of the window of the Jago Street post office, a dark, rather grimy pane, reflecting the light of a street lamp, and broken. Below the pane would come a band of evilly painted woodwork, a corner of letterbox, a foot or so of brickwork, and then the pavement with a dropped lump of iron. That would be the sole content of this page, and the next page would be the same, but very slightly fainter. And across it would be printed a dim sentence or so of explanation. The page following that would show the same picture again, but now several lines of type would be visible, and then, as one turned over, the smashed window would fade a little, and the printed narrative, still darkened and dominated by it, would nevertheless resume. One would read on how Lady Harman would return to convince the incredulous young Yorkshireman of her feat, how a man with a barrow load of bananas volunteered comments, and how she went in custody, but with the extremest dignity, to the police station. Then, with some difficulty, because that imposed picture would still prevail over the letterpress, and because it would be in small type, one would learn how she was bailed out by Lady Beach Mandarin, who was clearly the woman she ought to have gone to in the first place, and who gave up a dinner with a duchess to entertain her, and how Sir Isaac, being too torn by his feelings to come near to her, spent the evening in a frantic attempt to keep the whole business out of the papers. He could not imagine it. The magistrate was friendly next morning, but inelegant in his friendly expedients. He remanded Lady Harman until her mental condition could be inquired into, but among her fellow defendants there had been quite an epidemic of window smashing that evening. Lady Harman shone preeminently sane. She said she had broken this window because she was assured that nothing would convince people of the great dissatisfaction of women with their conditions except such desperate acts. And when she was reminded of her 4 daughters, she said it was precisely the thought of how they too would grow up into womanhood that made her strike her blow. The statements were rather the outcome of her evening with Lady Beach Mandarin than her own unaided discoveries, but she had honestly assimilated them, and she expressed them with a certain simple dignity. Sir Isaac made a pathetic appearance before the court, and Lady Harman was shocked to see how worn he was with distress at her scandalous behaviour. He looked a broken man. The curious sense of personal responsibility which had slumbered throughout the Black Strand struggle came back to her in a flood, and she had to grip the edge of the dock tightly to maintain her self-control. Unaccustomed as he was to public speaking, Sir Isaac said in a low, sorrow-laden voice he had provided himself with a written statement disassociating himself from the views of his wife's rash action might seem to imply, and expressing his own opinions upon woman suffrage and the relations of the sexes generally, with especial reference to contemporary literature. He had been writing it most of the night. He was not, however, permitted to read this, and he then made an unsteadied appeal for the consideration and mercy of the court. He said Lady Harman had always been a good mother and a faithful wife. She had been influenced by misleading people and bad books and publications, the true significance of which she did not understand, and if only the court would regard this first offence leniently, he was ready to take his wife away and give any guarantee that might be specified that it should not recur. The magistrate was sympathetic and kindly, but he pointed out that this window break-in had to be stamped out, and that it could only be stamped out by refusing any such exception as Sir Isaac desired. And so Sir Isaac left the court widowed for a month, a married man without a wife, and terribly distressed. All this and more one might tell in detail, and how she went to her cell, and the long tedium of her imprisonment, and how deeply Snagsby felt the disgrace, and how Miss Alimony claimed her as a convert to the magic of her persuasions, and many such matters. There is no real restraint upon a novelist fully resolved to be English and Gothic and unclassical, except obscure and inexplicable instincts. But these obscure and inexplicable instincts are at times imperative, and on this occasion they insist that here must come a break, a pause, in the presence of this radiating gap in the Postmaster General's glass, and the phenomenon of this gentle and beautiful lady, the mother of 4 children, grasping in her gloved hand, and with a certain amateurishness, a lumpish poker end of iron. We make the pause by ending the chapter here, and by resuming the story at a fresh point with an account of various curious phrases in the mental development of Mr. Brumley. Chapter 9. Mr. Brumley's Troubled by Difficult Ideas. Then as that picture of a post office pane smashed with a large hole knocked clean through it fades at last upon the reader's consciousness, let another and a kindred spectacle replace it. It is the carefully cleaned and cherished window of Mr. Brumley's mind, square and tidy and, as it were, frosted against an excess of light, and in that also we have now to record the most jagged of all and devastating fractures. Little did Mr. Brumley reckon, when first he looked up from his laces at Black Strand, how completely that pretty little young woman in the dark furs was destined to shatter all the assumptions that had served his life. But you have already had occasion to remark a change in Mr. Brumley's bearing, an attitude that carries him far from the kindly and humorous conservatism of his earlier work. You have shared Lady Harman's astonishment at the ardour of his few stolen words in the garden, an astonishment that not only grew but flowered in the silences of her captivity, and you know something of the romantic impulses, more at least than she did, that gave his appearance at the little local railway station so belated and so disreputable a flavour. In the chilly, ill-flavoured solitude of her prison cell, and with a mind quickened by meagre and distasteful fare, Lady Harman had ample leisure to reflect upon many things. She had already fully acquainted herself with the greater proportion of Mr. Brumley's published works, and she found the utmost difficulty in reconciling the flushed, impassioned quality of his few words of appeal with the moral assumptions of his published opinions. On the whole, she was inclined to think that her memory had a little distorted what he had said. In this, however, she was mistaken. Mr. Brumley had really been proposing an elopement, and he was now entirely preoccupied with the idea of rescuing, obtaining, and possessing Lady Harman for himself as soon as the law released her. One may doubt whether this extensive change from a humorous conservatism to a primitive and dangerous romanticism is to be ascribed entirely to the personal charm, great as it no doubt was, of Lady Harman. Rather did her tall, soft, dark presence come to release a long accumulating store of discontent and unrest beneath the polished surfaces of Mr. Brumley's mind. Things had been stirring in him for some time. The latter Euphemia books had lacked much of the freshness of their precursors, and he had found it increasingly hard, he knew not why, to keep up the lightness, the geniality and friendly badinage of successful and accepted things, the sunny disregard of the grim and unamiable aspects of existence that were the essential merits of that optimistic period of our literature in which Mr. Brumley had begun his career. With every justification in the world, Mr. Brumley had set out to be an optimist. Even in the grandeur, his work had been distinguished by its gay yet steadfast superficiality, and his early success, his rapid popularity, had done much to turn this early disposition into a professional attitude. He had determined that for all his life he would write for comfortable, untroubled people in the character of a light-spirited, comfortable, untroubled person, and that each year should have its own book of connubial humour, its travel in picturesque places, its fun and its sunshine, like roses budding in succession on a stem. He did his utmost to conceal from himself the melancholy realization that the third and the fourth roses were far less wonderful than the first and the second, and that by continuing the descending series, a rose might be attained at last that was almost unattractive, but he was already beginning to suspect that he was getting less animated, and a little irritable when Euphemia very gently and gracefully, but very firmly and rather enigmatically, died. And after an interval of tender and tenderly expressed regrets, he found himself, in spite of the most strenuous efforts to keep bright and kindly and optimistic in the best style, dull and getting duller. He could disguise the thing no longer, and he weighed more, 6, 8, 11 pounds more. He took a flat in London, dined and lunched out, lightly but frequently, sought the sympathetic friendship of several charming ladies, and involved himself deeply in the affairs of the academic committee. Indeed, he made a quite valiant struggle to feel that optimism was just where it always had been, and everything all right and very bright with him and with the world about him. He did not go under without a struggle. But as Max Beerbohm's caricature, the 1908 one I mean, brought out all too plainly, there was in his very animation something of the alert liveliness of the hunted man. Do what he would, he had a terrible, irrational feeling that things, as yet scarce imagined things, were yet after him and would have him. Even as he makes his point, even as he gesticulates airily with his rather distinctively North European nose, beerbohmically enlarged and his sensitive nostril in the air, he seems to be looking at something he does not want to look at, something conceivably pursuing, out of the corner of his eye. The thing that was assailing Mr. Brumley and making his old established humour and tenderness seem dull and opaque, and giving this new uneasy quality to his expression, was of course precisely the thing that Sir Isaac meant when he talked about ideas, and their disturbing influence upon all the once assured tranquillities and predominances of Putney life. It was criticism breaking bounds. As a basis and substance for the tissue of whimsically expressed happiness and confident appreciation of the good things in life, which Mr. Brumley had set before himself as his agreeable, and it was to be hoped popular and profitable, life task, certain assumptions had been necessary. They were assumptions he had been very willing to make, and which were being made in the most exemplary way by the writers who were succeeding all about him at the commencement of his career. And these assumptions had such an air, then, of being quite trustworthy, as being certain to wash and wear. Already nowadays it is difficult to get them stated. They have become incredible while still too near to justify the incredibility that attaches to history. It was assumed, for example, that in the institutions, customs and culture of the Middle Victorian period, humanity had, so far as the broad lines of things are concerned, achieved its goal. There were of course still bad men and women individually, and classes one had to recognize as lower, but all the main things were right. General ideas were right, the law was right, institutions were right, consols and British Railway debentures were right, and were going to keep right forever. The abolition of slavery in America had been the last great act which had inaugurated this millennium. Except for individual instances, the tragic intensities of life were over now and done with. There was no more need for heroes and martyrs. For the generality of humanity, the phase of genial comedy had begun. There might be improvements and refinements ahead, but social, political and economic arrangement were now in their main outlines settled for good and all. Nothing better was possible, and it was the agreeable task of the artist and the man of letters to assist and celebrate this establishment. There was to be much editing of Shakespeare and Charles Lamb, much delightful humour and costume romance, and an academy of refined fine writers would presently establish bell letters on the reputable official basis, right finished to creative force, and undertake the task of stereotyping the language. Literature was to have its once terrible ferments reduced to the quality of a helpful pepsin. Ideas were dead or domesticated. The last wild idea, in an impoverished and pitiful condition, had been hunted down and killed in the mobbing of The Woman Who Did. For a little time, the world did actually watch a phase of English writing that dared nothing, penetrated nothing, suppressed everything, and aspired at most to charm, creep like a transitory patch of sunlight across a storm-rent universe, and vanish. At no time was it a perfectly easy task to pretend that the crazy makeshifts of our legal and political systems, the staggering accidents of economic relationship, the festering disorder of contemporary philosophy and religious teaching, the cruel and stupid bed of King Og, that is our last word in sexual adjustment, really constituted a noble and enduring sanity, and it became less and less so with the acute disillusionments that arose out of the Boer War. The first decade of the 20th century was, for the English, a decade of badly sprained optimism. Our empire was nearly beaten by a handful of farmers amidst the jeering contempt of the whole world, and we felt it acutely for several years. We began to question ourselves. Mr. Brumley found his gay but entirely respectable irresponsibility harder and harder to keep up as the decade wore on. And close upon the South American trouble came that extraordinary new discontent of women with a woman's lot which we have been observing as it reached and troubled the life of Lady Harman. Women who had hitherto so passively made the bulk of that reading public, which sustained Mr. Brumley and his kind. They wanted something else. And behind and beneath these immediately disconcerting things, still more sinister hintings and questioning were beginning to pluck at contentment. In 1899, nobody would have dreamt of asking, and in 1909 even Mr. Brumley was asking, "Are things going on much longer?" 100 little incidents conspired to suggest that a Christianity that had, to put it mildly, shirked the Darwinian challenge, had no longer the palliating influence demanded of a national religion, and that down there in the deep levels of labour where they built railways to carry Mr. Brumley's food and earn him dividends, where they made engines and instruments and textiles and drains for his little needs, there was a new, less bounded discontent, a grimmer spirit, something that one tried in vain to believe was only the work of agitators, something that was to be pacified no longer by the thin pretenses of liberalism, something that might lead ultimately to optimism, scarcely dared to ask whither. Mr. Brumley did his best to resist the influence of these darkening ideas. He tried to keep it up that everything was going well and that most of these shadows and complaints were the mischief of a few incurably restless personalities. He tried to keep it up that to belong to the working class was a thoroughly jolly thing, for those who were used to it. He declared that all who wanted to alter our laws or our ideas about property or our methods of production were envious and base, and all who wanted any change between the sexes foolish or vicious. He tried to go on disposing of socialists, agitators, feminists, women suffragists, educationists, and every sort of reformer with a good-humoured contempt. And he found an increasing difficulty in keeping his contempt sufficiently good-humoured. Instead of laughing down at a folly and failure, he had moments when he felt that he was rather laughing up, a little wryly, at monstrous things impending. And since ideas are things of atmosphere and the spirit, insidious wolves of the soul, they crept up to him and gnawed the inside out of him, even as he posed as their manful antagonists. Insensibly, Mr. Brumley moved with the times. It is the necessary first phase in the breakup of any system of unsound assumptions that a number of its votaries should presently set about padding its cutting corners and relieving the harsh pressure of its injustices by exuberances of humour and sentimentality. Mr. Brumley became charitable and romantic. Orthodox, but still charitable and romantic. He was all for smashing with the generalization, but now in the particular instance he was more and more for forgiveness. One finds, creeping into the latter Euphemia books, a Bret Hart-like doctrine that a great number of bad women are really good, and a persuasion in the Raffles key that a large proportion of criminals are really very picturesque and admirable fellows. One wonders how far Mr. Brumley's less ostensible life was softening in harmony with this exterior change, this tender twilight of principle. He wouldn't as yet face the sterner facts that most people who are condemned by society, whether they are condemned justly or not, are by the very gregariousness of man's nature debased, and that a law or custom that stamps you as bad makes you bad. A great state should have high and humane and considerate laws, nobly planned, nobly administered, and needing none of these shabby little qualifications sotto voce. To find goodness in the sinner and justification in the outcast is to condemn the law, but as yet Mr. Brumley's heart failed where his intelligence pointed towards that conclusion. He hadn't the courage to revise his assumptions about right and wrong to that extent. He just allowed them to get soft and sloppy. He waded where there should be firm ground. He waded towards wallowing. This is a perilous way of living, and the sad little end of Euphemia, flushed and coughing, left him no doubt in many ways still more exposed to the temptations of the sentimental byway and the emotional gloss. Happily, this is a book about Lady Harman, and not an exhaustive monograph about Mr. Brumley. We will at least leave him the refuge of a few shadows. Occasionally, he would write an important signed review of the 20th century, or the Hebdomadal Review, and on one such occasion he took in hand several studies of contemporary conditions by various new witnesses, young liberals, New Age rebels, and associated insurgent authors. He intended to be rather kindly with them, rather disillusioned, quite sympathetic, but essentially conventional and conservative and sane. He sat at a little desk near the drooping Venus, under the benediction of Euphemia's posthumous rose, and turned over the pages of one of the least familiar of the group. The stuff was written with a crude force that at times became almost distinguished, but with a bitterness that he felt he must reprove. And suddenly he came upon a passionate tirade against the present period. It made him nibble softly with his lips at the top of his fountain pen as he read. "We live," said the writer, "in a second Byzantine age, in one of those multitudinous accumulations of secondary interests, of secondary activities and conventions and colossal intricate insignificances that lie like dust heaps in the path of the historian. The true history of such periods is written in bank books and check counterfoils, and burnt to save individual reputations. It sneaks along under 1,000 pretenses. It finds its mole-like food and safety in the dirt. Its outer forms remain for posterity, a huge debris of unfathomable riddles." Said Mr. Brumley. He slings it out, and what's this? A civilization arrested and decayed, waiting through long inglorious ages of unscheduled crime, unchallenged social injustice, senseless luxury, mercenary politics, and universal vulgarity and weakness for the long overdue scavenging of the Turk. "I wonder where the children pick up such language," whispered Mr. Brumley with a smile. But presently he had pushed the book away and was thinking over his novel and unpleasant idea that perhaps, after all, his age didn't matter as some ages have mattered. Byzantine, with the gold of life stolen and the swans changed to geese? Of course, always there had been a certain qualification upon heroes. Even Caesar had needed a wreath. But at any rate, the age of Caesar had mattered. Kings no doubt might be more kingly, and the issues of life plainer and nobler. But this had been true of every age. He tried to weigh values against values, our past against our present, temperately and sanely. Our art might perhaps be keener for beauty than it seemed to be, but still it flourished. And our science, at least, was wonderful. There certainly was this young detractor of existing things that went astray. What was there in Byzantium to parallel with the electric light, the electric tram, wireless telegraphy, aseptic surgery? Of course, this about unchallenged social injustice was nonsense. Rants. Why, we were challenging social injustice at every general election, plainly and openly. And crime, what could the man mean about unscheduled crime? Mere words. There was of course a good deal of luxury, but not wicked luxury, and to compare our high-minded and constructive politics with the mere conflict of unscrupulous adventurers about that semi-oriental throne, it was nonsense. This young man must be spanked, said Mr. Brumley, and thrown aside an open illustrated paper in which a full-length portrait of Sir Edward Carson faced a picture of the King and Queen in their robes sitting side by side under a canopy at the coronation durbar. He prepared himself to write in an extremely salutary manner about the follies of the younger generation, and incidentally to justify his period and his professional contentment. One is reminded of those houses into which the white ants have eaten their way. Outwardly still fair and solid, they crumble at the touch of a hand. And now you will begin to understand those changes of bearing that so perplexed Lady Harman, that sudden insurgence of flushed half-furtive passion in the garden, through the thin pretences of a liberal friendship. His hollow honour had been gripped and had given way. He had begun so well. At first, Lady Harman had occupied his mind in the properest way. She was another man's wife and scared, according to all honourable standards, and what he wanted was merely to see more of her, talk to her, interest her in himself, share whatever was available outside her connubial obligations, and think as little of Sir Isaac as possible. How quickly the imaginative temperament of Mr. Brumley enlarged that to include a critical hostility to Sir Isaac, we have already recorded. Lady Harman was no longer simply a charming, suppressed young wife, crying out for attentive development. She became an ill-treated, beautiful woman misunderstood. Still scrupulously respecting his own standards, Mr. Brumley embarked upon the dangerous business of inventing just how Sir Isaac might be outraging them. And once his imagination had started to hunt in that field, it speedily brought in enough matter for a fine state of moral indignation, a white heat of not altogether justifiable chivalry. Assisted by Lady Beach Mandarin, Mr. Brumley had soon converted the little millionaire into a matrimonial ogre, to keep her anxious lover very painfully awake at nights. Because by that time, and quite insensibly, he had become an anxious lover, with all the gaps in the thread of realities that would have made him that, quite generously filled up from the world of reverie. Moral indignation is jealousy with a halo. It is the peculiar snare of the perplexed orthodox, and soon Mr. Brumley was in a state of nearly unendurable moral indignation, with Sir Isaac for 100 exaggerations of what he was and of what conceivably he might have done to his silent yet manifestly unsuitably mated wife. And now that romantic streak, which is, as I have said, the first certain symptom of decay in a system of moral assumptions, began to show itself in Mr. Brumley's thoughts and conversation. "A marriage like that," said Mr. Brumley to Lady Beach Mandarin, "isn't a marriage. It flouts the true ideal of marriage. It's slavery, following a kidnapping." But this is a wide step from the happy optimism of the Cambridge days. What becomes of the sanctity of marriage and the institution of the family when respectable gentlemen talk of something called true marriage as non-existent in relation to a lady who is already the mother of 4 children? I recall this lapsing of Mr. Brumley into romanticism without either sympathy or mitigation. The children, it presently became apparent, were not true children, forced upon her, said Mr. Brumley. It makes one ill to think of it. It certainly very nearly made him ill. And as if these exercises in distinction had inflamed his conscience, Mr. Brumley wrote 2 articles in the Hebdomadal denouncing impure literature, decadence, immorality, various recent scandalous instances, and the suffragettes, declaring that women's place was the home and that in a pure and exalted monogamy lies the sole unitary basis for a civilized state. The most remarkable thing about this miracle is an omission: that Sir Isaac's monogamy with any other instances that might be akin to it was not pure and exalted, and that it needed, shall we call it readjustment, is a view that in this article Mr. Brumley conspicuously doesn't display. It's as if, for a moment, pen in hand, he had eddied back to his old absolute positions. In a very little while, Mr. Brumley and Lady Beach Mandarin had almost persuaded each other that Sir Isaac was applying physical torture to his proudly silent wife, and Mr. Brumley was no longer dreaming and glancing at, but speedily facing the possibility of a pure-minded and handsomely done elopement to free Lady Harman, that would be followed in due course by a marriage, a true marriage, on a level of understanding far above any ordinary respectable wedding, amidst universal sympathy and admiration, and the presence of all the very best people. In these anticipations, he did rather remarkably overlook the absence of any sign of participation on the part of Lady Harman in his own impassioned personal feelings, and he overlooked still more remarkably as possible objections to his line of conduct Millicent, Florence, Annette, and Baby. These omissions no doubt simplified but also greatly falsified his outlook. This proposal that all the best people shall applaud the higher rightness that was to be revealed in his projected elopement is in the very essence of the romantic attitude. All other people are still to remain under the law. There is to be nothing revolutionary, but with exceptional persons under exceptional conditions. Mr. Brumley stated his case over and over again to his utmost satisfaction, and always at great moral altitudes and with a kind of transcendent orthodoxy. The more difficult any aspect of the affair appeared from the orthodox standpoint, the more valiantly Mr. Brumley soared if it came to his living with Lady Harman for a time before they could be properly married amidst picturesque foreign scenery in a little casa by the side of a stream. Then the water in that stream was to be quite the purest water conceivable, and the scenery and associations as morally flawless as a view that had passed the exacting requirements of Mr. John Ruskin. And Mr. Brumley was very clear in his mind that what he proposed to do was entirely different in quality, even if it was similar in form from anything that anyone else had ever done. who had ever before made a scandal or appeared in the divorce court. This is always the way in such cases. Always. The scandal was to be a noble scandal, a proud scandal, one of those instances of heroic love that turn aside misdemeanors, admittedly misdemeanors, into edifying marvels. This was the state of mind to which Mr. Brumley had attained when he made his ineffectual raid upon Black Strand, and you will remark about it if you are interested in the changes in people's ideas that are going on today, that although he was prepared to make the most extensive glosses in this particular instance upon the commonly accepted rules of what is right and proper, he was not for a moment prepared to accord the terrible gift of an independent responsibility to Lady Harman. In that direction lay regions that Mr. Brumley had still to explore. Lady Harman, he considered, was married wrongly and disastrously, and this he held to be essentially the fault of Sir Isaac, with perhaps some slight blame attaching to Lady Harman's mother. The only path of escape he could conceive as yet for Lady Harman lay through the chivalry of some other man. That a woman could possibly rebel against one man without the sympathy and moral maintenance of another was still outside the range of Mr. Brumley's understanding. It is still outside the range of most men's understandings, and of a great many women's. If he generalized at all from these persuasions, it was in the direction that, in the interest of true marriage, there should be greater facilities for divorce, and also a kind of respectableization of divorce. Then these false marriages might be rectified without suffering. The reasons for divorce, he felt, should be extended to include things not generally reprehensible, and chivalrous people coming into court should be protected from the indelicate publicity of free reporting. Mr. Brumley was still contemplating rather inconclusively the possibility of a long, intimate talk leading up to and preparing for an elopement with Lady Harman when he read of her Jago Street escapade and of her impending appearance at the South Hammersmith Police Court. He was astonished. The more he contemplated the thing, the greater became his astonishment. Even at the first impact, he realized that the line she had taken wasn't quite in the picture with the line he had proposed for her. He felt left out. He felt as though a door had slammed between himself and affairs to which he had supposed himself essential. He could not understand why she had done this thing instead of coming straight to his flat and making use of all that chivalrous service she surely knew was at her disposal. This self-reliance, this direct dealing with the world, seemed to him, even in the height of his concern, unwomanly, a deeper injury to his own abandoned assumptions than any he had contemplated. He felt it needed explanation, and he hurried to secure an elbowed, unsavoury corner in the back of the court in order to hear her defence. He had to wait through long, stuffy spaces of time before she appeared. There were half a dozen other window smashers, plain or at least untidy-looking young women. The magistrate told them they were silly, and the soul of Mr. Brumley acquiesced. One tried to make a speech, and it was such a poor speech, squeaky. When at last Lady Harman entered the box, the strangest place it seemed for her, he tried to emerge from the jostling crowd about him into visibility to catch her eye, to give her the support of his devoted presence. Twice at least she glanced in his direction, but gave no sign of seeing him. She was surprised that she could look without fear or detestation, indeed once with a gesture of solicitude, at Sir Isaac. She was astonishingly serene. There seemed to be just the faintest shadow of a smile about her lips as the stipendiary explained the impossibility of giving her anything less than a month. An uneasy object like the smashed remains of a colossal box of bonbons that was riding out a gale, down in the middle of the court, turned round at last completely and revealed itself as the hat of Lady Beach Mandarin. But though Mr. Brumley waved his hand, he could not even make that lady was aware of his presence. A powerful, rude, criminal-looking man who stood in front of him and smelt grossly of stables would not give him a fair chance of showing himself, and developed a strong, personal hostility to him on account of his alleged shoving about. It would not, he felt, be of the slightest help to Lady Harman for him to involve himself in a personal struggle with a powerful and powerfully flavoured criminal. It was all very dreadful. After the proceedings were over and Lady Harman had been led away into captivity, he went out and took a taxi in an agitated, distraught manner to Lady Beach Mandarin's house. She meant, said Lady Beach Mandarin, to have a month's holiday from him and think things out, and she's got it. Perhaps that was it. Mr. Brumley could not tell, and he spent some days in that state of perplexity which, like the weariness that heralds a cold, marks so often the onset of a new series of ideas. Why hadn't she come to him? After he had all rather overloaded his memory of her real self with imaginative accessories. Had she really understood what he had been saying to her in the garden? Afterwards, when he had met her eyes as he and she went over the new wing with Sir Isaac, she so manifestly and, when one came to think of it, so tranquilly seemed to understand. It was such an extraordinary thing to go smashing a window like that, when there he was at hand, ready to help her. She knew his address, did she? For a moment, Mr. Brumley cherished that wild surmise. Was that perhaps it? But surely she could have looked in the telephone directory, or who's who. But if that was the truth of the matter, she would have looked and behaved differently in court, quite differently. She would have been looking for him. She would have seen him. It was queer, too, to recall what she had said in court about her daughters. Could it be he had a frightful qualm that, after all, he wasn't the man? How little he knew of her really. This wretched agitation, said Mr. Brumley, trying to flounder away anyhow from these disconcerting riddles, it seems to unbalance them all. But he found it impossible to believe that Lady Harman was seriously unbalanced. And if Mr. Brumley's system of romantically distorted moral assumptions was shattered by Lady Harman's impersonal blow at a post office window when all the rules seemed to require her to fly from the oppression of one man to the chivalry of another, what words can convey the devastating effect upon him of her and her conduct after her release? To that crisis he had been looking forward continually, to recall the variety of his expectations that would fill a large volume, but throughout them all prevailed one general idea, that when she came out of prison, her struggle with her husband would be resumed, and that this would give Mr. Brumley such extraordinary opportunities of displaying his devotion that her response, which he was now beginning to suspect might be more reluctant than his earlier dreams had assumed, was ultimately inevitable. In all these dreams and meditations, that response figured as the crown. He had to win and possess Lady Harman. The idea had taken hold of his busy yet rather pointless life, had become his directing object. He was full of schemes for presently arresting and captivating her imagination. He was already convinced that she cared for him. He had to inflame interest and fan liking into the fire of passion, and with a mind so occupied, Mr. Brumley wrote this and that, and went about his affairs. He spent 2 days and a night at Margate visiting his son at his preparatory school, and he found much material from musing in the question of just how the high romantic affairs ahead of him would affect this delicately intelligent boy. For a time, perhaps he might misjudge his father. He spent a weekend with Lady Viping and stayed on until Wednesday, and then he came back to London. His plans were still uninformed when the day came for Lady Harman's release, and indeed beyond an idea that he would have her meet at the prison gates by an enormous bunch of snowy white and crimson chrysanthemums. He had nothing really concrete at all in his mind. She had, however, been released stealthily a day before her time, and this is what she had done. She had asked that, of all improbable people, Sir Isaac's mother should meet her. The biggest car had come to the prison gates, and she had gone straight down with Mrs. Harman to her husband, who had taken a chill and was in bed, drinking water at Blackstrand. As these facts shaped themselves in answer to the balanced inquiries of Mr. Brumley, his amazement grew. He began to realize that there must have been a correspondence during her incarceration, that all sorts of things had been happening while he had been dreaming, and when he went round to Lady Beach Mandarin, who was just packing up to be the life and soul of the winter sports party at a nice hotel at Lenzerheide, he learnt particulars that chilled him to the marrow. "They've made it up," said Lady Beach Mandarin. "But how?" gasped Mr. Brumley, with his soul in infinite distress. "But how? The ogre, it seems, has come to see that bullying won't do. He's given in tremendously. He's let her have her way with the waitress strike, and she's going to have an allowance of her own, and all kind of things. It's settled. It's his mother, and that man Charterson talked him over. You know, his mother came to me as her friend for advice. Wanted to find out what sort of things we might have been putting in her head. She said so. A curious old thing, vulgar but wise. I liked her. He's her darling, and she just knows what it is. He doesn't like it, but he's taken his dose. The thought of her going to prison again. He'd let her do anything rather than that. And she's gone to him? Naturally, said Lady Beach Mandarin, with what he felt to be deliberate brutality. Surely she must have understood. But the waitress strike. What has he got to do with the waitress strike? She cared tremendously. Did she? Tremendously. And they all go back, and the system of inspection is being altered, and he's even forgiven Babs Wheeler. It made him ill to do it, but he did. And she's gone back to him, like Godiva, said Lady Beach Mandarin with that sweeping elusiveness that was part of her complicated charm. For 3 days, Mr. Brumley was so staggered by these things that it did not occur to him that it was quite possible for him to see Lady Harman for himself and find out just how things stood. He remained in London with an imagination dazed. And as it was the Christmas season, and as George Edmund, in a rather expectant holiday state, had now come up from Margate, Mr. Brumley went in succession to the Hippodrome, to Peter Pan, and to an exhibition at Olympia, assisted at an afternoon display of the Kindmacular at La Scala Theatre, visited Hamleys, and lunched George Edmund once at the Criterion and twice at the Climax Club, while thinking of nothing in all the world but the incalculable strangeness of women. George Esmond thought him a very passive, leadable parent indeed, less querulous about money matters and altogether much improved. The glitter and colour of these various entertainments reflected themselves upon the surface of that deep flood of meditation, who calmed wooden-legged pirates, intelligent elephants, ingenious but extremely expensive toys, flickering processions, comic turns, snatches of popular music, and George Edmund's way of eating an orange pictured themselves on his mind confusedly, without in any way deflecting its course. Then on the fourth day he roused himself, gave George Edmund 10 shillings to get himself a cutlet at the Café Royal and do the cinematographs round and about the West End, and so when released reached Aliham in time for a temperate lunch. He chartered the Aliham car to take him to Blackstrand and arrived there about 3:15, in a great effort to feel himself a matter-of-course visitor. It ought to be possible to recall that Mr. Brumley's mind was full of the intensest sense of Lady Harman during that journey, and of nothing else. But as a matter of fact, his mind was now curiously detached and reflective. The tensions and expectation of the past month and the astonishment of the last few days had worked themselves out and left him, as it were, the passive instrument of the purpose of his more impassioned moods. This distressed lover approached Blackstrand in a condition of philosophical lassitude. The road from Aliham to Blackstrand is a picturesque old English road, needlessly winding and badly graded, wriggling across a healthy wilderness with occasional pine woods. Something in that familiar landscape, for his life had run through it since first he and Euphemia, on a tandem bicycle and altogether very young, had sought their ideal home in the south of England, set his mind swinging and generalizing. How freshly youthful he and Euphemia had been when first he came along that road, how crude, how full of happy expectations of success it had been, as bright as it was now, and completely gone as the sunsets they had seen together. How great a thing life is, how much greater than any single romance or any individual affection. Since those days he had grown, he had succeeded, he had suffered in a reasonable way, of course. Still he could recall with a kind of satisfaction tears and deep, week-long moods of hopeless melancholy. And he had changed, and now dominating this landscape, filling him with new emotions and desires and perplexing intimations of ignorance and limitations he had never suspected in his youth, was this second figure of a woman. She was different from Euphemia. With Euphemia, everything had been so simple and easy, until that slight fading, that fatigue of entire success and satisfaction of the concluding years. He and Euphemia had always kept it up that they had no thought in the world except for one another. Yet, if that had been true, why hadn't he died when she did? He hadn't died with remarkable elasticity. Clearly, in his case, there had been these unexplored, unsuspected hinterlands of possibility towards which Lady Harman seemed now to be directing him. It came to him that afternoon as an entirely fresh thought that there might also have been something in Euphemia beyond their simple, so charmingly treated relationship. He began to recall moments when Euphemia had said perplexing little things, had looked at him with an expression that was unexpected, had been difficult. I write of Mr. Brumley to tell you things about him and not to explain him. It may be that the appetite for thorough good talks with people grows upon one, but at any rate it did occur to Mr. Brumley on his way to talk to Lady Harman. It occurred to him as a thing distressingly irrevocable that he could now never have a thorough good talk with Euphemia about certain neglected things between them. It would have helped him so much. His eyes rested as he thought of these things upon the familiar purple hill crests, patched that afternoon with the lingering traces of a recent snowstorm, the heather slopes, the dark mysterious woods, the patches of vivid green where a damp and marshy meadow or so broke the moorland surface. Today, in spite of the sun, There was a bright blue-white line of frost in the northward of every hedge and bank. The trees were dripping down the white edgings of the morning into the pine needle mud at their feet. He had seen it so like this before. Years hence, he might see it all like this again. All this great breezy countryside had taken upon itself a quality of endurance, as though it would still be real and essential in his mind when Lady Harman had altogether passed again. It would be real when he himself had passed away, and in other costumes and other vehicles, fresh Euphemias and new crude George Brumleys would come along, feeling in the ultimate bright new wisdom of youth that it was all for them, a subservient scenery, when really it was entirely indifferent in its careless permanence to all their hopes and fancies. Mr. Brumley's thoughts on the permanence of landscape and the mutability of human affairs were more than a little dashed when he came into sight of Blackstrand and perceived that once cosily beautiful little home clipped and extended, its shrubbery wrecked and the old barn now pierced with windows and adorned, for its new chimneys were not working very well, by several efficient novelties in chimney cowls. Up the slopes behind Sir Isaac had extended his boundaries, and had been felling trees and levelling a couple of tennis courts for next summer. Something was being done to the porch, and the jasmine had been cleared away altogether. Mr. Brumley could not quite understand what was in progress. Sir Isaac, he learnt afterwards, had found a wonderful bargain in a real genuine Georgian portal of great dignity and simplicity in Aliham, and he was going to improve Blackstrand by transferring it thither with the utmost precaution and every piece numbered from its original situation. Mr. Brumley stood among the preparatory debris of this and rang a quietly resolute electric bell, which was answered no longer by Mrs. Rabbit, but by the ample presence of Snagsby. Snagsby in that doorway had something of the preposterous effect of a very large face beneath a small hat. He had to Mr. Brumley's eyes a restored look, as though his self-confidence had been thoroughly done up since their last encounter. Bygones were bygones. Mr. Brumley was admitted as one is admitted to any normal home. He was shown into the little study drawing-room with the stepped floor, which had been so largely the scene of his life with Euphemia, and he was left there for the better part of a quarter of an hour before his hostess appeared. The room had been changed very little. Euphemia's solitary rose had gone, and instead there were several bowls of beaten silver scattered about, each filled with great chrysanthemums from London. Sir Isaac's jackdaw acquisitiveness had also overcrowded the corner beyond the fireplace with a very fine and genuine Queen Anne cabinet. There was a novel by Elizabeth Robbins and 2 or 3 feminist and social works lying on the table, which would certainly not have been visible, though they might have been in the house during the Brumley regime. Otherwise, things were very much as they always had been. A room like this, thought Mr. Brumley, among much other mental driftage, is like a heart. So long as it exists, it must be furnished and tenanted. No matter what has been, however bright and sweet and tender, the spaces still cry aloud to be filled again. The very essence of life is its insatiability. How complete all this had seemed in the moment when first he and Euphemia had arranged it, and indeed how complete life had seemed altogether at 27. Every year since then he had been learning, or at any rate unlearning, until at last he was beginning to realize he had still everything to learn. The door opened and the tall dark figure of Lady Harman stood for a moment in the doorway before she stepped down into the room. She had always the same effect upon him, the effect of being suddenly remembered. When he was away from her, he was always sure that she was a beautiful woman, and when he saw her again, he was always astonished to see how little he had borne her beauty in mind. For a moment they regarded one another silently. Then she closed the door behind her and came towards him. All Mr. Brumley's philosophizing had vanished at the sight of her. His spirit was reborn within him. He thought of her and of his effect upon her, vividly, and of nothing else in the world. She was paler, he thought, beneath her dusky hair, a little thinner and graver. There was something in her manner as she advanced towards him that told him he mattered to her. That his coming there was something that moved her imagination as well as his own. With an almost impulsive movement, she held out both her hands to him, and with an inspiration as sudden, he took them and kissed them. When he had done so, he was ashamed of his temerity. He looked up to meet her in her dark eyes, the scared shyness of a fallow deer. She suddenly remembered to withdraw her hands, and it became manifest to both of them that the incident must never have happened. She went to the window, stood almost awkwardly for a moment, looking out of it, then turned. She put her hands on the back of the chair and stood holding it. "I knew you would come to see me," she said. "I've been very anxious about you," he said. And on that their minds rested through a little silence. "You see," he explained, "I didn't know what was happening to you or what you were doing." "After asking your advice," she said, "exactly. I don't know why I broke that window, except I think that I wanted to get away. But why didn't you come to me? I didn't know where you were, and besides, I didn't somehow want to come to you. But wasn't it wretched in prison? Wasn't it miserably cold? I used to think of you, of nights, of some wretched ill-aired cell. It was cold," she submitted, "but it was very good for me. It was quiet. The first few days seemed endless. Then they began to go by quickly, quite quickly at last, and I came to think. In the day there was a little stool where one sat. I used to sit on that board and brood and try to think things out, all sorts of things I've never had the chance to think about before." "Yes," said Mr. Brumley, "all this," she said. "And it has brought you back here," he said, with something of the tone of one who has a right to inquire, with some flavour too of reproach. "You see," she said, after a little pause, "during that time it was possible to come to understandings. Neither I nor my husband had understood the other. In that interval it was possible to explain. Yes, you see, Mr. Brumley, we both misunderstood. It was just because of that, and because I had no one who seemed able to advise me, that I turned to you. A novelist always seems so wise in these things. He seems to know so many lives. One can talk to you as one can scarcely talk to anyone. You are the sort of doctor in these matters, and it was necessary that my husband should realize that I have grown up and that I should have time to think just how one's duty and one's freedom have to be fitted together. And my husband is ill. He has been ill, rather short of breath. The doctor thinks it is asthma for some time, and all the agitation of this business has upset him and made him worse. He is upstairs now, asleep. Of course, if I had thought I should make him ill, I could never have done any of this. But it's done now, and here I am, Mr. Brumley, back in my place, with all sorts of things changed, put right." "I see," said Mr. Brumley stupidly. Her speech was like the falling of an opaque curtain upon some romantic spectacle. She stood there, almost defensively behind the chair as she made it. There was a quality of premeditation in her words, yet something in her voice and bearing made him feel that she knew just how it covered up and extinguished his dreams and impulses. He heard her out, and then suddenly his spirit rebelled against her decision. "No," he cried. She waited for him to go on. "You see, he said. I thought that it was just that you wanted to get away, that this life was intolerable, that you were, forgive me if I seem to be going beyond what I ought to be thinking about you. Only why should I pretend? I care for you tremendously. And it seemed to me that you didn't love your husband, that you were enslaved and miserable. I would have done anything to keep you, anything in the world, Lady Harman. I know it may sound ridiculous. There have been times when I would have faced death to feel you were happy and free. I thought all that, I felt all that, and then you come back here. You seem not to have minded, as though I had misunderstood. He paused, and his face was alive with an unwanted sincerity. His self-consciousness had for a moment fallen from him. I know, she said, it was like that. I knew you cared. That is why I have so wanted to talk to you. It looks like that. She pressed her lips together in that old familiar hunt for words and phrases. I didn't understand, Mr. Brumley. All there was in my husband, or all there was in myself, I just saw his hardness, and his hardness in business. It's become so different now. You see, I forgot he has bad health. He's ill. I suppose he was getting ill then. Instead of explaining himself, he was excited and unwise, and now I suppose he has explained, said Mr. Brumley slowly and with infinite distaste. Lady Harman, what has he explained? It isn't so much that he has explained, Mr. Brumley, said Lady Harman, as that things have explained themselves. But how, Lady Harman? How? I mean about my being a mere girl, almost a child when I married him. Naturally, he wanted to take charge of everything and leave nothing to me, and quite as naturally he didn't notice that now I am a woman grown up altogether, and it's been necessary to do things, and naturally, Mr. Brumley, they shocked and upset him. But he sees now so clearly. He wrote to me such a fair letter, an unusual letter, quite different from when he talks. It surprised me, telling me he wanted me to feel free, that he meant to make me, to arrange things, that is, so that I should feel free and more able to go out about as I pleased. It was a generous letter, Mr. Brumley, generous about all sorts of affairs that there had been between us. He said things, quite kind things, not like the things he has ever said before. He stopped short and then began again. You know, Mr. Brumley, it's so hard to tell things without telling other things that somehow are difficult to tell. Yet if I don't tell you them, you won't know them, and then you won't be able to understand in the least how things are with us. Her eyes appealed to him. Tell me, he said, whatever you think of it. When one has been afraid of everyone and felt they were ever so much stronger and cruel and hard than one is, and one suddenly finds they aren't, it alters everything. He nodded, watching her. Her voice fell nearly to a whisper. Mr. Brumley, she said, when I came back to him, you know, he was in bed here. Instead of scolding me, he cried. He cried like a vexed child. He put his face into the pillow. Just misery. I'd never seen him cry, at least only once, long ago. Mr. Brumley looked at her flushed and tender face, and it seemed to him that indeed he could die for her quite easily. I saw how hard I had been, she said. In prison, I thought women mustn't be hard, whatever happens to them, and when I saw him like that, I knew at once how true that was. He begged me to be a good wife to him. No, he just said, be a wife to me, not even a good wife. And then he cried. For a moment or so, Mr. Brumley didn't respond. I see, he said at last. Yes. And there were the children, such helpless little things in the prison. I worried about them. I thought of things for them. I've come to feel they are left too much to nurses and strangers. And then you see he has agreed to nearly everything I had wanted. It wasn't only the personal things. I was anxious about those silly girls, the strikers. I didn't want them to be badly treated. It distressed me to think of them. I don't think you know how it distressed me. And he gave away upon all that. He says I may talk to him about the business, about the way we do our business. The kindness of it, I mean. And this is why I am back here. Where else could I be? No, said Mr. Bramley, still with the utmost reluctance. I see. Only, he paused, downcast, and she waited for him to speak. Only it wasn't what I expected, Lady Harman. I didn't think that matters could be settled by such arrangements. It's sane, I know, it's comfortable and kindly, but I thought of different things, quite different things from all this. I thought of you, who are so beautiful, caught in a loveless, passionless world. I thought of the things there might be for you, the beautiful and wonderful things of which you are deprived. Never mind what I thought, never mind. You've made your choice. But I thought that you didn't love, that you couldn't love this man. It seemed to me that you felt too, that to live as you are doing with him was a profanity. Something I'd give everything I have, to save you from. Because I care. I misunderstood you. I suppose you can do what you are doing. He jumped to his feet as he spoke and walked 3 paces away and turned to utter his last sentences. She too stood up. Mr. Bramley, she said weakly, I don't understand. What do you mean? I have to do what I am doing. He is my husband. He made a gesture of impatience. Do you understand nothing of love? He cried. She pressed her lips together and remained still and silent, dark against the casement window. There came a sound of tapping from the room above. 3 taps, and again 3 taps. Lady Harman made a little gesture as though she would put this sound aside. Love, she said at last, it comes to some people, it happens. It happens to young people, but when one is married. Her voice fell almost to a whisper. One must not think of it, she said. One must think of one's husband and one's duty. Life cannot begin again, Mr. Bramley. The taps were repeated a little more urgently. That is my husband, she said. She hesitated through a little pause. Mr. Bramley, she said, I want friendship so badly. I want someone to be my friend. I don't want to think of things, disturb things, things I have lost, things that are spoiled. That which you spoke of, what has it to do with me? She interrupted him as he was about to speak. Be my friend, don't talk to me of impossible things. Love, Mr. Bramley. What has a married woman to do with love? I never think of it. I never read of it. I want to do my duty. I want to do my duty by him and by my children and by all the people I am bound to. I want to help people, weak people who suffer. I want to help him to help them. I want to stop being an idle, useless, spending woman. She made a little gesture of appeal with her hands. Oh, he sighed, and then, you know, if I can help you, rather than distress you. Her manner changed. It became confidential and urgent. Mr. Bramley, she said, I must go up to my husband. He will be impatient, and when I tell him you are here, he will want to see you. You will come up and see him? Mr. Bramley sought to convey the struggle within him by his pose. I will do what you wish, Lady Harman, he said, with an almost theatrical sigh. He closed the door after her and was alone in his former study once more. He walked slowly to his old writing desk and sat down at his familiar seat. Presently he heard her footfalls across the room above. Mr. Bramley's mind, under the stress of the unfamiliar and the unexpected, was now lapsing rapidly toward the theatrical. My God, said Mr. Bramley. He addressed that friendly, memorable room in tones that mingled amazement and wrong. He is her husband, he said, and then the power of words. It seemed to Mr. Bramley's now entirely disordered mind that Sir Isaac, Propped up with cushions upon a sofa in the upstairs sitting room, white-faced, wary and very short of breath, was like proprietorship enthroned. Everything about him referred deferentially to him. Even his wife dropped at once into the position of a beautiful satellite. His illness, he assured his visitor with a thin-lipped emphasis, was quite temporary, quite the sort of thing that might happen to anyone. He had a queer little benumbing of one leg. Just a trifle of nerve fag did it, and the slight asper that came and went in his life had taken advantage of his condition to come again with a little beyond its usual aggressiveness. Ellie is going to take me off to Marienbad next week or the week after, he said. I shall have a cure and she'll have a treat, and we shall come back as fit as fiddles. The incidents of the past month were to be put on a ferocious footing, it appeared. It's a mercy they didn't crop her hair, he said, apropos of nothing and with an air of dry humour. No further allusion was made to Lady Harman's incarceration. He was dressed in a llama wool bedroom suit, and his resting leg was covered by a very splendid and beautiful fur rug. All Euphemia's best and gayest cushions sustained his back. The furniture had been completely rearranged for his comfort and convenience. Close to his hand was a little table with carefully selected remedies and aids and helps and stimulants, and the latest and best of the light fiction of the day was tossed about between the table, the couch and the floor. At the foot of the couch, Euphemia's bedroom writing table had been placed, and over this there were scattered traces of a stenographer who had assisted him to wipe off the day's correspondence. 3 black cylinders and other appliances in the corner witnessed that this slight difficulty in breathing could be relieved by oxygen, and his eyes were regaled by a great abundance of London flowers at every available point in the room. Of course there were grapes, fabulous-looking grapes. Everything conspired to give Sir Isaac and his ownership the centre of the picture. Mr. Brumley had been brought upstairs to him, and the tea table, with scarcely a reference of anyone else, was arranged by Snagsby conveniently to his hand. And Sir Isaac himself had a confidence, the assurance of a man who has been shaken and has recovered. Whatever tears he had ever shed had served their purpose and were forgotten. Ellie was his, and the house was his, and everything about him was his. He laid his hand upon her once when she came near him. His possessiveness was so gross, and the strained suspicion of his last meeting with Mr. Brumley was replaced now by a sage and wizened triumph over anticipated and arrested dangers. Their party was joined by Sir Isaac's mother, and the sight of her sturdy, swarthy and rather dignified presence flashed the thought into Mr. Brumley's mind that Sir Isaac's father must have been a very blonde and a very nosy person indeed. She was homely and practical, and contributed very usefully to a conversation that remained a trifle fragmentary and faintly uncomfortable to the end. Mr. Brumley avoided as much as he could looking at Lady Harman, because he knew Sir Isaac was alert for that, but he was acutely aware of her presence, dispensing the tea and moving about the room. Being a good wife. It was his first impression of Lady Harman as a good wife, and he disliked the spectacle extremely. The conversation hovered chiefly about Marienbad, drifted away and came back again. Mrs. Harman made several confidences that provoked the betrayal of a strain of irritability in Sir Isaac's condition. We're all looking forward to this Marienbad expedition, she said. I do hope it will turn out well. Neither of them have ever been abroad before, and there's the difficulty of the languages. Oh, snarled Sir Isaac, with a glance at his mother that was almost vicious, and a lapse into Cockney intonations and phrases that witnessed how her presence recalled his youth. It'll go all right, mother, you needn't fret. Of course, they'll have a courier to see to their things and go train deluxe and all that. Mrs. Harman explained with a certain gusto, but still it's an adventure. With him not well, and both, as I say, more like children than grown-up people. Sir Isaac intervened with a crushing clumsiness to divert this strain of explanation with questions about the quality of the soil in the wood where the ground was to be cleared and levelled for his tennis lawns. Mr. Bramley did his best to behave as a man of the world should. He made intelligent replies about the sand. He threw out obvious but serviceable advice upon travel upon the continent of Europe, and he tried not to think that this was the way of living into which the sweetest, tenderest, most beautiful woman in the world had been trapped. He avoided looking at her until he felt it was becoming conspicuous, a negative stare. Why had she come back? Fragmentary phrases she had used downstairs came drifting through his mind. I never think of it. I never read of it. And she so made for beautiful love and a beautiful life. He recalled Lady Beach Mandarin's absurdly apt, absurdly inept, like Godiva, and was suddenly impelled to raise the question of those strikers. Your trouble with your waitresses is over, Sir Isaac. Sir Isaac finished a cup of tea audibly and glanced at his wife. I never meant to be hard on them, he said, putting down his cup. Never. The trouble blew up suddenly. One can't be all over a big business everywhere all at once, more particularly if one is worried about other things. As soon as I had time to look into it, I put things right. There was misunderstandings on both sides. He glanced up again at Lady Harman. She was standing behind Mr. Bramley, so that he could not see her, but did their eyes meet? As soon as we are back from Marienbed, Sir Isaac volunteered, Lady Harman and I are going into all that business thoroughly. Mr. Bramley concealed his intense aversion for this association under a tone of intelligence interest. Into, I don't quite understand, what business? Women employees in London, hostels, all that kind of thing. But a bit more sensible than suffragetting, eh, Ellie? Very interesting, said Mr. Bramley, with a hollow cordiality. Very. Done on business lines, mind you, said Sir Isaac, looking suddenly very sharp and keen. Done on proper business lines. There's no end of a change possible, and it's a perfectly legitimate outgrowth from such popular catering as ours. It interests me. He made a little whistling noise with his teeth at the end of his speech. I didn't know Lady Harman was disposed to take up such things, he said, or I'd have gone into them before. He's going into them now, said Mrs. Harman. We have to take his temperature over it, to see he doesn't work himself up into a fever. Her manner became reasonable and confidential. She spoke to Mr. Bramley as if her son was slightly deaf. It's better than his fretting, she said. Mr. Bramley returned to London in a state of extreme mental and emotional unrest. The sight of Lady Harman had restored all his passion for her. The all too manifest fact that she was receding beyond his reach stirred him with availing impulses towards some impossible extremity of effort. She had filled his mind so much that he could not endure the thought of living without hope of her. But what hope was there of her? And he was jealous, detestably jealous, so jealous that in that direction he did not dare to let his mind go. He sawed at the bit and broke it back, or he would have had to writhe about the carriage. His thoughts ran furiously all over the place to avoid that pit, and now he found himself flashing at moments into wild and hopeless rebellion against the institution of marriage, of which he had hitherto sought always to be the dignified and smiling champion against the innovator, the overcritical and the young. He had never rebelled before. He was so astonished at the violence of his own objection that he lapsed from defiance to an incredulous examination of his own novel attitude. It's not true marriage I object to, he told himself. It's this marriage like a rat trap, alluring and scarcely unavoidable, so that in all we go, and then with no escape, unless you tear yourself to rags. No escape. It came to him that there was at least one way out for Lady Harman. Sir Isaac might die. He pulled himself up presently, astonished and dismayed at the activities of his own imagination. Among other things, he had wondered if, by any chance, Lady Harman had ever allowed her mind to travel in this same post-mortem direction. At times, surely the thing must have shone upon her as a possibility, a hope. From that he had branched off to a more general speculation. How many people were there in the world, nice people, kind people, moral and delicate-minded people, to whom the death of another person means release from that inflexible barrier? Possibilities of secretly desired happiness, the realization of crushed and forbidden dreams. He had a vision of human society like the vision of a night landscape seen suddenly in a lightning flash, as of people caught by couples in traps and quietly hoping for one another's deaths. "Good heavens," said Mr. Brumley, "what are we coming to?" and got up in his railway compartment. He had it to himself and walked up and down its narrow limits until a jolt over a point made him suddenly sit down again. "Most marriages are happy," said Mr. Brumley, "like a man who has fallen into a river and scrambles back to safety. One mustn't judge by the exceptional cases. Though, of course, there are a good many exceptional cases." He folded his arms, crossed his legs, frowned and reasoned with himself, resolved to dismiss post-mortem speculations absolutely. He was not going to quarrel with the institution of marriage. That was going too far. He had never been able to see the beginnings of reason in sexual anarchy. Never. It is against the very order of things. Man is a marrying animal, just as much as he was a fire-making animal. He goes in pairs like mantle ornaments. It is as natural to him to marry and to exact and keep good faith, if need be with a savage jealousy, as it is for him to have lobes to his ears and hair under his armpits. These things jar with the dreams perhaps. The gods on painted ceilings have no such ties, acting beautifully by their very nature. And here on the floor of the world, one of them, and one had to make the best of them. Are we making the best of them? Mr. Brumley was off again. That last thought opened the way to speculative wildernesses, and into these Mr. Brumley went wandering with a novel, desperate enterprise to find a kind of marriage that would suit him. He began to reform the marriage laws. He did his utmost not to think especially of Lady Harman and himself while he was doing so. He would just take up the whole question and deal with it in a temperate, reasonable way. It was so necessary to be reasonable and temperate in these questions, and not to think of death as a solution. Marriages to begin with were too easy to make and too difficult to break. Countless girls, Lady Harman was only a type, were married long before they could know the beginnings of their own mind. We wanted to delay marriage until the middle 20s, say. Why not? Or, if by the infirmities of humanity one must have married before them, there ought to be some especial opportunity of rescinding it later. Lady Harman ought to have been able to rescind her marriage. What ought to be the marriageable age in a civilized community? When the mind was settled into its general system of opinions, Mr. Brumley thought, and then lapsed into a speculation whether the mind didn't keep changing and developing all through life. Lady Harman's was certainly still doing so. This pointed to logical consequences of an undesirable sort. Some little mind slide occurred just at this point, and he found himself thinking that perhaps Sir Isaac might last for years and years, might even outlive a wife exhausted by nursing, and anyhow to wait for death, to leave the thing one loved in the embrace of the moribund. He wrenched his thoughts back as quickly as possible to a disinterested reform of the marriage laws. What had he decided so far? Only for more deliberation and the riper age in marrying. Surely that should appeal even to the most orthodox, but that alone would not eliminate mistakes and deceptions altogether. Sir Isaac's skin had a peculiar, unhealthy look. There ought in addition to be the widest facilities for divorce possible. Mr. Brumley tried to draw up a schedule in his head of the grounds for divorce that a really civilized community would entertain. But there are practical difficulties. Marriage is not simply a sexual union, it is an economic one of a peculiarly inseparable sort. And there are children, and jealousy. Of course, so far as economics went, a kind of marriage settlement might meet the most difficulties, and as for the children, Mr. Brumley was no longer in that mood of enthusiastic devotion to children that had made the birth of George Edmund so tremendous an event. Children alone afforded no reason for indissoluble lifelong union. Face the thing frankly, how long was it absolutely necessary for people to keep a home together for their children? The preposterous classes, the best classes in the community, packed the little creatures off to school at the age of 9 or 10. One might overdo, we were overdoing in our writing nowadays, this philoprogenitive enthusiasm. He found himself thinking of George Meredith's idea of 10-year marriages. His mind recoiled to Sir Isaac's pillowed-up possessions. What flimsy stuff all this talk of altered marriage was. These things did not even touch the essentials of the matter. He thought of Sir Isaac's thin lips and wary, knowing eyes. What possible divorce law could the wit of man devise that would release a desired woman from that grip? Marriage was covetousness made law. As well, ask such a man to sell all his goods and give to the poor, as expect the Sir Isaacs of this world to relax the matrimonial subjugation of the wife. Our social order is built on jealousy, sustained by jealousy, and those brave schemes we evolve in our studies for the release of women from ownership, and for that matter, for the release of men too, they will not stand the dusty heat of the marketplace for a moment. They wilt under the first fierce breath of reality. Marriage and property are the twin children of man's individualistic nature. Only on these terms can he be drawn into societies. Mr. Brumley found his little scheme for novelties in marriage and divorce lying dead, and for the most part stillborn in his mind, himself in despair. To set to work to alter marriage in any essential point was, he realized, as if an ant should start to climb 1,000 feet of cliff. This great institution rose upon his imagination like some insurmountable sierra, blue and sombre, between himself and the life of Lady Harman and all that he desired. There might be a certain amount of tinkering with matrimonial law in the next few years, of petty tinkering that would abolish a few pretenses and give ease to a few amiable people. But if he were to come back to life 1,000 years hence, he felt he would still find the ancient, gigantic barrier, crossed perhaps by a dangerous road, pierced perhaps by a narrow tunnel or so, but in all its great essentials the same. Between himself and Lady Harman, it wasn't that it was rational, it wasn't that it was justifiable, but it was one with the blood in one's veins and the rain cloud in the sky, a necessity in the nature of present things, before mankind emerged from the valley of these restraints. If ever they did emerge, thousands of generations must follow one another. There must be tens of thousands of years of struggle and thought and trial, in the teeth of prevalent habit and opinion, and primordial instincts. A new humanity. His heart sank to hopelessness. Meanwhile, we had to live our lives. He began to see certain justification for the hidden cults that run beneath the fair appearances of life. Those social secrecies by which people, how could one put it, people who do not agree with established institutions, people, at any rate, not merely egoistic and jealous as the crowd is egoistic and jealous, hide and help one another to mitigate the inflexible austerities of the great unreason. Yes, Mr. Brumley had got to a phrase of that quality for the undiscriminating imperatives of the fundamental social institution. You see how a particular situation may undermine the assumptions of a mind originally devoted to uncritical acceptances. He still insisted it was a necessary great unreason, absolutely necessary, for the mass of people, a part of them, a natural expression of them, but he could imagine the possibility of understandings. Mr. Brumley was very vague about those understandings, those mysteries of the exalted that were to filch happiness from the destroying grasp of the crude and jealous. He had to be vague. For secret and noble ideas, like oil and water, you may fling them together with all the force in your will, but in a little while they will separate again. For a time, this dream of an impossible secrecy was uppermost in Mr. Brumley's meditations. It came into his head with the effect of a discovery that always among the unclimbable barriers of this supreme institution there had been caves. He had been reading Anatole France recently, and the lady of La Lys Rouge came into his thoughts. There was something in common between Lady Harman and the Countess Martin. They were tall and dark and dignified, and Lady Harman was one of those rare women who could have carried the magnificent name of Therese. And there in the setting of Paris and Florence was a whole microcosm of love, real but illicit, carried out as it were secretly and tactfully beneath the great shadow of the cliff. But he found it difficult to imagine Lady Harman in that, or Sir Isaac playing Count Martin's part. How different were those French women, with their afternoons vacant except for love, their detachment, their lovers, those secret, convenient, romantically furnished flats, that compact, explicit business of l'amour. He had indeed some moments of regret that Lady Harman wouldn't go into that picture. She was different, if only in her simplicity. There was something about these others that put them whole worlds apart from her, who was held so tethered from all furtive adventure by her filmy tentacles of responsibility, her ties and strands of relationship, her essential delicacy. That momentary vision of Ellen as the Countess Martin broke up into absurdities directly he looked at it fully and steadfastly. From thinking of the two women as similar types, he passed into thinking of them as opposites. Therese, hard, clear, sensuous, secretive, trained by a brilliant tradition in the technique of connubial betrayal, was the very antithesis of Ellen's vague but invincible veracity and openness. Not for nothing had Anatole France made his heroine the daughter of a grasping financial adventurer. Of course, the cave is a part of the mountain. His mind drifted away to still more general speculations, and always he was trying not to see the figure of Sir Isaac, grimly and yet meanly resolute in possession. Always, too, like some open-mouthed yokel at a fair who knows nothing of the insult chalked upon his back, he disregarded how he himself coveted and desired, and would, if he could, have gripped. He forgot his own watchful attention to Euphemia in the past, nor did he think what he might have been if Lady Harman had been his wife. It needed the chill veracities of the small hours to bring him to that. He thought now of crude egotism as having Sir Isaac's hands and Sir Isaac's eyes and Sir Isaac's position. He forgot any egotism he himself was betraying. All the paths of enlightenment he thought of led to Lady Harman. That evening, George Edmund, who had come home with his mind aglitter with cinematograph impressions, found his father a patient but inattentive listener. For indeed, Mr. Brumley was not listening at all. He was thinking and thinking. He made noises like ah and at George Edmund and patted the boy's shoulder kindly and repeated words unintelligently, such as Red Indians, eh? Or came out of the water backwards, my eye. Sometimes he made what George Edmund regarded as quite footling comments. Still, George Edmund had to tell someone, and there was no one else to tell. So George Edmund went on talking, and Mr. Brumley went on thinking. Mr. Brumley could not sleep at all until it was nearly 5. His intelligence seemed to be making up at last for years of speculative restraint. In a world for the most part given up to slumber, Mr. Brumley may be imagined as clamouring hand over fist in the silences, feverishly and wonderfully overtaking his age. In the morning he got up pallid and he shaved badly. But he was a generation ahead of his own Euphemia series, and the school of charm and quiet humour and of letting things slide with a kind of elegant donnishness had lost him forever. And among all sorts of things that had come to him in that vast gulf of nocturnal thinking was some vivid self-examination. At last he got to that. He had been dragged down to very elemental things. Indeed, by the manifest completeness of Lady Harman's return to her husband. He had at last to look at himself starkly for the male he was, to go beneath the gentlemanly airs, the refined and elegant realities of his habitual poses. Either this thing was unendurable, there were certain moments when it came near to being unendurable, or it was not. On the whole, and expecting mere momentary paroxysms, it was not. And so he had to recognize, and he did recognize, with the greatest amazement, that there could be something else besides sexual attraction and maneuvering and possession between a beautiful woman and a man like himself. He loved Lady Harman. He loved her. He now began to realize just how much, and she couldn't defeat him and reject him as a conceivable lover, turn that thing aside as impossible. Shame him as the romantic school would count shame and still command him with her confident eyes and her friendly extended hands. He admitted he suffered. Let us rather say he claimed to suffer the heated torments of a passionate nature, but he perceived like fresh air and sunrise coming by blind, updrawn and opened window into a foetid chamber, that also he loved her with a clean and bodiless love, was anxious to help her, was anxious now. It was a new thing to understand her, to reassure her, to give unrequited what once he had sought rather to seem to give in view of an imagined exchange. He perceived too in these still hours how little he had understood her hitherto. He had been blinded, obsessed. He had been seeing her and himself and the whole world far too much as a display of eternal dualism of sex, the incessant pursuit. Now with his sexual imaginings newly humbled and hopeless, with the realization of her own tremendous minimization of that fundamental of romance, he began to see all that there was in her personality and their possible relations outside that. He saw how gravely and deeply serious was her fine philanthropy, how honest and simple and impersonal her desire for knowledge and understandings. There is the brain of her at least, he thought, far out of Sir Isaac's reach. She wasn't abused by her surrenders. Their simplicity exalted her, showed her innocent and himself a flushed and congested soul. He perceived now with the astonishment of a man newly awakened just how the great obsession of sex had dominated him for how many years? Since his early undergraduate days. Had he anything to put beside her own fine detachment? Had he ever since his manhood touched philosophy, touched a social question, thought of anything human, thought of art, or literature, or belief, without a glancing reference of the whole question to the uses of this eternal hunt. During that time, had he ever talked to a girl or woman with an unembarrassed sincerity? He stripped his preferences bare. The answer was no. His very refinements had been no more than indicative fig leaves. His conservatism and morality had been a mere dalliance with interests that too brutal a simplicity might have exhausted prematurely. And indeed, hadn't the whole period of literature that had produced him been, in its straining purity and refinement, as it were one glowing, one illuminated fig leaf, a vast conspiracy to keep certain matters always in mind by conspicuously covering them away? But this wonderful woman, it seemed, she hadn't them in mind. She shamed him, if only by her trustful unsuspiciousness of the ancient selfish game of him and her that he had been so ardently playing. He idolized and worshipped this clean blindness. He abased himself before it. "No," cried Mr. Brumley suddenly in the silence of the night. "I will rise again. I will rise again by love out of these morasses. She shall be my goddess, and by virtue of her I will end this incessant, irrational craving for women. I will be her friend and her faithful friend." He lay still for a time, and then he said in a whisper very humbly, "God help me." He set himself in those still hours which are so endless and so profitable to men in their middle years, to think how he might make himself the perfect lover instead of a mere plotter for desire, and how he might purge himself from covetousness and possessiveness and learn to serve. And if very speedily this initial sincerity was tinged again with egotism, and if he drowsed at last into a portrait of himself as beautifully and admirably self-sacrificial, you must not sneer too readily at him, for so God has made the soul of Mr. Brumley, and otherwise it could not do. Chapter 10. Lady Harman comes out. The treaty between Lady Harman and her husband, which was to be her great charter, the constitutional basis of her freedoms throughout the rest of her married life, had many practical defects. The chief of these was that it was largely undocumented. It had been made piecemeal in various ways, at different times, and for the most part, indirectly through diverse intermediaries. Charterson had introduced large vagueness by simply displaying more of his teeth at crucial moments. Mrs. Harman had conveyed things by hugging and weeping that were afterwards discovered to be indistinct. Sir Isaac, writing from a bed of sickness, had frequently been totally illegible. One cannot therefore detail the clauses of this agreement or give its provisions with any great precision. One can simply intimate the kind of understanding that had an air of being arrived at. The work and interpretations were still to come. Before anything else, it was manifestly conceded by Lady Harman that she would not run away, and still more manifest that she undertook to break no more windows or do anything that might lead to a second police court scandal. And she was to be a true and faithful wife, and comfort as a wife should be to Sir Isaac. In return for that consideration and to ensure its continuance, Sir Isaac came great distances from his former assumption of a matrimonial absolutism. She was to be granted all sorts of autonomies. The word autonomy was carefully avoided throughout, but its spirit was omnipresent. She was in particular to have a banking account for her dress, and personal expenditure into which Sir Isaac would cause to be paid £100 monthly, and it was to be private to herself alone until he chose to go through the cash cheques and counterfoils. She was to be free to come and go as she saw fit, subject to a punctual appearance at meals. The comfort and dignity of Sir Isaac, and such specific engagements as she might make with him. She might have her own friends, but there the contract became a little misty. A time was to come when Sir Isaac was to betray a conviction that the only proper friends that a woman can have are women. There were also non-corroborative assurances as to the privacy of her correspondence. The second Rolls-Royce car was to be entirely at her service, and Clarence was to be immediately supplemented by a new and more deferential man, and as soon as possible assisted to another situation and replaced. She was to have a voice in the further furnishing of Blackstrand and in the arrangements of its garden. She was to read what she chose and think what she liked within her head without too minute or suspicious an examination by Sir Isaac. And short of flat contradiction at his own table, she was to be free to express her own opinions in any manner becoming a lady. But more particularly if she found her ideas infringing upon the management of influence of the international bread and cake stores, she was to convey her objections and ideas in the first instance privately and confidentially to Sir Isaac. Upon this point he displayed a remarkable and creditable sensitiveness. His pride in that organization was if possible greater than his original pride in his wife, and probably nothing in all the jarring of their relationship had hurt him more than her accessibility to hostile criticism, and the dinner-table conversation with Charterson and Blenker that had betrayed this fact. He began to talk about it directly when she returned to him. His protestations and explanations were copious and heartfelt. It was perhaps the chief discovery made by Lady Harman at this period of reconstruction that her husband's business side was not to be explained completely as a highly energetic and elaborate avarice. He was no doubt acquisitive and retentive and mean-spirited, but these were merely the ugly aspects of a disposition that involved many other factors. He was also incurably a schemer. He liked to fit things together, to dovetail arrangements, to devise economies, to spread ingeniously into new fields. He had a love of organization and contrivance as disinterested as an artist's love for the possibilities of his medium. He would rather have made a profit of 10% out of a subtly planned shop than 30% by an unforeseen accident. He wouldn't have cheated to get money for the world. He knew he was better at figuring out expenditures and receipts than most people, and he was as touchy about his reputation for this kind of cleverness as any poet or painter for his fame. Now that he had awakened to the idea that his wife was capable of looking into and possibly even understanding his business, he was passionately anxious to show her just how wonderfully he had done it all, and when he perceived she was in her large, unskilled, helpless way intensely concerned for all the vast multitude of incompetent or partially competent young women who floundered about in badly paid employment in our great cities, he grasped at once at the opportunity of recovering her lost interest and respect by doing some brilliant feats of contrivance in that direction. Why shouldn't he? He had long observed with a certain envy the admirable advertisement such firms as Lever and Cadbury and Burroughs and Wellcome gained from their ostentatiously able and generous treatment of their workpeople, and it seemed to him conceivable that, in the end, it might not be at all detrimental to his prosperity to put his hand to his long-neglected piece of social work. The Babs Wheeler business had been a real injury in every way to the international bread and cake stores, and even if he didn't ultimately go to all the lengths his wife seemed to contemplate, he was resolved at any rate that an affair of that kind should not occur again. The expedition of Marienbad took with it a secretary who was also a stenographer, a particularly smart young inspector and graper. The staff manager had brisk 4-day holidays once or twice for consultation purposes. Sir Isaac's rabbit-like architect was in attendance for a week, and the Harmans returned to Putney with the first vivid greens of late March, for the Putney Hill house was to be reopened and Black Strand reserved now for weekend and summer use, with plans already drawn out for 4 residential hostels in London, primarily for the girl waitresses of the international stores who might have no homes or homes at an inconvenient distance, and secondly, if any vacant accommodation remained over for any other employed young women of the same class. Lady Harman came back to England from the pine woods in bright order and regimen and foreign novelty of their bohemian cohort in a state of renewed perplexity. Already that undocumented Magna Charta was manifestly not working upon the lines she had anticipated. The glosses Sir Isaac put upon it were extensive and remarkable, and invariably in the direction of restricting her liberties and assuming controls she had supposed abandoned. Marienbad had done wonders for him. His slight limp had disappeared. His nervous energy was all restored, except for a certain increase in his natural irritability and occasional panting fits. He seemed as well as he had ever been. At the end of their time at the Cur, he was even going for walks. Once he went halfway up the Podhorn on foot, and with every increment in his strength, his aggressiveness increased. His recognition of her new freedoms was less cordial, and her sense of contrition and responsibility diminished. Moreover, as the scheme of those hostels, which had played so large a part in her conception of their reconciliation, grew more and more definite, she perceived more and more that it was not certainly that fine and humanizing thing she had presumed it would be. She began to feel more and more that it might be merely an extension of Harman methods to keep cheap boarding houses for young people. But faced with a mass of detailed concrete projects and invited to suggest modifications, she was able to realize for the first time how vague, how ignorant and incompetent her wishes had been, how much she had to understand and how much she had to discover before she could meet Sir Isaac with his "I'm doing it all for you, Ellie. If you don't like it, you tell me what you don't like and I'll alter it." But just vague doubting. One can't do anything with vague doubting. She felt that once back in England, out of this picturesque toy-like German realities again, and deal with these things, she wanted advice. She wanted to hear what people said of her ideas. She would also, she imagined, begin to avail herself of those conceded liberties which their isolation together abroad and her husband's constant need of her presence had so far prevented her from tasting. She had an idea that Susan Burnett might prove suggestive about the hostels. And moreover, if now and then she could have a good talk with someone understanding and intelligent, someone she could trust, someone who cared enough for her to think with her and for her. We have traced thus far the emergence of Lady Harman from that state of dutiful subjection and social irresponsibility which was the lot of women in the past to that limited, ill-defined and quite unsecured freedom which is her present condition. And now we have to give an outline of the ideas of herself and her uses and what she had to do, which were forming themselves in her mind. She had made a determination of herself which carried her along the lines of her natural predisposition to duty, to service. There she displayed that acceptance of responsibility which is so much more often a feminine than a masculine habit of thinking. But she brought to the achievement of this determination a discriminating integrity of mind that is more frequently masculine than feminine. She wanted to know clearly what she was undertaking and how far its consequences would reach and how it was related to other things. Her confused reading during the last few years and her own observation and such leakages of fact into her life as the talk of Susan Burnett had all contributed to her realization that the world was full of needless discomfort and hardships and failure, due to great imperfectly apprehended injustices and maladjustments in the social system, and recently it had been borne in upon her, upon the barbed point of the London lion and the quick tongue of Susan, that If any particular class of people was more answerable than any other for these evils, it was the people of leisure and freedom, like herself, who had time to think, and the directing, organizing people, like her husband, who had power to change. She was called upon to do something. At times the call became urgent, and she could not feel any assurance which it was of the many vague and conflicting suggestions that came drifting to her that she had to do. Her idea of hostels for the international waitresses had been wrung out of her prematurely during her earlier discussions with her husband. She did not feel that it was anything more than a partial remedy for a special evil. She wanted something more general than that, something comprehensive enough to answer completely so wide a question as, what ought I to be doing with all my life? In the honest simplicity of her nature, she wanted to find an answer to that. Out of the confusion of voices about us, she hoped to be able to disentangle directions for her life. Already she had been reading voraciously, while she was still at Marienbad. She had written to Mr. Brumley, and he had sent her books and papers, advanced and radical in many cases, that she might know what are people thinking. Many phrases from her earlier discussions with Sir Isaac stuck in her mind in a curiously stimulating way and came back to her as she read. She recalled him, for instance, with his face white and his eyes red and his flat hand soaring at her, saying, "I must say I'm all wrong. I must say I don't know anything about anything, and all those chaps you read, Bernard Shaw and Gosworthy and all the rest of them are wonderfully clever. But you tell me, Ellie, what they say we've got to do. You tell me that. You go and ask some of those chaps just what they want a man like me to do. They'll ask me to endow a theatre or run a club for novelists or advertise the lot of them in the windows of my international stores or something. And that's about all it comes to. You go and see if I'm not right. They grumble and they grumble. I don't say there's not a lot to grumble at, but give me something they'll back themselves for all they're worth as good to get done. That's where I don't agree with all these ideas. They're wind, Ellie, weak wind at that." It is distressing to record how difficult it was for Lady Harman to form even the beginnings of a disproof of that. Her life through all this second phase of mitigated autonomy was an intermittent pilgrimage in search of that disproof. She could not believe that things as they were, this mass of hardships, cruelties, insufficiencies and heart-burnings, were the ultimate wisdom and possibility of human life. Yet, when she went from them to the projects that would replace or change them, she seemed to pass from things of overwhelming solidity to matters more thin and flimsy than the twittering of sparrows on the gutter. So soon as she returned to London, she started upon her search for a solution. She supplemented Mr. Brumley's hunt for books with her own efforts. She went to meetings. Sometimes Sir Isaac took her. Once or twice she was escorted by Mr. Brumley, and presently her grave interest and her personal charm had gathered about her a circle of companionable friends. She tried to talk to people and made great efforts to hear people who seemed authoritative and wise and leader-like talking. There were many interruptions to this research, but she persevered. Quite early she had an illness that ended in a miscarriage, an accident for which she was by no means inconsolable. And before she had completely recovered from that, Sir Isaac fell ill again, the first of a series of relapses that necessitated further foreign travel, always in elaborately comfortable trains with maid, courier, valet and secretary, to some warm and indolent southward place. And few people knew how uncertain her liberties were. Sir Isaac was the victim of an increasing irritability. At times he had irrational outbursts of distrust that would culminate in passionate outbreaks and scenes that were truncated by an almost suffocating breathlessness. On several occasions, he was on the verge of quarrelling violently with her visitors, and he would suddenly oblige her to break engagements, pour abuse upon her, and bring matters back to the very verge of her first revolt. And then he would break her down by pitiful appeals. The cylinders of oxygen would be resorted to, and he would emerge from the crisis rather rueful, tamed, and quiet for the time. He was her chief disturbance. Her children were healthy children and fell in with the routines of governess and tutor that their wealth provided. She saw them often. She noted their increasing resemblance to their father. She did her best to soften the natural secretiveness and aggressiveness of their manners. She watched their teachers and intervened whenever the influences about them seemed to her to need intervention. She dressed them and gave them presents and tried to believe she loved them. And as Sir Isaac's illness increased, she took a larger and larger share in the direction of the household. Through all these occupations and interruptions and immediacies, she went trying to comprehend and at times almost believing she comprehended life, and then the whole spectacle of this modern world of which she was a part would seem to break up again into a multitude of warring and discordant fragments, having no conceivable common aim or solution. Those moments of unifying faith and confidence that glowed so bravely and never endured were at once tantalizing and sustaining. She could never believe but that ultimately she would not grasp and hold something. Many people met her and liked her and sought to know more of her. Lady Beach Mandarin and Lady Viping were happy to be her social sponsors. The Blenkers and the Chartersons met her out and woke up cautiously to this new possibility. Her emergence was rapid in spite of the various delays and interruptions I have mentioned, and she was soon in a position to realize just how little one meets when one meets a number of people and how little one hears when one has much conversation. Her mind was presently crowded with confused impressions of pleasant men evading her agreeably and making out of her gravities an opportunity for bright sayings, and of women being vaguely solemn and quite indefinite. She went into the circle of movements, was tried over by Mrs. Hubert Pleasington. She questioned this and that promoter of constructive schemes, and instead of mental meat, she was asked to come upon committees and sounded for subscriptions. On several occasions, escorted by Mr. Brumley, some instinct made her conceal or minimize his share in these expeditions to her husband. She went as inconspicuously as possible to the back of public meetings in which she understood great questions were being discussed or great changes inaugurated. Some public figures she even followed up for a time, distrusting their first impressions. She became familiar with the manners and bearing of our platform class, with the solemn dummy-like chairman and chairwoman saying a few words, the alert secretary and organizer, the prominent figures sitting with an air of grave responsibility, generally acting an intelligent attention to others until the moments came for them themselves to deliver. Then, with an ill-concealed relief, some would come to the footlights, some leap up in their places with a tenor in eagerness, some would be facetious and some speak with neuralgic effort, some were impertinent, some propitiatory, some dull, but all were disappointing. God was not in any of them. A platform is no setting for the shy processes of an honest human mind. We are all strained to artificiality in the excessive glare of attention that beats upon us there. One does not exhibit opinions at a meeting, one acts them. The very truth must rouge its cheeks and blacken its eyebrows to tell, and to Lady Harman it was the acting chiefly, and the make-up that was visible. They didn't grip her, they didn't lift her, they failed to convince her even of their own belief in what they supported. But occasionally, among the multitude of conversations that gave her nothing, there would come some talk that illuminated and, for the time, almost reconciled her to the effort and the loss of time and distraction her social expeditions involved. One evening at one of Lady Tarville's carelessly compiled parties, she encountered Edgar Wilkins, the novelist, and got the most suggestive glimpses of his attitude towards himself and towards the world of intellectual ferment to which he belonged. She had been taken down by an amiable but entirely uninteresting permanent official who, when the time came, turned his stereotyped talk over to the other side of him with a quite mechanical indifference, and she was left for a little while in silence until Wilkins had disengaged himself. He was a flushed man with untidy hair, and he opened at once with an appeal to her sympathies. "Oh, bother," he said. "I say, I've eaten that mutton. I didn't notice. One eats too much at these affairs. One doesn't notice at the time, and then afterwards one finds out." She was a little surprised at his gambit and could think of nothing but a kindly murmur. "Detestable thing," he said, "my body." But surely not, she tried and felt as she said it was a trifle bold. "You're all right," he said, making her aware he saw her. "But I've this thing that wheezes and fattens at the slightest excuse, and it encumbers me, bothers me to take exercise. But I can hardly expect you to be interested in my troubles, can I?" He made an all too manifest attempt to read her name on the slip of card that lay before her among the flowers, and as manifestly succeeded. We people who write and paint and all that sort of thing are a breed of insatiable egotists, Lady Harman, with the least excuse. Don't you think so? Not exceptionally, she said. Exceptionally, he insisted. It isn't my impression, she said. You're franker. But someone was telling me you've been taking impressions of us lately. I mean, all of us people who go flapping ideas about in the air. Somebody, was it Lady Beach Mandarin, was saying you'd come out looking for intellectual heroes and found Bernard Shaw. But what could you have expected? I've been trying to find out and understand what people are thinking. I want ideas. It's disheartening, isn't it? It's perplexing sometimes. You go to meetings and try to get to the bottom of movements, and you want to meet and know the people who write the wonderful things. Get at the wonderful core of it. One feels there are things going on, great illuminating things. Well, yes. And when you see those great thinkers and teachers and guides and brave spirits and high brows generally, he laughed and stopped just in time on the very verge of taking pheasant. "Oh, take it away," he cried sharply. "We've all been through that illusion, Lady Harman," he went on. "But I don't like to think. Aren't great men after all great? In their ways, in their places, yes, but not if you go up to them and look at them. Not at the dinner table, not in their beds. What a time of disillusionment you must have had." "You see, Lady Harman," he said, leaning back from his empty plate, inclining himself confidentially to the ear and speaking in a privy tone, "it's in the very nature of things that we, if I may put myself into the list, we ideologists should be rather exceptionally loose and untrustworthy and disappointing men. Rotters, to speak plain contemporary English. If you come to think of it, it has to be so." "But," she protested. He met her eye firmly. "It has to be. Why?" "The very qualities that make literature entertaining, vigorous, inspiring, revealing, wonderful, beautiful, and all that sort of thing. Make its producers, if you will forgive the word again, rotters." She smiled and lifted her eyebrows protestingly. "Sensitive nervous tissue," he said with a finger up to emphasize his words. "Quick responsiveness to stimulus, a vivid, almost uncontrollable expressiveness. That's what you want in your literary man." "Yes," said Lady Harman, following cautiously. Yes, I suppose it is. Can you suppose for a moment that these things conduce to self-control, to reserve, to consistency, to any of the qualities of a trustworthy man? Of course you can't. And so we aren't trustworthy. We aren't consistent. Our virtues are our vices. My life, said Mr. Wilkins, still more confidentially, won't bear examination. But that's by the way. It need not concern us now. But Mr. Brumley, she asked on the spur of the moment. I'm not talking of him, said Wilkins, with careless cruelty. He is restrained. I mean the really imaginative people, the people with vision, the people who let themselves go. You see now why they are rotten, why they must be rotten. No, take it away. I'm talking. I feel so strongly about this, about the natural and necessary disreputableness of everybody who produces reputable writing, and, for the matter of that, art generally, that I set my face steadily against all these attempts that keep on cropping up to make figures of us. We aren't figures, Lady Harman. It isn't our line. Of all the detestable aspects of the Victorian period, surely that disposition to make figures of its artists and literary men was the most detestable. Respectable figures, examples to the young, the suppressions, the coverings up that had to go on. The whitewashing of Dickens, who was more than a bit of a rip, you know. The concealment of Thackeray's mistresses. Did you know he had mistresses? Oh, rather, and so on. It's like that bust of Jove, or Bacchus was it? They go off as Plato, who probably looked like any other literary grub. That's why I won't have anything to do with these academic developments that my friend Brumley, do you know him by the way, goes in for. He's the third man down. You do know him, and he's given up the academic committee, is he? I'm glad he's seen it at last. What is the good of trying to have an academy and all that, and put us in uniform and make out we are somebodies, and respectable enough to be shaken hands with George and Mary, when as a matter of fact we are, by our very nature, a collection of miscellaneous scandals? We must be. Bacon, Shakespeare, Byron, Shelley, all the stars. No, Johnson wasn't a star. He was a character by Boswell. Oh, great things come out of us, no doubt. Our art are the vehicles of wonder and hope. The world is dead without these things we produce. But that's no reason why the mushroom bed should follow the mushrooms into the soup, is it? Perfectly fair image. No, take it away. He paused and then jumped in again as she was on the point of speaking. And you see, even if our temperaments didn't lead inevitably to our dipping, rather, we should still have to dip. Ask a writer or a poet to be seemly and academic and so on is like asking an eminent surgeon to be stringently decent. You see, it's incompatible. Now a king or a butler or a family solicitor, if you like. He paused again. Lady Harman had been following him with an attentive reluctance. But what are we to do, she asked, we people who are puzzled by life, who want guidance and ideas and help, if all the people we look to for ideas are bad characters? Well, it's your theory, you know. Bad characters? Wilkins answered with the air of one who carefully disentangles a complex but quite solvable problem. It doesn't follow, he said, that because a man is a bad character, he's not to be trusted in matters where character, as we commonly use the word, doesn't come in. These sensitivities, would you mind if I were to call myself a Aeolian harp? These Aeolian harps, they can't help responding to the winds of heaven. Well, listen to them. Don't follow them, don't worship them, don't even honor them, but listen to them. Don't let anyone stop them from saying and painting and writing and singing what they want to. Freedom, canvas, and attention, those are the proper honors for the artist, the poet, and the philosopher. Listen to the noise they make, watch the stuff they produce, and presently you will find certain things among the multitude of things that are said and shown and put out and published. Something light in your darkness, a writer for you, something for you. Nobody can have a greater contempt for artists and writers and poets and philosophers than I. Oh, a squalid crew they are. Mean, jealous, pugnacious, disgraceful in love, disgraceful, but out of it all comes the greatest, serenest thing, the mind of the world, literature. Nasty little midgets, yes, but fireflies, carrying light for the darkness. His face was suddenly lit by enthusiasm, and she wondered that she could have thought it rather heavy and commonplace. He stopped abruptly and glanced beyond her at her other neighbour, who seemed on the verge of turning to them again. "If I go on," he said, with a voice suddenly dropped, "I shall talk loud." "You know," said Lady Harman in a haughty undertone, you are too hard upon clever people. But it is true. I mean, it is true in a way. Go on, I understand exactly what you are saying. I mean, there are ideas. It's just that is so, I mean, they seem never to be just there and always to be present. Like God, never in the flesh now. A spirit everywhere. You think exactly as I do, Lady Harman. It is just that. This is a great time, so great that there is no chance for great men. Every chance for great work, and we're doing it. There is a wind blowing out of heaven, and when beautiful people like yourself come into things. I try to understand, she said. I want to understand. I want not to miss life. He was on the verge of saying something further, and then his eyes wandered down the table, and he stopped short. He ended his talk as he began it with, "Bother, Lady Tarville. Lady Harman is trying to catch our eye." Lady Harman turned her face to her hostess and answered her smile. Wilkins caught at his chair and stood up. "It would have been jolly to have talked some more," he said. "I hope we shall." "Well," said Wilkins, with a sudden hardness in his eyes, and she was swept away from him. She found no chance of talking to him upstairs. Sir Isaac came for her early, but she went in hope of another meeting. It did not come. For a time, that expectation gave dinners and luncheon parties a quite appreciable attraction. Then she told Agatha Alimony. "I've never met him before, that once," she said. "One doesn't meet him now," said Agatha, deeply. "But why?" Deep significance came into Miss Alimony's eyes. "My dear," she whispered, and glanced about them. "Don't you know?" Lady Harman was radiant innocence. And then Miss Alimony began in impressive undertones, with awful omissions like pits of darkness, and with such richly embroidered details as serious spinsters enjoy, adding indeed 2 quite new things that came to her mind as the tale unfolded, and, naming no names and giving no chances of verification or reply, handed on the fearful and at that time extremely popular story of the awful wickedness of Wilkins the author. Upon reflection, Lady Harman perceived that this explained all sorts of things in their conversation, and particularly the flash of hardness at the end. Even then, things must have been hanging over him. And while Lady Harman was making these meritorious and industrious attempts to grasp the significance of life and to get some clear idea of her social duty, the developments of those hostels she had started, she now felt so prematurely it was going on. There were times when she tried not to think of them, turned her back on them, fled from them, and times when they and what she thought to do about them, and what they ought to be, and what they ought to not be, filled her mind to the exclusion of every other topic. Rigorously and persistently, Sir Isaac insisted they were hers, asked her counsel, demanded her appreciation, presented, as it were, his recurring bill for them. 5 of them were being built, not 4, but 5. There was to be one, the largest, in a conspicuous position in Bloomsbury, near the British Museum, one in a conspicuous position looking out upon Parliament Hill, one conspicuously placed upon the Waterloo Road near St. George Circus, one near Sydenham, and one in the Kensington Road, which was designed to catch the eye of people going to and fro to the various exhibitions at Olympia. In Sir Isaac's study at Putney, there was a huge and rather splendid-looking Morocco portfolio on the stand, and this portfolio bore in excellent gold lettering the words International Bread and Cake Hostels. It was her husband's peculiar pleasure after dinner to take her to turn over this with him. He would sit pencil in hand while she, poised at his request upon the arm of his chair, would endorse a multitude of admirable modifications and suggestions. These hostels were to be done, indeed they were being done, by Sir Isaac's tame architect, and the interlacing yellow and mauve tiles and the Dalton ware mouldings that were already familiar to the public as the uniform of the stores were to be used upon the facades of the new institutions. They were to be boldly labelled International Hostels right across the front. The plans revealed in every case a site depth as great as the frontage, and the utmost ingenuity had been used to utilize as much space as possible. Every room we get in, said Sir Isaac, adds 1 to the denominator in the cost, and carried his wife back to her school days. At last she had found sense in fractions. There was to be a series of convenient and spacious rooms on the ground floor, a refectory, which might be cleared and used for meetings. Dances, said Lady Harman. Hardly the sort of thing we want 'em to get up to, said Sir Isaac. Various offices, the matrons' apartments. We ought to begin thinking about matrons, said Sir Isaac. A bureau, a reading room, and a library. We can pick good, serious stuff for them, said Sir Isaac, instead of their filling their heads with trash. 1 or 2 workrooms with tables for cutting out and sewing. This last was an idea of Susan Burnett's. Upstairs, there was to be a beehive of bedrooms, floor above floor, and each floor as low as the building regulations permitted. There were to be long dormitories with cubicles at 3 and 6 a week, make your own beds, and separate rooms at prices ranging from 4 and 6 to 7 and 6. Every 3 cubicles and every bedroom had lavatory basins with hot and cold water. There were pull-out drawers under the beds and a built-in chest of drawers, a hanging cupboard, a looking glass and a radiator in each cubicle, and each floor had a box room. It was shipshape. A girl can get this cubicle for 3 and 6 a week, said Sir Isaac, tapping the drawing before him with his pencil. She can get her breakfast with a bit of bacon or a sausage for 2 shillings a week, and she can get her high tea with cold meat, good potted salmon, shrimp paste, jam, etc. for 3 and 6 a week. Say her bus fares and lunch out mean another 4 shillings. That means she can get along on about 12 and 6 a week. Comfortable, read the papers, have a book out of the library. There's nothing like it to be got now for twice the money. The sort of thing they have now is 1 room, dingy, badly fitted, extra for coals. That's the answer to your problem, Ellie, he said. There we are. Every girl who doesn't live at home can live here, with a matron to keep her eye on her, and properly run, Ellie, properly run the things going to pay 2 or 3%, let alone the advertisement for the stores. We can easily make these hostels obligatory on all our girls who don't live at their own homes, he said. That ought to keep them off the streets, if anything can. I don't see how even Miss Babs Wheeler can have the face to strike against that. And then we can arrange with some of the big firms, drapers' shops, and all that sort of thing near each hostel to take over most of our other cubicle space. A lot of them overflow. Of course, we'll have to make sure the girls get in at night. He reached out for a ground floor plan of the Bloomsbury establishment, which was to be the first built. If, he said, we were to have a sort of porter's lodge with a book, and make 'em ring a bell after 11, say, just here. He took out a silver pencil case and got to work. Lady Harman's expression as she leant over him became thoughtful. There were points about this project that gave her the greatest misgivings. That matron keeping her eye on the girls, that carefully selected library, the porter's bell, these casual allusions to discipline that set her thinking of scraps of the Babs Wheeler controversy. There was a regularity and austerity about this project that chilled her. She hardly knew why. Her own vague intentions had been an amiable, hospitable, agreeably cheap establishment to which the homeless, feminine employees in London could resort freely and cheerfully, and it was only very slowly that she perceived that her husband was by no means convinced of the spontaneity of their coming. He seemed always glancing at methods for compelling them to come in, and oppressions when that compulsion had succeeded. They had already hovered over several of these anticipatory evenings, his very manifest intention to have carefully planned rules. She felt there lay ahead of them much possibility for divergence of opinion about these rules. She foresaw a certain narrowness and hardness. She herself had made her fight against the characteristics of Sir Isaac, and perhaps she was lacking in that aristocratic feeling which comes so naturally to the most successful middle-class people in England. She could not believe that what she had found bad and suffocating for herself could be agreeable and helpful for her poorer sisters. It occurred to her to try the effect of the scheme upon Susan Burnett. Susan had such a knack of seeing things from unexpected angles. She contrived certain operations upon the study blinds, and then broached the business to Susan, casually, in the course of an inquiry into the welfare of the Burnett family. Susan was evidently prejudiced against the idea. "Yes," said Susan, after various explanations and exhibitions, "but where's the home in it? The whole thing is a home." "Barracks, I call it," said Susan. "Nobody ever felt at home in a room coloured up like that, and no curtains, no valances, no toilet covers, nor anywhere where a girl can hang a photograph or anything. What girl's going to feel at home in a strange place like that? They ought to be able to hang up photographs," said Lady Harman, making a mental note of it. "And of course there'll be all sorts of rules. Some rules. Real homes don't have rules, and I dare say fines." "No, there shan't be any fines," said Lady Harman quickly. "I'll see to that." "You got to back up rules somehow, once you got 'em," said Susan. "And when you get a crowd, and no father and mother, and no proper family feeling, I suppose there's got to be rules." Lady Harman pointed out various advantages of the project. "I'm not saying it isn't cheap and healthy and social," said Susan. "And if it isn't too strict, I expect you'll get plenty of girls to come to it. But at the best, it's an institution, Lady Harman. It's going to be an institution. That's what it's going to be." She held the front elevation of the Bloomsbury Hostel in her hand and reflected. "Of course, for my part, I'd rather lodge with nice, struggling, believing Christian people anywhere than go into a place like that. It's the feeling of freedom, of being yourself and on your own. Even if the water wasn't laid on and I had to fetch it myself, if girls were paid properly, there wouldn't be any need for such places, none at all. It's the poverty that makes them what they are, and after all, somebody's got to lose the lodgers if this place gets them. Suppose this sort of thing grows up all over the place. It will just be the story of the little bakers and little grocers and all those people over again. Why, in London there are thousands of people that just keep a home together by letting 2 or 3 rooms or boarding someone, and it stands to reason they'll have to take less or lose the lodgers if this kind of thing's going to be done. Nobody isn't going to build a hostel for them." "No," said Lady Harman, "I never thought of them. Lots of them haven't anything in the world but their bits of furniture and their lease, and there they are stuck and tied. There's Aunt Hannah, father's sister. She's like that. Sleeps in the basement and works and slaves, and often I've had to lend her 10 shillings to pay the rent with, through her not being full. This sort of place isn't going to do much good to her." Lady Harman surveyed the plan rather blankly. I suppose it isn't. And then if you manage this sort of place easy and attractive, it's going to draw girls away from their homes. There's girls like Alice who'd do anything to get a bit of extra money to put on their backs and seem to think of nothing but chattering and laughing and going about. Such a place like this would be fine fun for Alice. In when she liked and out when she liked, and none of us to ask her questions. She'd be just the sort to go, and Mother, who's had the upbringing of her, how's she to make up for Alice's 10 shillings? What she pays in every week? There's lots like Alice. She's not bad, isn't Alice? She is a good girl and a good-hearted girl. I will say that for her, but she's shallow. Say what you like, she's shallow. She's got no thought and she's wild for pleasure, and sometimes it seems to me that that's as bad as being bad for all the good it does to anyone else in the world, and so I tell her. But of course she hasn't seen things as I've seen them, and doesn't feel as I do about all these things. Thus Susan. Her discourse so puzzled Lady Harman that she bethought herself of Mr. Brumley and called in his only too readily accorded advice. She asked him to tea on a day when she knew unofficially that Sir Isaac would be away. She showed him the plans and sketched their probable development. Then, with that charming confidence of hers in his knowledge and ability, she put her doubts and fears before him. What did he really think of these places? What did he think of Susan Burnett's idea of ruined lodging housekeepers? I used to think our stores were good things, she said. Is this likely to be a good thing at all? Mr. Brumley said, a great number of times and realized that there was a humbug. He fenced with her and affected sagacity for a time, and suddenly he threw down his defences and confessed he knew as little of the business as she did. But I see it as a complex question, and it's an interesting one too. May I inquire into it for you? I think I might be able to hunt up a few particulars. He went away in a glow of resolution. Georgina was about the only intimate who regarded the new development without misgiving. You think you're going to do all sorts of things with these hostels, Ella, she said, but as a matter of fact, they're bound to become just exactly what we've always wanted. And what may that be? Asked Miss Sawbridge, over her macrame work. Strongholds for a garrison of suffragettes, said Georgina, with the light of the great insane movement in her eyes and a ringing note in her voice. For Chabreau for women. For some months, in a negative and occasionally almost negligent fashion, Mr. Brumley had been living up to his impassioned resolve to be an unselfish lover of Lady Harman. He had been rather at loose ends intellectually, deprived of his old assumptions and habitual attitudes, and rather chaotic in the matter of his new convictions. He had given most of his productive hours to the writing of a novel, which was to be an entire departure from the Euphemia tradition. The more he got on with this, the more clearly he realized that it was essentially insignificant. When he reread what he had written, he was surprised by crudities where he had intended sincerities, and rhetoric where the scheme had demanded passion. What was the matter with him? He was stirred that Lady Harman should send for him, and his inability to deal with her perplexities deepened his realization of the ignorance and superficiality he had so long masked, even from himself, beneath the tricks and pretensions of a gay skepticism. He went away fully resolved to grapple with the entire hostile question, and he put the patched and tortured manuscript of the new novel aside with a certain satisfaction to do this. The more he reflected upon the nature of this study he proposed for himself, the more it attracted him. It was some such reality as this he had been wanting. He could presently doubt whether he would ever go back to his novel writing again, or at least to the sort of novel writing he had been doing hitherto. To invent stories to save middle-aged, prosperous middle-class people from the distresses of thinking is surely no work for a self-respecting man. Stevenson, in the very depths of that dishonourable traffic, had realized as much and likened himself to a fille de joie, and Haggard, of the same school and period, had abandoned blood and thunder at the climax of his success for the honest study of agricultural conditions. The newer successes were turning out work less and less conventional and agreeable and more stiffened with facts and sincerities. He would show Lady Harman that a certain debonair quality he had always affected wasn't incompatible with a powerful grasp of general conditions, and she wanted this done. Suppose he did it in a way that made him necessary to her. Suppose he did it very well. He set to work, and understanding as you do a certain quality of the chameleon in Mr. Brumley's moral nature, you will understand that he worked through a considerable variety of moods. Sometimes he worked with disinterested passion, and sometimes he was greatly sustained by this thought that here was something that would weave him in with the gravities of her life and give him perhaps a new inlet to intimacy. And presently a third thing came to his help, and that was the discovery that the questions arising out of this attempt to realize the importance of these hostels were in themselves very fascinating questions for an intelligent person. Because before you have done with the business of the modern employee, you must, if you are an intelligent person, have taken a view of the whole vast process of social reorganization that began with the development of factory labor and big towns, and which is even now scarcely advanced enough for us to see its general trend. For a time, Mr. Brumley did not realize the magnitude of the things he was looking at. When he did, theories sprouted in his mind like mushrooms, and he babbled with mental excitement. He came in a state of the utmost lucidity to explain his theories to Lady Harman, and they struck that lady at the time as being the most illuminating suggestions she had ever encountered. They threw an appearance of order, of process, over a world of trade and employment and competition that had hitherto seemed too complex and mysterious for any understanding. You see, said Mr. Brumley, they had met that day at Kensington Gardens, and they were sitting side by side upon green chairs near the frozen writings of physical energy. You see, if I may lecture a little, putting the thing as simply as possible, the world has been filling up new spaces ever since the discovery of America. All the period from then to about 1870, let us say, was a period of rapid increase of population in response to new opportunities of living and new fullnesses of life in every direction. During that time, 400 years of it roughly, there was a huge development of family life. To marry and rear a quite considerable family became the chief business of everybody. Celibacy grew rare. Monasteries and nunneries, which had abounded, vanished like things dissolving in a flood, and even the priests became Protestant against celibacy and took unto themselves wives and had huge families. The natural checks upon increase, famine and pestilence were lifted by more systematized communication and by scientific discovery, and altogether, and as a consequence, the world now has probably 3 or 4 times the human population it ever carried before. Everywhere in that period, the family prevailed again. The prospering, multiplying household, it was a return to the family, to the reproductive social grouping of early barbaric life, and naturally, all the thought of the modern world which has emerged since the 15th century falls into this form. So I see it, Lady Harman. The generation of our grandfathers in the opening 19th century had 2 shaping ideas, 2 forms of thought, the family and progress, not realizing that the very progress which had suddenly reopened the doors of opportunity for the family, that had revived the ancient injunction to increase and multiply and replenish the earth, might presently close that door again and declare the world was filled. But that is what is happening now. The doors close. that immense swarming and multiplying of little people is over, and the forces of social organization have been coming into play now, more and more, for a century and a half, to produce new wholesale ways of doing things, new great organizations that invade the autonomous family more and more, and are perhaps destined, ultimately, to destroy it altogether and supersede it. At least it is so I make my reading of history in these matters. Yes, said Lady Harman, with knitted brows. Yes, and wondered privately whether it would be possible to get from that opening to the matter of her hostels before it was time for her to return for Sir Isaac's tea. Mr. Brumley continued to talk with his eyes fixed, as it were, upon his thoughts. These things, Lady Harman, go on at different paces in different regions. I will not trouble you with a discussion of that, or of emigration, or any of the details of the vast proliferation that preceded the present phase. Suffice it that now all the tendencies back towards restraints upon increase, to an increasing celibacy, to a fall in the birth rate and in the average size of families, to a release of women from an entire devotion to a numerous offspring, and so at last to the supersession of those little family units that for 4 centuries have made up the substance of social life and determined nearly all our moral and sentimental attitudes. The autonomy of the family is being steadily destroyed, and it is being replaced by the autonomy of the individual in relation to some syndicated economic effort. I think, said Lady Harman, slowly, arresting him by a gesture, if you could make that about autonomy a little clearer. Mr. Brumley did. He went on to point out with the lucidity of a university extension lecturer what he meant by these singular phrases. She listened intelligently but with effort. He was much too intent upon getting the thing expressed to his own satisfaction to notice any absurdity in his preoccupation with these theories about the population of the world in the face of her immediate practical difficulties. He declared that the onset of this new phase of human life, the modern phase, wherein there was apparently to be no more proliferating, but instead a settling down of population towards a stable equilibrium, became apparent first with the expropriation of the English peasantry and the birth of the factory system and machine production. Since that time, one can trace a steady substitution of wholesale and collective methods for household and family methods. It has gone far with us now. Instead of the woman drawing water from a well, the pipes and taps of the water company. Instead of the home-made rushlight, the electric lamp. Instead of homespun, ready-made clothes. Instead of home-brewed, the brewer's cask. Instead of home-baked, first the little baker and then, clean and punctual, the international bread and cake stores. Instead of the child learning at its mother's knee, the compulsory elementary school. Flats take the place of separate houses. Instead of the little holding, the big farm, and instead of the children working at home, the factory. Everywhere, synthesis. Everywhere the little independent proprietor gives place to the company, and the company to the trust. You follow all this, Lady Harman? Go on, she said, encouraged by that transitory glimpse of the stores in his discourse. Now London, and England generally, had its period of expansion and got on to the beginnings of, at least in this period of synthesis that is following it, sooner than any other country in the world, and because it was the first to reach the new stage, it developed the characteristics of the new stage with a stronger flavour of the old than such later growths of civilization as New York or Bombay or Berlin. That is why London and our British big cities generally are congestions of little houses, little homes, while the newer great cities run to apartments and flats. We hadn't grasped the logical consequences of what we were in for so completely as the people abroad did who caught it later. And that is why, as we began to develop our new floating population of mainly celibate employees and childless people, they had mostly to go into lodgings. They went into the homes that were intended for families as accessories to the family, and they were able to go in because the families were no longer so numerous as they used to be. London is still largely a city of landladies and lodgings, and in no other parts of the world is there so big a population of lodgers. And this business of your hostels is nothing more nor less than the beginning of the end of that, just as the great refreshment caterers have mopped up the ancient multitude of coffee houses and squalid little special feeding arrangements of the days of Titlebat, Titmouse and Dick Swiveller, so now your hostels are going to mop up the lodging house systems of London. Of course, there are other and kindred movements. Naturally, the YWCA, the YMCA, the London Girls' Club, the Union, and so forth are all doing kindred work. But what, Mr. Brumley? What is to become of the landladies? Asks Lady Harman. Mr. Brumley was checked in mid-theory. I hadn't thought of the landladies, he said, after a short pause. They worry me, said Lady Harman. Said Mr. Brumley, thrown out. Do you know the other day I went into Chelsea, where there are whole streets of lodgings, and I suppose it was wrong of me, but I went and pretended to be looking for rooms for a girl clerk I knew, and I saw, no end of rooms. And such poor old women, such dingy, worked out, broken old women, with a kind of fearful sharpness, so eager, so dreadfully eager to get that girl clerk who didn't exist. She looked at him with an expression of pained inquiry. That, said Mr. Brumley, that I think is a question, so to speak, for the social ambulance. If perhaps I might go on, that particular difficulty we might consider later. I think I was talking of the general synthesis. Yes, said Lady Harman. And what is it exactly that is to take the place of these isolated little homes and these dreary little lodgings? Here are we, my husband and I, rushing in with this new thing, just as he rushed in with his stores 30 years ago and overset little bakers and confectioners and refreshment dealers by the 100. Some of them, poor dears, I don't like to think. And it wasn't a good thing he made after all, only a hard sort of thing. He made all those shops of his, with the girls who strike and say they are sweated and driven. And now here we are, making a kind of barrack place for people to live in. She expressed the rest of her ideas with a gesture of the hands. I admit the process has its dangers, said Mr. Brumley. It's like the supersession of the small holdings by the latifundia in Italy. But that's just where our great opportunity comes in. These synthetic phases have occurred before in the world's history, and their history is a history of lost opportunities. But need ours be? She had a feeling as though something had slipped through her fingers. I feel, she said, that it is more important to me than anything else in life that these hostels, anyhow, which are springing up so rapidly from a chance suggestion of mine, shouldn't be lost opportunities. Exactly, said Mr. Brumley, with the gesture of one who recovers a thread. That is just what I am driving at. The fingers of his extended hand felt in the warm afternoon air for a moment, and then he said, in a tone of recovery, while she waited respectfully for the resumed thread. You see, he said, I regard this process of synthesis, this substitution of wholesale and collective methods for homely and individual ones as, under existing conditions, inevitable. It's the phase we live in. It's to this we have to adapt ourselves. It is as little under your control or mine as the movement of the sun through the zodiac. Practically, that is. And what we have to do is, Not, I think, to sigh for lost homes and the ages of gold and spade husbandry, and pigs and hens in the home and so on, but to make this new synthetic life tolerable for the mass of men and women, hopeful for the mass of men and women, a thing developing and ascending. That's where your hostels come in, Lady Harman. That's where they're so important. They're a pioneer movement. If they succeed, and things in Sir Isaac's hands have a way of succeeding at any rate, to the pain point, then there'll be a headlong rush of imitations, imitating your good features, imitating your bad features, deepening a groove. You see my point? Yes, she said, it makes me more afraid than ever, but hopeful, said Mr. Bramley, presuming to lay his hand for an instant on her arm. It's big enough to be inspiring. But I am afraid, she said. It's laying down the lines of a new social life, no less. And what makes it so strange, so typical too, of the way social forces work nowadays, is that your husband, who has all the instinctive insistence upon every right and restriction of the family relation in his private life, who is narrowly, passionately for the home in his own case, who hates all books and discussion that seem to touch it, should, in his business activities, be striking this tremendous new blow at the ancient organization. For that, you see, is what it amounts to. Yes, said Lady Harman, slowly. Yes, of course, he doesn't know. Mr. Bramley was silent for a little while. You see, he resumed, at the worst, this new social life may become a sort of slavery in barracks. At the best, it might become something very wonderful. My mind's been busy now for days thinking just how wonderful the new life might be. Instead of the old bickering, crowded family home, a new home of comrades. He made another pause, and his thoughts ran off upon a fresh track. In looking up all these things, I came upon a queer little literature of pamphlets and so forth, dealing with the case of the shop assistants. They have a great grievance in what they call the living-in system. The employers herd them in dormitories over the shops, and usually feed them by gaslight in the basements. They find them and keep an almost intolerable grip upon them. Make them go to bed at 10:30, make them go to church on Sundays, all sorts of petty tyrannies. The assistants are passionately against this, but they've got no power to strike. Where could they go if they struck? Into the street. Only people who live out and have homes of their own to sulk in can strike. Naturally, therefore, as a preliminary to any other movement in the shop assistant's life, these young people want to live out. Practically, that's an impossible demand at present because they couldn't get lodgings and live out with any decency at all on what it cost their employers to lodge and feed them in. Well, here you see a curious possibility for your hostels. You open the prospect of a living out system for shop assistants, but just in the degree in which you choose to interfere with them, regulate them, bully them and deal with them wholesale through their employers, do you make the new living out method approximate in the living in. That's a curious side development, isn't it? Lady Harman appreciated that. That's only the beginning of the business. There's something more these hostels might touch. Mr. Bramley gathered himself together for the new aspect. There's marriage, he said. One of the most interesting and unsatisfactory aspects of the life of the employee today, and you know the employee is now in the majority in the adult population, is this. You see, we hold them celibate. We hold them celibate for a longer and longer period. The average age at marriage rises steadily, and so long as they remain celibate, we are prepared with some sort of ideas about the future development of their social life, clubs, hostels, living in, and so forth. But at present, we haven't any ideas at all about the adaptation of the natural pairing instinct to the new state of affairs. Ultimately, the employee marries. They hold out as long as they possibly can, but ultimately they have to. They have to, even in the face of an economic system that holds out no prospects of anything but insecurity and an increasing chance of trouble and disaster to the employee's family group. What happens is that they drop back into a distressful, crippled, insecure imitation of the old family life, as one had it in what I might call the multiplying periods of history. They start a home, they dream of a cottage, but they drift to a lodging, and usually it isn't the best sort of lodging, for landladies hate wives, and the other lodgers detest babies. Often the young couple doesn't have babies. You see, they are more intelligent than peasants. And intelligence and fecundity vary reciprocally, said Mr. Brumley. You mean, interrupted Lady Harman softly, there is a world-wide fall in the birth rate. People don't have the families they did. Yes, said Lady Harman, I understand now. And the more prosperous or the more sanguine take these suburban little houses, these hutches that make such places as Hendon nightmares of monotony, or go into ridiculous jerry-built sham cottages in some garden suburb, where each young wife does her own housework and pretends to like it. They have a sort of happiness for a time, I suppose. The woman stops all outside work. The man, very much handicapped, goes on competing against single men. Then nothing more happens, except difficulties. The world goes dull and grey for them. They look about for a lodger, perhaps. Have you read Gissing's Paying Guest? I suppose, said Lady Harman, I suppose it is like that. One tries not to think it is so. One needn't let oneself believe that dullness is unhappiness, said Mr. Brumley. I don't want to paint things sadder than they are, but it's not a fine life, it's not a full life. That life in a neo-Malthusian suburban hutch. Neo? Asked Lady Harman. A mere phrase, said Mr. Brumley hastily. The extraordinary thing is that, until you set me looking into these things with your questions, I've always taken this sort of thing for granted, as though it couldn't be otherwise. Now I seem to see with a kind of freshness. I'm astounded at the muddle of it, the waste and aimlessness of it. And here again it is, Lady Harman, that I think your opportunity comes in. With these hostels as they might be projected now, you seem to have the possibility of a modernized, more collective and civilized family life than the old close congestion of the single home. And I see no reason at all why you shouldn't carry that collective life onto the marriage stage. As things are now, these little communities don't go beyond the pairing, and out they drift to find the homestead they will never possess. What has been borne in upon me more and more forcibly as I have gone through your nest of problems is the idea that the new social association that has so extensively replaced the old family group might be carried on right through life, and it might work in all sorts of other discontents and bad adjustments. The life of the women in these little childless or one or two child homes is more unsatisfactory even than the man's. Mr. Brumley's face flushed with enthusiasm, and he wagged a finger to emphasize his words. Why not make hostels, Lady Harman, for married couples? Why not try that experiment so many people have talked about of the conjoint kitchen and refectory, the conjoint nursery, the collective social life, so that the children who are single children, or at best children in small families of 2 or 3, may have the advantages of playfellows, and the young mothers still, if they choose, continue to have a social existence and go on with their professional or business work. That's the next step your hostels might take. Incidentally, you see this opens a way to a life of relative freedom for the woman who is married. I don't know if you have read Mrs. Stetson. Yes, Charlotte Perkins Gilman Stetson. Yes, Women in Economics. That's the book. I know, Mr. Brumley went on. I seem to be opening out your project like a concertina, but I want you to see just how my thoughts have been going about all this. I want you to realize I haven't been idle during these last few weeks. I know it's a far cry from what the hostels are to all these ideas of what they might begin to be. I know the difficulties in your way, all sorts of difficulties, but when I think just how you stand at the very center of the molding forces in these changes, he dropped into an eloquent silence. Lady Harman looked thoughtfully at the sunlight under the trees. "You think," she said, "that it comes to as much as all this?" "More," said Mr. Brumley. "I was frightened before. Now, you make me feel as though someone had put the wheel of a motor car in my hand, started it, and told me to steer." Lady Harman went home from that talk in a taxi, and on the way she passed the building operations in Kensington Road. A few weeks ago, it had been a mere dusty field of operation for the house wreckers. Now its walls were already rising to the second story. She realized how swiftly nowadays the search for wisdom can be outstripped by reinforced concrete. It was only by slow degrees, and rather in the absence of a more commanding interest than through any invincible quality in their appeal to her mind, that these hostels became, in the next 3 years, the grave occupation of Lady Harman's thoughts and energies. She yielded to them reluctantly. For a long time she wanted to look over them and past them and discover something. She did not know what, something high and domineering, to which it would be easy to give herself. It was difficult to give herself to the hostels. In that Mr. Brumley, actuated by a mixture of more or less admirable motives, did his best to assist her. These hostels alone, he thought, could give them something upon which they could meet, give them a common interest, and him a method of service and companionship. It threw the qualities of duty and justification over their more or less furtive meetings, their little expeditions together, their quiet, frequent association. Together they made studies of the girls' clubs which are scattered about London, supplementary homes that have, in such places as Walworth and Soho, worked small miracles of civilization. These institutions appealed to a lower social level than the one her hostels were to touch, but they had been organized by capable and understanding minds, and Lady Harman found in one or two of their evening dances and in the lunch she shared one morning with a row of cheerful young factory girls from Soho just that quality of concrete realization for which her mind hungered. Then Mr. Brumley took her once or twice for evening walks, just when the stream of workers is going home. He battled his way with her along the footpath of Charing Cross Railway Bridge from the Waterloo side. They swarm in the mild evening sunshine of September against the trampling torrent of bobbing heads, and afterwards they had a tea together in one of the international stores near the Strand, where Mr. Brumley made an unsuccessful attempt to draw out the waitress of the subject of Babs Wheeler and the recent strike. The young woman might have talked freely to a man alone or freely to Lady Harman alone, but the combination of the two made her shy. The bridge experience led to several other expeditions to see home-going on the tube, at the big railway terminal, on the train, and once they followed up the process to Streatham and saw how the people pour out of the train at last and scatter until at last they are just isolated individuals running up steps, diving into basements. And then it occurred to Mr. Brumley that he knew someone who would take them over, Gerard, that huge telephone exchange, and there Lady Harman saw how the National Telephone Company, as it was in those days, had a care for its staff. The pleasant club rooms, the rest room, and stood in that queer rendezvous of messages where the hello girl sits all day, wearing a strange metallic apparatus over ear and mouth, watching small lights that wink significantly at her, and perpetually pulling out and slipping in and releasing little flexible strings that seemed to have a resilient volition of their own. They hunted out Mrs. Barnett and heard her ideas about conjoint homes for spinsters in the garden suburb. And then they went over a training college for elementary teachers and visited the post office, and then came back to more unobtrusive contemplation from the customer's little table of the ministering personalities of the international stores. There were times when all these things seen seemed to fall into an entirely explicable system under Mr. Brumley's exposition, when they seemed to be giving and most generously giving the clearest indications of what kind of thing the hostels had to be, and times when all this vanished again, and her mind became confused and perplexed. She tried to express just what it was she missed to Mr. Brumley. One doesn't, she said, see all of them, and what one sees isn't what we have to do with. I mean, we see them dressed up and respectable and busy, and then they go home and the door shuts. It's the home that we are going to alter and replace, and what is it like? Mr. Brumley took her for walks in Highbury and the newer parts of Hendon, and over to Clapham. I want to go inside those doors, she said. That's just what they won't let you do, said Mr. Brumley. Nobody visits but relations, and prospective relations, and the only other social intercourse is over the garden wall. Perhaps I can find books. He got her novels by Edwin Pugh, and Pett Ridge, and Frank Swinnerton, and George Gitting. They didn't seem to be attractive homes, and it seemed remarkable to her that no woman had ever given the woman's view of the small London home from the inside. She overcame her own finer scruples and invaded the Burnet household. Apart from fresh aspects of Susan's character in the capacity of a hostess, she gained little light from that. She had never felt so completely outside a home in her life as she did when she was in the Burnet parlour. The very tablecloth on which the tea was spread had an air of being new and protective of familiar things. The tea was manifestly quite unlike their customary tea. It was no more intimate than the confectioner's shop window from which it mostly came. The whole room was full of the muffled cries of things hastily covered up and specially put away. Vivid oblongs on the faded wallpaper betrayed even a rearrangement of the pictures. Susan's mother was a little dingy woman, wearing a very smart new cap to the best of her ability. She had an air of having been severely shaken up and admonished, and her general bearing confessed only too plainly how shattered those preparations had left her. She watched her capable daughter for cues. Susan's sisters displayed a disposition to keep their backs against something and, at the earliest opportunity, to get into the passage and leave Susan and her tremendous visitor alone but within earshot. They started convulsively when they were addressed and insisted on your ladyship. Susan told them not to, but they would. When they supposed themselves to be unobserved, they gave themselves up to the impassioned inspection of Lady Harman's costume. Luke had fled into the street, and in spite of various messages conveyed to him by the younger sister, he refused to enter until Lady Harman had gone again and was well out of the way. And Susan was no longer garrulous at her ease. She had no pins in her mouth, and that perhaps hampered her speech. She presided flushed and bright-eyed in a state of infectious nervous tension. Her politeness was awful. Never in all her life had Lady Harman felt her own lack of real conversational power so acutely. She couldn't think of a thing that mightn't be construed as an impertinence and that didn't remind her of district visiting. Yet perhaps she succeeded better than she supposed. "What a family you have had," she said to Mrs. Burnet. "I have 4 little girls, and I find them as much as we can manage." "You're young yet, my ladyship," said Mrs. Burnet, "but they aren't always the blessing they seem to be. It's the rearing that's the difficulty. They're all such healthy-looking people. I wish we could get hold of Luke, my ladyship, and show you him. He's that sturdy, and yet, when he was a little fella—" She was launched for a time on those details that were always so dear to the mothers of that past order of things. Her little spat of reminiscences was the only interlude of naturalness in an afternoon of painfully constrained behaviour. Lady Harman returned a trifle shamefacedly from this abortive dip into realities to Mr. Brumley's speculative assurance. While Lady Harman was slowly accustoming her mind to this idea that the development of those hostels was her appointed career in life, so far as a wife may have a career outside her connubial duties, and while she was getting insensibly to believe in Mr. Brumley's theory of their exemplary social importance. The hostels themselves, with a haste that she felt constantly was premature, were achieving a concrete existence. They were developing upon lines that here and there disregarded Mr. Brumley's ideas very widely. They gained in practicality what perhaps they lost in social value, through the entirely indirect relations between Mr. Brumley on the one hand and Sir Isaac on the other. For Sir Isaac manifestly did not consider, and would have been altogether indisposed to consider, Mr. Brumley as entitled to plan or suggest anything of the slightest importance in this affair, and whatever of Mr. Brumley reached that gentleman reached him in a very carefully transmitted form as Lady Harman's own unaided idea. Sir Isaac had sound Victorian ideas about the place of literature in life. If anyone had suggested to him that literature could supply ideas to practical men, he would have had a choking fit, and he regarded Mr. Brumley's sedulous attentions to these hostile schemes with feelings, the kindlier element of whose admixture was a belief that ultimately he would write some eloquent and respectful approval of the established undertaking. The entire admixture of Sir Isaac's feelings towards Mr. Brumley was by no means kindly. He disliked any man to come near Lady Harman, any man at all. He had a faint uneasiness even about waiters and hotel porters and the clergy. Of course, he had agreed she should have friends of her own, and he couldn't very well rescind that without something definite to go upon. But still, this persistent follower kept him uneasy. He kept this uneasiness within bounds by reassuring himself upon the point of Lady Harman's virtuous obedience, and so reassured he was able to temper his distrust with a certain contempt. The man was in love with his wife. That was manifest enough, and dangled after her. Let him dangle. What after all did he get for it? But occasionally he broke through this complacency, betrayed a fitful ingenious jealousy, interfered so that she missed appointments and had to break engagements. He was now more and more a being of pathological moods. The subtle changes of secretion that were hardening his arteries, tightening his breath, and poisoning his blood reflected themselves upon his spirit in an uncertainty of temper and exasperating fatigues, and led to startling outbreaks. Then for a time he would readjust himself, become in his manner reasonable again, become accessible. He was the medium through which this vision that was growing up in her mind of a reorganized social life had to translate itself, as much as it could ever translate itself, into reality. He called these hostels her hostels, made her the approver of all he did, but he kept every particle of control in his own hands. All her ideas and desires had to be realized by him, and his attitudes varied with his moods. Sometimes he was keenly interested in the work of organization, and then he terrified her by his own bias towards acute economies. Sometimes he was resentful at the burden of the whole thing. Sometimes he seemed to sense Brumley, or at least some moral influence behind her mind, and met her suggestions with a bitter resentment, as though any suggestion must needs be a disloyalty to him. There was a remarkable outbreak upon her first tentative proposal that the hostel system might ultimately be extending to married couples. He heard her with his lips pressing together, tighter and tighter, until they were yellow-white and creased with 100 wicked little horizontal creases. Then he interrupted her with silent gesticulations. Then words came. "I never did, Ellie," he said. "I never did. Really, there are times when you ain't rational. Married couples who are assistants in shops and places." For a little while he sought some adequate expression of his point of view. "Nice thing to go keeping a place for these chaps to have their cheap bits of skin in," he said at last. Then further, If a man wants a girl, let him work himself up until he can keep her. Married couples indeed. He began to expand the possibilities of the case with a quite unusual vividness. Double beds in each cubicle, I suppose, he said, and played for a time about this fancy. Well, to hear such an idea from you, of all people, Ellie, I never did. He couldn't leave it alone. He had to go on to the bitter end with the vision she had evoked in his mind. He was jealous, passionately jealous. It was only too manifest. Of the possible happinesses of these young people, he was possessed by that instinctive hatred for the realized love of others which lies at the base of so much of our moral legislation. The bare thought, whole corridors of bridal chambers, made his face white and his hand quiver. His young men and young women, the fires of 100 vigilant committees, blazed suddenly in his reddened eyes. He might have been a concentrated society for preventing the rapid multiplication of the unfit. The idea of facilitating early marriages was manifestly shameful to him, a disgraceful service to render, a job for Pandorus. What was she thinking of? Ellie, of all people. Ellie, who had been as innocent as driven snow before Georgina came interfering. It ended in a fit of abuse and a panting seizure, and for a day or so he was too ill to resume the discussion, to do more than indicate a disgusted aloofness. And then it may be the obscure chemicals at work within him changed their phase of reaction. At any rate, he mended, became gentler, was more loving to his wife than he had been for some time, and astonished her by saying that if she wanted hostels for married couples, it wasn't perhaps so entirely unreasonable. Selected cases, he stipulated, it would have to be, and above a certain age limit, sober people. It might even be a check on immorality, he said, properly managed. But that was as far as his acquiescence went, and Lady Harman was destined to be a widow before she saw the foundation of any hostel for young married couples in London. The reinforced concrete rose steadily amidst Lady Harman's questionings and Mr. Brumley's speculations. The Harmans returned from a recuperative visit to Kissingen, to which Sir Isaac had gone because of a suspicion that his Marienbad specialist had failed to cure him completely in order for him to get back again to find the first of the 5 hostels nearly ripe for its opening. There had to be a manageress and a staff organised, and neither Lady Harman nor Mr. Brumley were prepared for that sort of business. A number of abler people, however, had become aware of the opportunities of the new development, and Mrs. Hubert Pleasington, that busy publicist, got the Harmans to a helpful little dinner before Lady Harman had the slightest suspicion of the needs that were now so urgent. There shone a neat, compact window, a Mrs. Pembrose, who had buried her husband some 18 months ago after studying social questions with him with great éclat for 10 happy years. And she had done settlement work and girls' club work and had perhaps more power of organisation given a suitable director to provide for her lack of creativeness, Mrs. Pleasington told Sir Isaac, than any other woman in London. Afterwards, Sir Isaac had an opportunity of talking to her. He discussed the suffrage movement with her and was pleased to find her views remarkably sympathetic with his own. She was, he declared, a sensible woman, anxious to hear a man out and capable, it was evident, of a detachment from feminist particularism rare in her sex at the present time. Lady Harman had seen less of the lady that evening. She was chiefly struck by her pallor, by a kind of animated silence about her, and by the deep impression her capabilities had made on Mr. Pleasington, who had hitherto seemed to her to be altogether too overworked in admiring his wife to perceive the points of any other human being. Afterwards, Lady Harman was surprised to hear from one of 2 quite separate people that Mrs. Pembrose was the only possible person to act as a general director of the new hostels. Lady Beach Mandarin was so enthusiastic in the matter that she made a special call. "You've known her a long time?" said Lady Harman. "Long enough to see what a chance she is," said Lady Beach Mandarin. Lady Harman perceived equivocation. "Now, how long is that really?" she said. "Counts not in years, nor yet in moments on a dial," said Lady Beach Mandarin, with a fine air of quotation. "I'm thinking of her quiet strength of character. Mrs. Pleasonton brought her round to see me the other afternoon. Did she talk to you?" "I saw, my dear, I saw." A vague aversion from Mrs. Pembrose was, in some mysterious way, strengthened in Lady Harman by this extraordinary convergence of testimony. When Sir Isaac mentioned the lady with a kind of forced casualness at breakfast as the only conceivable person of the work of initiation and organization that lay before them, Lady Harman determined to see more of her. With a quickened subtlety, she asked her to tea. "I have heard so much of your knowledge of social questions, and I want you to advise me about my work," she wrote, and then scribbled a note to Mr. Brumley to call and help her judgments. Mrs. Pembrose appeared dressed in dove colour with a near bonnetesque straw hat to match. She had a pale, slightly freckled complexion, little hard blue-grey eyes with that sort of nose which redeems a squarish shape by a certain delicacy of structure. Her chin was long and protruding, and her voice had a wooden resonance and a ghost of a lisp. Her talk had a false consecutiveness due to the frequent use of the word yes. Her bearing was erect and her manner guardedly alert. From the first she betrayed a conviction that Mr. Brumley was incidental and unnecessary, and that her real interest lay with Sir Isaac. She might almost have been in possession of some special information upon that point. "Yes," she said, "I'm rather specially up in this sort of question. I worked side by side with my poor Frederick all his life. We were collaborators, and this question of the urban distributive employee was one of his special studies. Yes, he would have been tremendously interested in Sir Isaac's project. You know what we are doing? Everyone is interested in Sir Isaac's enterprise. Naturally. Yes, I think I have a fairly good idea of what you mean to do. It's a great experiment. You think it's likely to answer?" said Mr. Brumley. "In Sir Isaac's hands it is very likely to answer," said Mrs. Pembrose, with her eye steadily on Lady Harman. There was a little pause. "Yes, now you wrote of difficulties, and drawing upon my experience, of course, just now I'm quite at Sir Isaac's disposal." Lady Harman found herself thrust perforce into the role of her husband's spokeswoman. She asked Mrs. Pembrose if she knew the exact nature of the experiment they contemplated. Mrs. Pembrose hadn't a doubt she knew, of course for a long time, and more especially in the metropolis where the distances were so great and increasing so rapidly. There had been a gathering feeling not only in the catering trade, but in very many factory industries, against the daily journey to employment and home again. It was irksome and wasteful to everyone concerned. There was a great loss in control. Later hours of beginning, uncertain service. Yes, my husband calculated the hours lost in London every week, hours that are neither work nor play, mere tiresome, stuffy journeying. It made an enormous sum. It worked out at hundreds of working lives per week. Sir Isaac's project was to abolish all that, to bring his staff into line with the drapers and grocers who kept their assistants on the living-in system. "I thought people objected to the living-in system," said Mr. Brumley. "There's an agitation against it on the part of a small trade union of shop assistants," said Mrs. Pembrose, "but they have no real alternative to propose." "And this isn't living-in," said Mr. Brumley. "Yes, I think you'll find it is," said Mrs. Pembrose, with a nice little expert smile. "Living-in isn't quite what we want," said Lady Harman, slowly and with knitted brows, seeking a method of saying just what the difference was to be. "Yes, not perhaps in the strictest sense," said Mrs. Pembrose, giving her no chance, and went on to make fine distinctions. Strictly speaking, living in meant sleeping over the shop and eating underneath it, and the hostel idea was an affair of a separate house and of occupants who would be assistants from a number of shops. Yes, collectivism, if you like, said Mrs. Penrose. But the word collectivism, she assured them, wouldn't frighten her. She was a collectivist, a socialist, as her husband had always been. The day was past when socialist could be used as a term of reproach. Yes, instead of the individual employer of labour, we already begin to have the collective employer of labour, with a labour bureau, and so on. We share them. We no longer compete for them. It's the keynote of the time. Mr. Bramley followed this with a lifted eyebrow. He was still new to these modern developments of collectivist ideas, this socialism of the employer. The whole thing, Mrs. Penrose declared, was a step forward in civilization. It was a step in the organisation and discipline of labour. Of course, the unruly and the insubordinate would cry out. But the benefits were plain enough: space, light, baths, association, reasonable recreations, opportunities for improvement. But freedom? Said Mr. Bramley. Mrs. Penrose inclined her head a little on one side, looked at him this time and smiled, the expert smile again. If you knew as much as I do of the difficulties of social work, she said, you wouldn't be very much in love with freedom. But it's the very substance of the soul. You must permit me to differ, said Mrs. Penrose, and for weeks afterwards, Mr. Bramley was still seeking a proper polite retort to that difficult counterstroke. It was such a featureless reply. It was like having your nose punched suddenly by a man without a face. They descended to a more particular treatment of the problems ahead. Mrs. Penrose quoted certain presidents from the Girls' Club Union. The people Lady Harman contemplates entertaining, said Mr. Bramley, are of a slightly more self-respecting type than those young women. It's largely veneer, said Mrs. Penrose. Detestable little wretch, said Mr. Bramley, when at last she had departed. He was very uncomfortable. She's just the quintessence of all one fears and dreads about these new developments. She's perfect in that way, self-confident, arrogant, instinctively aggressive, with a tremendous class contempt. There's a multitude of such people about who hate the employed class, who want to see them broken in and subjugated. I suppose that kind of thing is in humanity. Every boys' school has louts of that kind, who love to torment fags for their own good, who spring upon a chance smut on the face of a little boy to scrub him painfully, who have a kind of lust to dominate under the pretense of improving. I remember, but never mind that now. Keep that woman out of things, or your hostel's work for the devils. Yes, said Lady Harman, certainly she shall not, no. But there she reckoned without her husband. I've settled it, he said to her at dinner 2 nights later. What, Mrs. Penrose? You've not made her. Yes, I have, and I think we're very lucky to get her. But, Isaac, I don't want her. You should have told me that before, Ellie. I've made an agreement. She suddenly wanted to cry. But you said I should manage these hostels myself. So you shall, Ellie, but we must have somebody. When we go abroad and all that, and for all the sort of business stuff, and looking after things that you can't do, we've got to have her. She's the only thing going of her sort. But I don't like her. Well, cried Sir Isaac, why in goodness couldn't you tell me that before, Ellie? I've been and engaged her. She sat pale-faced, staring at him with wide open eyes in which tears of acute disappointment were shining. She did not dare another word because of her trick of weeping. It's all right, Ellie, said Sir Isaac. How touchy you are. Anything you want about these hostels of yours, you've only got to tell me, and it's done. Lady Harman was still in a state of amazement at the altered prospects of her hostels when the day arrived for the formal opening of the first of these in Bloomsbury. They made a little public ceremony of it in spite of her reluctance, and Mr. Bramley had to witness things from out of the general crowd and realize just how completely he wasn't in it, in spite of all his efforts. Mrs. Penrose was modestly conspicuous, like the unexpected in all human schemes. There were several reporters present, and Horatio Blenker, who was going to make a loyal leader about it, to be followed by 1 or 2 special articles for the Old Country Gazette. Horatio had procured Mrs. Blapton for the opening of some ineffectual angling of the Princess Adeline, and the thing was done at 3:30 in the afternoon. In the bright early July sunshine outside the new building, there was a crimson carpet down on the pavement and an awning above it. There was a great display of dog daisies at the windows and on the steps leading up to the locked portals. An increasing number of invited people lurked shyly in the ground floor rooms, ready to come out by the back way and cluster expectantly when Mrs. Blapton arrived. Graper, the staff manager, and 2 assistants in dazzling silk hats seemed everywhere. The rabbit-like architect had tried to look doggish in a huge black silk tie, and only looked more like a rabbit than ever, and there was a steady driftage of small boys and girls, nurses with perambulators, cab tours, erring grandfathers, and similar unemployed people towards the promise of the awning, the carpet and the flowers. The square building in all its bravery of Dalton, ware and yellow and mauve tiles, and its great gilt inscription, International Hostels, above the windows of the 2nd story, seemed typical of all those modern forces that are now invading and dispelling the ancient residential peace of Bloomsbury. Mrs. Blapton appeared only 5 minutes late, escorted by Bertie Trevor and her husband's spare secretary. Graper became so active in the sight of her that he seemed more like some beast out of the apocalypse with 7 hands and 10 hats than a normal human being. He marshalled the significant figures into their places. The door was unlocked without serious difficulty, and Lady Harman found herself in the main corridor beside Mr. Trevor and a little behind Mr. Blapton, engaged in being shown over the new creation. Sir Isaac, driven by Graper at his elbow, was in immediate attendance on the great political lady, and Mrs. Penrose, already with an air of proprietorship, explained glibly on her other hand. Close behind Lady Harman came Lady Beech Mandarin, expanding like an appreciative gas in a fine endeavour to nestle happily into the whole big place, and with her were Mrs. Hubert Pleasington and Mr. Pope, one of those odd people who are called publicists because one must call them something, and who takes chairs at political sides and are vice presidents of everything, and organise philanthropies, write letters to the papers, and cannot let the occasion pass without saying a few words, and generally prevent the institutions of this country from falling out of human attention. He was a little abstracted in his manner. Every now and then his lips moved as he imagined a fresh turn to some classic platitude. Anyone who knew him might have foretold the speech into which he presently broke. He did this in the refectory, where there was a convenient step up at the end, beginning with the customary confession of incontinence. Could not let the occasion pass, he declared that he would not detain them long, but he felt that everyone there would agree with him, that they shared that day in no slight occasion, no mean enterprise, that here was one of the most promising, one of the most momentous, nay, he would go further and add with due deference to them all, one of the most pregnant of social experiments in modern social work. In the past he had himself, if he might for a moment allow a personal note to creep into his observations, he himself had not been unconnected with industrial development. Querulous voice, who the devil is that? And whispered explanations on the part of Horatio Blenker. Pope, a very good man, East Purblo experiment, payment in kind instead of wages. Yes. Lady Harman ceased to listen to Mr. Pope's strained but not unhappy tenor. She had heard him before, and she had heard his like endlessly. He was the larger moiety of every public meeting she had ever attended. She had ceased even to marvel at the dull self-satisfaction that possessed him. Today, her capacity for marveling was entirely taken up by the details of this extraordinary reality which had sprung from her dream of simple, kindly, beautiful homes for distressed and overworked young women. Nothing in the whole of life had been so amazing since that lurid occasion when she had been the antagonized vehicle for the entry of Miss Millicent Harman upon this terrestrial scene. It was all so entirely what she could never have thought possible. A few words from other speakers followed. Mrs. Blapton, with the young secretary at hand to prompt, said something, and Sir Isaac was poked forward to say, "Thank you very much, it's all my wife's doing, really. Oh, dash it, thank you very much." It had the effect of being the last vestige of some more elaborate piece of eloquence that had suddenly disintegrated in his mind. "And now, Ellie," he said, as their landaulet took them home, "you're beginning to have your hostels." "Then they are my hostels?" she asked abruptly. "Didn't I say they were?" The satisfaction of his face was qualified by that fatigued irritability that nowadays always followed any exertion or excitement. "If I want things done, if I want things altered, of course you may. What's the matter with you, Ellie? Who's been putting ideas into your head? You got to have a directress to the thing. You must have a woman of education who knows a bit about things to look after the matrons and so on. Very likely she isn't everything you want. She's the only one we could get, and I don't see. Here I go, and work hard for a year and more getting these things together to please you, and then suddenly you don't like 'em. There's a lot of spoilt child in you, Ellie, first and last there are." They were silent for the rest of the journey to Putney, both being filled with incommunicable things. And now Lady Harman began to share the trouble of all those who let their minds pass out of the circle of their immediate affections with any other desire save interest and pleasure. Assisted in this unhappy development by the sedulous suggestions of Mr. Brumley, she had begun to offend against the most sacred law in our sensible British code. She was beginning to take herself and her hostels seriously, and think that it mattered how she worked for them and what they became. She tried to give all the attention to her children's upbringing, her husband's ailments, and the general demands of her household, left free to this complex, elusive, puzzling and worrying matter. Instead of thinking that these hostels were just old hostels and that you start them and put in a Mrs. Pembrose and feel very benevolent and happy and go away, she had come to realize, partly by dint of her own conscious thinking and partly through Mr. Brumley's strenuous resolve, that she should not take Sir Isaac's gift horse without the most exhaustive examination of its quality, that this new work, like most new things in human life, was capable not only of admirable but altogether detestable consequences, and that it rested with her far more than with any other human being to realize the former and avoid the latter. And directly one has got to this critical pose toward things, just as one ceases to be content with things anyhow and to want them precisely somehow, one begins to realize just how intractable, confused and disingenuous are human affairs. Mr. Brumley had made himself see and had made her see how inevitable these big wholesale ways of doing things, these organizations and close social corporations have become, unless there is to be a social disintegration and setback, and he had also brought himself and her to realize how easily they may develop into a new servitude, how high and difficult is the way towards methods of association that will ensure freedom and permits people to live fine individual lives. Every step towards organization raises a crop of vices peculiar to itself, fresh developments of the egotism and greed and vanity of those into whose hands there falls control. Fresh instances of that hostile pedantry which seems so natural to officials and managers, insurgencies and obstinacies and suspicions on the part of everyone. The poor lady has supposed that when one's intentions are obviously benevolent, everyone helped. She only faced the realities of this task that she did not so much set for herself as had happened to her after dreadful phases of disillusionment and dismay. These hostels, said Mr. Brumley, in his most prophetic mood, can be made free, fine things or no, just as all the world of men are living in could be made free, fine world, and it's our place to see they are that. It's just by being generous and giving ourselves, helping without enslaving and giving without exacting gratitude, planning and protecting with infinite care, that we bring that world nearer. Since I've known you, I've come to know such things are possible. The Bloomsbury Hostel started upon its career with an embarrassing difficulty. The young women of the international store's refreshment departments, for whom these institutions were primarily intended, displayed what looked extremely like a concerted indisposition to come in. They had been circularized and informed that henceforth, to ensure the good social tone of the staff, all girls not living at home with their parents or close relations would be expected to reside in the new hostels. There followed an attractive account of the advantages of the new establishment. In drawing up this circular with the advice of Mrs. Pembrose, Sir Isaac had overlooked the fact that his management was very imperfectly informed just where the girls did live, and that after its issue it was very improbable that it would be possible to find out this very necessary fact. But the girls seemed to be unaware of this ignorance at headquarters. Miss Babs Wheeler was beginning to feel a little bored by good behaviour and craved for those dramatic cessations at the lunch hour, those speeches with cheers from a tabletop, whose interviews with reporters, those flushed and eager councils of war and all the rest of that good old crisis feeling that had previously ended so happily. Mr. Graper came to his proprietor headlong. Mrs. Pembrose was summoned, and together they contemplated the lamentable possibility of this great social benefit they had done, the world being discredited at the outset by a strike of the proposed beneficiaries. Sir Isaac fell into a state of vindictiveness, and was with difficulty restrained by Mr. Graper from immediately concluding the negotiations that were pending with 3 great Oxford Street firms that would have given over the hostels to their employees and closed them against the international girls forever. Even Mrs. Pembrose couldn't follow Sir Isaac in that, and remarked, "As I understand it, the whole intention was to provide proper housing for our own people first and foremost. And haven't we provided it? Damn them," said Sir Isaac in white desperation. It was Lady Harman who steered the newly launched institutions through these first entanglements. It was her first important advantage in the struggle that had hitherto been going relentlessly against her. She now displayed her peculiar gift, a gift that indeed is unhappily all too rare among philanthropists, the gift of not being able to classify the people with whom she was dealing, but of continuing to regard them as a multitude of individualized souls, as distinct and considerable as herself. That makes no doubt for slowness and inefficiency and complexity in organization, but it does make for understandings. And now, through a little talk with Susan Burnett about her sister's attitude upon the dispute, she was able to take the whole situation in the flank. Like many people who are not easily clear, Lady Harman, when she was clear, acted with very considerable decision, which was perhaps none the less effective because of the large softness of her manner. She surprised Sir Isaac by coming of her own accord into his study, where, with an altogether novel disfavour, he sat contemplating the detailed plans for the Sydenham hostel. "I think I found out what the trouble is," she said. "What trouble?" About my hostel? How do you know? I've been finding out what the girls are saying. They'd say anything. I don't think they're clever enough for that, said Lady Harman after consideration. She recovered her thread. You see, Isaac, they've been frightened by the rules. I don't think you had printed a set of rules. One must have rules, Ellie. In the background, she decided. But you see, these rules were made conspicuous. They were printed in 2 colours on wall cards, just exactly like that list of rules and scale of fines you had to withdraw. I know, said Sir Isaac shortly. It reminded the girls, and that circular that seemed to threaten them if they don't give up their lodgings and come in. And the way the front is got up to look just exactly like one of those refreshment room branches, it makes them feel it will be unhomelike, and that there will be a kind of repetition in the evening of all the discipline and regulations they have to put up with during the day. Have to put up with? Murmured Sir Isaac. I wish that had been thought of sooner, if we had made the places look a little more ordinary and called them Osborne House or something a little old-fashioned like that, something with a touch of the old Queen about it and all that kind of thing. We can't go to the expense of taking down all those big gilt letters just to please the fancies of Miss Babs Wheeler. It's too late now to do that, perhaps, but we could do something, I think, to remove the suspicions. Isaac, I think... She pulled herself together to announce her determination. I think if I were to go to the girls and meet a delegation of them, and just to talk to them plainly about what we mean by this hostel. You can't go making speeches. It would just be talking to them. It's such a come down, said Sir Isaac, after a momentary contemplation of the possibility. For some time they talked without getting very far from these positions they had assumed. At last, Sir Isaac shifted back upon his expert. Can't we talk about it to Mrs. Penrose? She knows more about this sort of business than we do. I'm not going to talk to Mrs. Penrose, said Lady Harman, after a little interval. Some unusual quality in her quiet voice made Sir Isaac lift his eyes to her face for a moment. So, one Saturday afternoon, Lady Harman had a meeting with a room full of recalcitrant girls at the Regent Street refreshment branch, which looked very odd to her, with grey cotton wrappers over everything and its blinds down, and for the first time she came face to face with the people for whom, almost in spite of herself, she was working. It was a meeting summoned by the International Branch of the National Union of Waitresses, and Miss Babs Wheeler and Mr. Graper were, so to speak, to the north and the south poles of the little group upon the improvised platform from which Lady Harman was to talk to the gathering. She would have liked the support of Mr. Brumley, but she couldn't contrive any unostentatious way of bringing him into the business without putting it upon a footing that would have involved the appearance of Sir Isaac and Miss Penrose. And everybody. And essentially it wasn't to be everybody, it was to be a little talk. Lady Harman rather liked the appearance of Miss Babs Wheeler, and met more than an answering approval in that insubordinate young woman's eye. Miss Wheeler was a minute, swaggering person, much akimbo, with a little round blue-eyed innocent face that shone with delight at the lark of living. Her 3 companions, who were in the lobby with her to receive and usher in Lady Harman, seemed just as young, but they were relatively unilluminated except by their manifest devotion to their leader. They displayed rather than concealed their opinion of her as a dear and a fair wonder, and the meeting generally, it seemed to her, was a gathering of very human young women, rather restless than agog to see her and her clothes, and then somehow allayed by her appearance and quite amiably attentive to what she had to say. A majority were young girls dressed with the cheap smartness of the suburbs. The rest were, for the most part, older and dingier, and here and there were dotted young ladies of a remarkable and questionable smartness. In the front row, full of shy recognitions and a little disguised by an unfamiliar hat, was Susan's sister, Alice. As Lady Harman had made up her mind that she was not going to deliver a speech, she felt no diffidence in speaking. She was far too intent on her message to be embarrassed by any thought of the effect she was producing. She talked as she might have talked in one of her easier moods to Mr. Brumley, and as she talked it happened that Miss Babs Wheeler and quite a number of the other girls present watched her face and fell in love with her. She began with her habitual prelude. "You see," she said, and stopped, and began again. She wanted to tell them with a clumsy simplicity. She told them how these hostels had arisen out of her desire that they should have something better than the uncomfortable lodgings in which they lived. They weren't a business enterprise, but they weren't any sort of charity. And I wanted them to be the sort of place in which you would feel quite free. I hadn't any sort of intention of having you interfered with. I hate being interfered with myself, and I understand just as well as anyone can that you don't like it either. I wanted these hostels to be the sort of place that you might perhaps have, after a time, almost manage and run for yourselves. You might have a committee or something. Only you know it isn't always easy to do as one wants. Things don't always go in this world as one wants them to go, particularly if one isn't clever. She lost herself for a moment at that point, and then went on to say she didn't like the new rules. They had been drawn up in a hurry, and she had only read them after they were printed. All sorts of things in them. She seemed to be losing her theme again, and Mr. Graper handed her the offending card, a big varnished wall placard with eyelets and tape complete. She glanced at it. For example, she said it wasn't her idea to have fines. Great and long continued applause. There was something she had always disliked about fines. Renewed applause. But these rules could easily be torn up. And as she said this, and as the meeting broke into acquiescence again, it occurred to her that there was the card of rules in her hands, and nothing could be simpler than to tear it up there and then. It resisted her for a moment. She compressed her lips, and then she had it in halves. This tearing was so satisfactory to her that she tore it again, and then again. As she tore it, she had a pleasant, irrational feeling that she was tearing Mrs. Pembroke's. Mr. Graper's face betrayed his shocking feelings, and the meeting, which had become charged with a strong desire to show how entirely it approved of her, made a crowning attempt at applause. They hammered umbrellas on the floor, they clapped their hands, they rattled chairs, and gave a shrill cheer. A chair was broken. "I wish," said Lady Harman, when that storm had abated, "you'd come and look at the hostel. Couldn't you come next Saturday afternoon? We could have a stand-up tea, and you could see the place, and then afterwards, your committee and I and my husband could make out a real set of rules." She went on for some little time longer. She appealed to them with all the strength of her honest purpose to help her to make this possible good thing a real good thing, not to suspect, not to be hard on her and my husband, and not to make a difficult thing impossible. It was so easy to do that, and when she finished she was in the happiest possession of her meeting. They came thronging round her with flushed faces and bright eyes. They wanted to come near her, wanted to touch her, wanted to assure her that, for her, they were quite prepared to live in any kind of place. For her. "You come and talk to us, Lady Harman," said one. "We'll show you." "Nobody hasn't told us, Lady Harman, how these hostels were yours. You come and talk to us again, Lady Harman." They didn't wait for the following Saturday. On Monday morning, Mrs. Pembroke received 37 applications to take up rooms. For the next few years, it was to be a matter of recurrent heart-searching for Lady Harman whether she had been profoundly wise or extremely foolish in tearing up that card of projected rules. At the time, it seemed the most natural and obvious little action imaginable. It was long before she realized just how symbolical and determining a few movements on the hand and wrist can be. It fixed her line not so much for herself as for others. It put her definitely, much more definitely than the convictions warranted, on the side of freedom against discipline. For indeed, her convictions, like most of our convictions, kept along a tortuous watershed between these two. It is only a few rare extravagant spirits who are wholly for the warp or wholly for the woof of human affairs. The girls applauded and loved her. At one stroke, she had acquired the terrible liability of partisans. They made her their champion and sanction. She was responsible for an endless succession of difficulties that flowered out of their interpretations of her act. These hostels that had seemed passing out of her control suddenly turned back upon her and took possession of her. And they were never simple difficulties. Right and wrong refused to unravel for her. Each side of every issue seemed to be so often in suicidal competition with its antagonist for the inferior case. If the forces of order and discipline showed themselves perennially harsh and narrow, it did not blind her perplexed eyes to the fact that the girls were frequently extremely naughty. She wished very often, she did so wish they wouldn't be. They set out with a kind of eagerness of conflict. Their very loyalty to her expressed itself not so much in any sustained attempt to make the hostel successful as in cheering inconveniently, in embarrassing declarations of a preference, in an ingenious and systematic rudeness to anyone suspected of imperfect devotion to her. The first comers into the hostels were much more like the swelling inrush of a tide than, as Mrs. Pembrose would have preferred, like something laid on through a pipe. And when this lady wanted to go on with the old rules until Sir Isaac had approved of the new arrivals went into the cutting room and manifested. Lady Harman had to be telephoned for to allay the manifestation. And then arose questions of deportment, trivial in themselves, but of the gravest moment for the welfare of the hostels. There was a phrase about noisy or improper conduct in the revised rules. Few people would suspect a corridor 10 feet wide and 200 feet long as a temptation to impropriety, but Mrs. Pembrose found it was so. The effect of the corridors upon undisciplined girls quite unaccustomed to corridors was for a time most undesirable. For example, they were moved to run along them violently. They ran races along them. When they overtook, they jostled. When they were overtaken, they squealed. The average velocity in the corridors of the lady occupants of the Bloomsbury Hostel during the first fortnight of its existence was 7 miles an hour. Was that violence? Was that impropriety? The building was all steel construction, but one heard even in the head matron's room. And then there was the effect of the rows and rows of windows opening out upon the square. The square had some pleasant old trees, and it was attractive to look down into their upper branches, where the sparrows mobbed and chattered perpetually, and over them at the chimneys and turrets, and the sky signs of the London world, the girls looked. So far they were certainly within their rights, but they did not look modestly. They did not look discreetly. They looked out of wide open windows. They even sat perilously and protrudingly on the windowsills, conversing across the facade from window to window, attracting attention, and once, to Mrs. Pembroke's certain knowledge, a man in the street joined in. It was on a Sunday morning too, a Bloomsbury Sunday morning. But graver things were to rouse the preventive prohibitionist in the soul of Mrs. Pembrose. There was the visiting of one another's rooms and cubicles. Most of these young people had never possessed or dreamt of possessing a pretty and presentable apartment to themselves, and the first effect of this was to produce a decorative outbreak, a vigorous framing of photographs and hammering of nails, dust-gathering litter, Miss Pembrose, and then visiting. They visited at all hours and in all costumes. They sat in groups of 3 or 4, one on the chair and the rest on the bed, conversing into late hours, entirely uncensored conversations, too often accompanied by laughter. When Mrs. Penrose took this to Lady Harman, she found her extraordinarily blind to the conceivable evils of this free intercourse. "But, Lady Harman," said Mrs. Penrose, with a note of horror, "some of them kiss each other." "But if they're fond of each other," said Lady Harman, "I'm sure I don't see." And when the floor matrons were instructed to make little surprise visits up and down the corridors, the girls who occupied rooms took to locking their doors, and Lady Harman seemed inclined to sustain their right to do that. The floor matrons did what they could to exercise authority. 1 or 2 were former department manageresses, 2 were ex-elementary teachers, crowded out by younger and more certificated rivals. One, and the most trustworthy one, Mrs. Penrose found, was an ex-wardress from Holloway. The natural result of these secret talkings and conferrings in the rooms became apparent presently in some mild raging and in the concoction of petty campaigns of annoyance designed to soften the manners of the more authoritative floor matrons. Here again were perplexing difficulties. If a particular floor matron has a clear commanding note in her voice, is it or is it not violent and improper to say "Whore" in clear commanding tones whenever you suppose her to be within earshot? As for the door locking, Mrs. Penrose settled that by carrying off all the keys. Complaints and incidents drifted towards definite scenes and situations. Both sides in this continuing conflict of dispositions were so definite, so intolerant to the mind of the lady with the perplexed dark eyes who mediated. Her reason was so much with the matrons, her sympathy so much with the girls. She did not like the assured brevity of Mrs. Penrose's judgments and decisions. She had an instinctive perception of the truth that all compact judgments upon human beings are unjust judgments. The human spirit is but poorly adapted either to rule or to be ruled, and the honesty of all the efforts of Mrs. Penrose and her staffs, for soon the hostels at Sydenham and West Kensington were open, were marred not merely by arrogance but by an irritability, a real hostility to complexities and difficulties and resistors and troublesome characters. And it did not help the staff to a triumphant achievement of its duties that the girls had an exaggerated perception that Lady Harman's heart was on their side. And presently, the phrase "weeding out" crept into the talk of Mrs. Penrose. Some of the girls were being marked as ringleaders, foci of mischief, characters it was desirable to get rid of. Confronted with it, Lady Harman perceived she was absolutely opposed to this idea of getting rid of anyone, unless it was Mrs. Penrose. She liked her various people. She had no desire for a whittled success with a picked remnant of subdued and deferential employees. She put that to Mr. Brumley, and Mr. Brumley was indignant and eloquent in his concurrence. A certain Mary Trunk, a dark young woman with a belief that it became her to have a sweet disorder in her hair, and a large blonde girl named Lucy Baxendale, seemed to be the chief among the bad influences of the Bloomsbury hostel, and they took it upon themselves to appeal to Lady Harman against Mrs. Penrose. They couldn't, they complained, do a thing right for her. So the tangle grew. Presently, Lady Harman had to go to the Riviera with Sir Isaac, and when she came back, Mary Trunk and Lucy Baxendale had vanished from both the International Hostel and the International Stores. She tried to find out why, and she was confronted by inadequate replies and enigmatical silences. "They decided to go," said Mrs. Penrose, and dropped fortunately after that statement. She disavowed any exact knowledge of their motives, but she feared the worst. Susan Burnett was uninforming. Whatever had happened had failed to reach Alice Burnett's ears. Lady Harman could not very well hold a commission of inquiry into the matter, but she had an uneasy sense of a hidden campaign of dislodgement. And about the corridors and cubicles and club rooms, there was, she thought, a difference, a discretion, a flavour of subjugation. Chapter 11. The Last Crisis. It would be quite easy for anyone with the knack of reserve to go on from this point with a history of Lady Harman that would present her as practically a pure philanthropist. For from these beginnings she was destined to proceed to more and more knowledge and understanding and clear purpose and capable work in this interesting process of collective regrouping, this process which may even at last justify Mr. Brumley's courageous interpretations and prove to be an early experiment in the beginning of a new social order. Perhaps someday there will be an official biography, another addition to the inscrutable records of British public lives, in which all these things will be set out with tact and dignity. Horatio Blenker or Adolphus Blenker may survive to be entrusted with this congenial task. She will be represented as tall, inanimate, a person pursuing one clear benevolent purpose in life from her very beginning, and Sir Isaac and her revelations with Sir Isaac will be rescued from reality. The book will be illustrated by a number of carefully posed photographers' photographs of her, studies of the Putney house, and perhaps an unappetizing woodcut of her early home at Penge. The aim of all British biography is to conceal. A great deal of what we have already told will certainly not figure in any such biography, and still more certainly will the things we have yet to tell be missing. Lady Harman was indeed, only by the force of circumstances and intermittently, a pure philanthropist, and it is with the intercalary passages of less exalted humanity that we are here chiefly concerned. At times, no doubt, she did really come near to filling and fitting and becoming identical with that figure of the pure philanthropist, which was her worldward face, but for the most part, that earnest and dignified figure concealed more or less extensive spaces of nothingness, while the errant soul of the woman within strayed into less exalted ways of thinking. There were times when she was almost sure of herself. Mrs. Hubert Pleasington could scarcely have been surer of herself, and times when the whole magnificent project of constructing a new urban social life out of those difficult hostels, a collective urban life that should be liberal and free, broke into grimacing pieces and was the most foolish of experiments. Her struggles with Mrs. Penrose thereupon assumed a quality of mere bickering, and she could even doubt whether Mrs. Penrose wasn't justified in her attitude and wiser by her very want of generosity. She felt then something childish in the whole undertaking that otherwise escaped her. She was convicted of an absurd self-importance. She discovered herself an ignorant woman, availing herself of her husband's power and wealth to attempt presumptuous experiments. In these moods of disillusionment, her mind went adrift and was driven to and fro from discontent to discontent. She would find herself taking soundings and seeking an anchorage upon the strangest, most unfamiliar shoals. And in her relations and conflicts with her husband, there was a smouldering shame for her submissions to him that needed only a phase of fatigue to become acute. So long as she believed in her hostels and her mission that might be endured, but forced back upon her more personal life, its hideousness stood unclothed. Mr. Brumley could sometimes reassure her by a rhetorical effort upon the score of her hostels, but most of her more intimate and inner life was not, for very plain reasons, to be shown to him. He was full of the intention of generous self-denials, but she had long since come to measure the limits of his self-denial. Mr. Brumley was a friend in whom smouldered a love, capable, she knew quite clearly, of tormented and tormenting jealousies. It would be difficult to tell, and she certainly could never have told how far she knew of this by instinct, how far it came out of rapid intuitions from things seen and heard. But she understood that she dared not let a single breath of encouragement, a hint of physical confidence, reach that banked up glow. A sentinel discretion in her brain was always on the watch for that danger, and that restraint, that added deliberate inexpressiveness, kept them most apart, where most her spirit cried out for companionship. The common quality of all these moods of lassitude was a desolating loneliness. She had at times a need that almost overwhelmed her to be intimate, to be comforted and taken up out of the bleak, harsh disappointments and stresses of her customary life. At times, after Sir Isaac had either been too unloving or too loving, or when the girls or the matrons had achieved some new tangle of mutual unreasonableness, or when her faith failed, she would lie in the darkness of her own room with her soul crying out for, how can one put it, the touch of other soul stuff. And perhaps it was the constant drift of Mr. Brumley's talk, the little suggestions that fell drop by drop into her mind from his, that disposed her to believe that this aching sense of solitude in the void was to be assuaged by love, by some marvel of close exaltation that one might reach through a lover. She had told Mr. Brumley long ago that she would never let herself think of love. She still maintained to him that attitude of resolute aloofness, but almost without noting what she did, she was tampering now in her solitude with the seals of that locked chamber. She became secretly curious about love. Perhaps there was something in it of which she knew nothing. She found herself drawn towards poetry, found a new attraction in romance. More and more did she dally with the idea that there was some unknown beauty in the world, something to which her eyes might presently open, something deeper and sweeter than anything she had ever known, close at hand, something to put all the world into proportion of her. In a little while she no longer merely tampered with these seals, for quite silently the door had opened and she was craning in. This love, it seemed to her, might after all be so strange a thing that it goes unsuspected and yet fills the whole world of a human soul. An odd grotesque passage in a novel by Wilkins gave her that idea. He compared love to electricity. Of all things in the world, that throbbing life amidst the atoms that we now draw upon for light, warmth, connection, the satisfaction of 1,000 wants and the cure of 1,000 ills. There it is and always has been in the life of man, and yet until a century ago it worked unsuspected, was known only for a disregard oddity of amber, a crackling in frost-dry hair and thunder. And then she remembered how Mr. Brumley had once broken into a panegyric of love. It makes life a different thing. It is like the homecoming of something lost. All this dispersed, perplexing world centers. Think what true love means. To live always in the mind of another and to have that other living always in your mind. Only there can be no restraints, no reserves, no admission of prior rights. One must feel safe in one's welcome and freedoms. Wasn't it worth the risk of almost any breach of boundaries to get to such a light as that? She hid these musings from every human being. She was so shy with them. She hid them almost from herself. Rarely did they have their way with her, and when they did, presently she would accuse herself of slackness and dismiss them, and urge herself to fresh practicalities in her work. But her work was not always at hand. Sir Isaac's frequent relapses took her abroad to places where she found herself in the midst of beautiful scenery, with little to do and little to distract her from these questionings. Then such thoughts would inundate her. This feeling of the unsatisfactoriness of life, of incompleteness and solitariness, was not of that fixed sort that definitely indicates its demand. Under its oppression, she tried the idea of love, but she also tried certain other ideas. Very often, this vague appeal had the quality of a person, sometimes a person shrouded in night, a soundless whisper, the unseen lover who came to Psyche in the darkness. And sometimes that person became more distinct, less mystic, and more companionable, perhaps because imaginations have a way of following the line of least resistance. It took upon itself something of the form, something of the voice and bearing of Mr. Brumley. She recoiled from her own thoughts when she discovered herself wondering what manner of lover Mr. Brumley might make if suddenly she lowered her defences, freed his suffocating pleading, took him to herself. In my anxiety to draw Mr. Brumley as he was, I have perhaps a little neglected to show him as Lady Harman saw him. We have employed the inconsiderate verisimilitude of a novelist repudiating romance in his portrayal. Towards her, he kept a better face. He was at least a very honest lover, and there was little disingenuousness in the flow of fine mental attitudes that met her. The thought and presence of her made him fine. As soon could he have turned his shady side towards the sun, and she was very ready and eager to credit him with generous qualities. We of his club and circle, a little assisted perhaps by Max Beerbohm's diabolical index finger, may have found and been not unwilling to find his face chiefly expressive of a kind of empty alertness. But when it was turned to her, its quite pleasantly modelled features glowed, and it was transfigured. So far as he was concerned, with Sir Isaac as foil, he was real enough and good enough for her. And by the virtue of that unlovely contrast, even a certain ineffectiveness became infinite delicacy. The thought of Mr. Brumley in that relation, and to that extent of clearness, came but rarely into her consciousness, and when it did, it was almost immediately dismissed again. It was the most fugitive of proffered consolations. And it is to be remarked that it made its most successful apparitions when Mr. Brumley was far away, and by some weeks or months of separation, a little blurred and forgotten. And sometimes, the unrest of her spirit, this unhappiness turned her in quite another direction, as it seemed, and she had thoughts of religion. With a deepened shame, she would go seeking into that other, that greater indelicacy from which her upbringing had divorced her mind. She would even secretly pray. Greatly daring, she fled on several occasions from her visitation of the hostels, or slipped out of her home, and evading Mr. Brumley, went once to the Brompton Oratory, once or twice to the Westminster Cathedral, and then, having discovered St. Paul's, to St. Paul's in search of this nameless need. It was a need that no plain and ugly little place of worship would satisfy. It was a need that demanded choir and organ. She went to St. Paul's haphazard when her mood and opportunity chanced together, and there in the afternoon she found a wonder of great music and chanting voices, and she would kneel looking up into those divine shadows and perfect archings, and feel for a time assuaged, wonderfully assuaged. Sometimes there she seemed to be upon the very verge of grasping that hidden reality which makes all things plain. Sometimes it seemed to her that this very indulgence was the hidden reality. She could never be sure in her mind whether these secret worshippings helped or hampered her in her daily living. They helped her to a certain disregard of annoyances and indignities, and so far they were good, but they also helped towards a more general indifference. She might have told these last experiences to Mr. Brumley if she had not felt them to be indescribable. They could not be half told. They had to be told completely, or they were altogether untellable. So she had them hid, and at once accepted and distrusted the consolation they brought her, and went on with the duties and philanthropies that she had chosen as her task in the world. One day in Lent, it was nearly 3 years after the opening of the first hotel, she went to St. Paul's. She was in a mood of great discouragement. The struggle between Mrs. Pembrose and the Bloomsbury girls had suddenly reopened in an acute form, and Sir Isaac, who was sickening again after a period of better health, had become strangely restless and irritable and hostile to her. He had thwarted her unusually and taken the side of the matrons in a conflict in which Susan Burnet's sister Alice was now distinguished as the chief of the malcontents. The new trouble seemed to Lady Harman to be traceable in one direction to that ardent unionist, Miss Babs Wheeler, under the spell of whose round face, blue-eyed, distraught personality, Alice had altogether fallen. Miss Babs Wheeler was fighting for the Union. She herself lived at Highbury with her mother, and Alice was her chosen instrument in the hostels. The Union had always been a little against the ladylike instincts of many of the waitresses. They felt strikes were vulgar and impaired their social standing, and this feeling had been greatly strengthened by eruptions of large contingents of shop assistants from various department stores. The Bloomsbury hostel in particular now accommodated 100 refined and elegant hands. They ought rather to be called figures from the Great Oxford Street costume house of Eustace and Mills. Young people with a tall, sweeping movement and an elevation of chin that had become nearly instinctive, and a silent yet evident intention to find the international girls low at the slightest provocation. It is only too easy for poor humanity under the irritation of that tacit superiority to respond with just the provocation anticipated. What one must regretfully speak of as the vulgar section of the international girls had already put itself in the wrong by a number of aggressive acts before the case came to Lady Harman's attention. Mrs. Pembrose seized the occasion for weeding on a courageous scale, and Miss Alice Burnet and 3 of her dearest friends were invited to vacate their rooms pending redecoration. With only too much plausibility, the threatened young women interpreted this as an expulsion and declined to remove their boxes and personal belongings. Miss Babs Wheeler thereupon entered the Bloomsbury hostel, and, in the teeth of 3 express prohibitions from Mrs. Pembrose, went a little up in the staircase and addressed a confused meeting in the central hall. There was loud and continuous cheering for Lady Harman at intervals during this incident. Thereupon, Mrs. Pembrose demanded sweeping dismissals, not only from the hostels but the shops as an alternative to her resignation, and Lady Harman found herself more perplexed than ever. Georgina Sawbridge had contrived to mingle herself in an entirely characteristic way in these troubles by listening for a brief period to an abstract of her sister's perplexities, then demanding to be made Director General to the whole affair, refusing to believe this simple step impossible and retiring in great dudgeon to begin a series of letters of even more than sisterly bitterness. And Mr. Brumley, when consulted, had become dangerously sentimental. Under these circumstances, Lady Harman's visit to St. Paul's had much of the quality of a flight. It was with an unwanted sense of refuge that she came from the sombre streets and roar of London, without into the large hushed spaces of the cathedral. The door closed behind her, and all things changed. Here was meaning, coherence, unity. Here, instead of pelting confusion of movements and motives, was a quiet concentration upon the little focus of light about the choir, the gentle complete dominance of a voice intoning. She slipped along the aisle and into the nave and made her way to a seat. How good this was! Outside she had felt large, awkwardly responsible, accessible to missiles, a distress conspicuous thing. Within this living peace, she suddenly became no more than one of a tranquil, hushed community of small black-clad lantern people. She found a chair and knelt and felt she vanished even from her own consciousness. How beautiful was this place! She looked up presently at the great, shadowy arcs far above her, so easy, so gracious that it seemed they had not so much been built by men as shaped by circling flights of angels. The service, a little clustering advance of voices, unsustained by any organ, mingled in her mind with the many-pointed glow of candles, and then into this great dome of worship and beauty, like a bed of voices breaking into flower, like a springtime breeze of sound, came Allegri's misery. Her spirits clung to this mood of refuge. It seemed as though the disorderly, pugnacious, misunderstanding universe had opened and shown her luminous mysteries. She had a sense of penetration. All that conflict, the jar of purposes and motives, was merely superficial. She had left it behind her. For a time, she had no sense of effort in keeping hold of this, only of attainment. She drifted happily upon the sweet, sustaining sounds, and then the music ceased. She came back into herself. Close to her, a seated man stared and sighed. She tried to get back her hold upon that revelation, but it had gone. Inexorably opaque, impenetrable doors closed softly on her moment of vision. All about her was the stir of departure. She walked out slowly into the cold March daylight, into the leaden greys, the hurrying black shapes, the chaotic afternoon traffic of London. She paused on the steps, still but half reawakened. A passing omnibus obtruded the familiar inscription, International Stores for Staminal Bread. She turned like one who remembers, to where her chauffeur stood waiting. As her motor car, with a swift smoothness, carried her along the embankment towards the lattice bar of Charing Cross Bridge and the remoter towers of the Houses of Parliament, grey now and unsubstantial against the bright western sky, her mind came back slowly to her particular issues in life. But they were no longer the big, exasperatingly important things that had seemed to hold her life by 100 painful hooks before she went into the cathedral. They were small, still under this dome of evening, small even by the measure of the grey buildings to the right of her and the warm, lit river to her left, by the measure of the clustering dark barges, the teeming trams, the streaming crowds of people, the note of the human process that sounds so loud there. She felt small even to herself, for the touch of beauty saves us from our own personalities, makes gods of us to our own littleness. She passed under the railway bridge at Charing Cross, watched the square cluster of Westminster's pinnacles rise above her until they were out of sight overhead, ran up the little incline and round into Parliament Square, and was presently out of the riverside embankment again, with the great chimneys of Chelsea smoking athwart the evening gold. And thence, with a sudden effect of skies shut and curtains drawn, she came by devious ways to the Fulham Road and the crowding traffic of Putney Bridge and Putney High Street, and so home. Snagsby, assisted by a new under-butler, a lean, white-faced young man with red hair, received her ceremoniously and hovered serviceably about her. On the hall table lay 3 or 4 visiting cards of no importance, some circulars and 2 letters. She threw the circulars into the basket placed for them and opened her first letter. It was from Georgina. It was on several sheets and it began, "I still cannot believe that you refuse to give me the opportunity the Director Generalship of your hostels mean to me. It is not as if you yourself had either the time or the abilities necessary for them yourself. You haven't. And there is something almost dogging the managerish to my mind in the way in which you will not give me my chance, the chance I have always been looking for." At this point, Lady Harman put down this letter for subsequent perusal and took its companion, which was addressed in an unfamiliar hand. It was from Alice Burnett, and it was written in that sprawling hand and diffuse style natural to a not very well educated person with a complicated story to tell in a state of unusual emotion. But the gist was in the first few sentences, which announced that Alice had been evicted from the hostel. "I found my things on the pavement," wrote Alice. Lady Harman became aware of Snagsby still hovering at hand. "Mrs. Pembrose, my lady, came here this afternoon," he said, when he had secured her attention. "Came here? She asked for you, my lady, and when I told her you were not at home, she asked if she might see Sir Isaac." "And did she?" "Sir Isaac saw her, my lady. They had tea in the study. I wish I had been at home to see her," said Lady Harman after a brief interval of reflection. She took her 2 letters and turned to the staircase. They were still in her hand when presently she came into her husband's study. "I don't want a light," he said, as she put out her hand to the electric switch. His voice had a note of discontent, but he was sitting in the armchair against the window so that she could not see his features. "How are you feeling this afternoon?" she asked. "I'm feeling all right," he answered testily. He seemed to dislike inquiries after his health almost as much as he disliked neglect. She came and stood by him and looked out from the dusk of the room into the garden, darkening under a red-bared sky. "There is fresh trouble between Mrs. Pembrose and the girls," she said. "She's been telling me about it." "She's been here?" "Pretty nearly half an hour," said Sir Isaac. Lady Harman tried to imagine that hour's interview on the spur of the moment and failed. She came to her immediate business. "I think," she said, "that she has been high-handed." "You would," said Sir Isaac after an interval. His tone was hostile, so hostile that it startled her. "Don't you?" He shook his head. "My ideas and your ideas, or anyhow the ideas you've got hold of, somewhere, somehow, I don't know where you get your ideas. We haven't got the same ideas anyhow. You got to keep order in these places anyhow." She perceived that she was in face of a prepared position. "I don't think," she threw out, "that she does keep order. She represses and irritates. She gets an idea that certain girls are against her, and you get an idea she is against certain girls. Practically, she expels them. She has in fact just turned one out into the street. You got to expel them. You got to. You can't run these places on sugar and water. They're a sort of girl, a sort of man who makes trouble. There's a sort that makes strikes, makes mischief, gets up to grievances. You've got to get rid of them somehow, and you've got to be practical somewhere. You can't go running these places on a lot of literary ideas and all that. It's not good." The phrase literary ideas held Lady Harman's attention for a moment, but she could not follow it up to its implications because she wanted to get on with the issue she had at hand. "I want to be consulted about these expulsions. Girl after girl has been sent away." Sir Isaac's silhouette was obstinate. "She knows her business," he said. He seemed to feel the need for a justification. They shouldn't make trouble. On that, they rested for a little while in silence. She began to realize with a gathering emotion that this matter was far more crucial than she had supposed. She had been thinking only of the reinstatement of Alice Burnett. She hadn't yet estimated just what that overriding of Mrs. Pembrose might involve. "I don't want to have any girl go until I have looked into her case. It's vital. She says she can't run the show unless she has some power." Neither spoke for some seconds. She had the feeling of hopeless vexation that might come to a child that has wandered into a trap. "I thought," she began, "these hostels—" She stopped short. Sir Isaac's hand tightened on the arm of his chair. "I started them to please you," he said. "I hadn't started them to please your friends." She turned her eyes quickly to his grey, up-looking face. "I didn't start them for you and that chap Brumley to play about with," he amplified. "And now you know about it, Ellie." The thing had found her unprepared. As if, she said at last. As if, he mocked. She stood quite still, staring blankly at this unimaginable situation. He was the first to break silence. He lifted one hand and dropped it again, with a dead impact on the arm of his chair. I got the things, he said. And there they are. Anyhow, they got to be run in a proper way. She made no immediate answer. She was seeking desperately for phrases that escaped her. Do you think, she began at last, do you really think? He stared out of the window. He answered in tones of excessive reasonableness. I didn't start these hostels to be run by you and your friend. He gave the sentence the quality of an ultimatum, an irreducible minimum. He's my friend, she explained, only because he does work for the hostels. Sir Isaac seemed for a moment to attempt to consider that. Then he relapsed upon his predetermined attitude. God, he exclaimed, but I have been a fool. She decided that must be ignored. I care more for these hostels than I care for anything else in the world, she told him. I want them to work. I want them to succeed. And then he listened in skeptical silence. Mr. Bramley is nothing to me but a helper. How can you imagine, Isaac? How can you dare to suggest? Very well, said Sir Isaac, and reflected and made his old familiar sound with his teeth. Run the hostels without him, Ellie, he propounded. Then I'll believe. She perceived that suddenly she was faced by a test or a bargain in the background of her mind, the figure of Mr. Bramley, as she had seen him last, in brown and with a tie rather to one side, protested vainly. She did what she could for him on the spur of the moment, but, she said, he's so helpful. He's so harmless. That's as may be, said Sir Isaac, and breathed heavily. How can one suddenly turn on a friend? I don't see that you ever wanted a friend, said Sir Isaac. He's been so good. It isn't reasonable, Isaac, when anyone has slaved. I don't say he isn't a good sort of chap, said Sir Isaac, with that same note of almost superhuman rationality. Only, he isn't going to run my hostels. But what do you mean, Isaac? I mean you got to choose. He waited as if he expected her to speak, and went on. What it comes to is this, Ellie. I'm about sick of that chap. I'm sick of him. He paused for a moment because his breath was short. If you go on with the hostels, he's... Phew, got to mizzle. Then, I don't mind if you want that girl Burnett brought back in triumph. It will make Mrs. Pembrose chuck the whole blessed show, you know. But I say, I don't mind. Only in that case, I don't want to see or hear about... hear about your Mr. Bramley again. And I don't want you to either. I'm being pretty reasonable and pretty patient over this, with people talking right and left. Still, there's a limit. You've been going on. If I didn't know you were so innocent. In a way, I don't want to talk about that. There you are, Ellie. It seemed to her that she had always expected this to happen. But however much she had expected it to happen, she was still quite unprepared with any course of action. She wanted with an equal want of limitation to keep both Mr. Bramley and her hostels. But Isaac, she said, what do you suspect? What do you think? This friendship has been going on. How can I end it suddenly? Don't you be too innocent, Ellie. You know and I know perfectly well what there is between men and women. I don't make out I know anything. I don't know. I don't pretend you are anything but straight. Only... He suddenly gave way to his irritation. His self-control vanished. Damn it, he cried, and his panting breath quickened. The thing's got to end. As if I didn't understand. As if I didn't understand. She would have protested again, but his voice held her. It's got to end. Of course, you haven't done anything. Of course, you don't know anything or think anything, but Only here I am ill. You wouldn't be sorry if I got worse? You can wait. You can, all right? All right. And there you stand, irritating me, arguing. You know it chokes me. Got to end, I tell you. Got to end. He beat at the arms of his chair and then put a hand to his throat. Go away, he cried to her. Go to hell. I cannot tell whether the reader is a person of swift decisions or one of the newer race of doubters. If he be the latter, he will be better to understand how Lady Harman did, in the next 2 days, make up her mind definitely and conclusively to two entirely opposed lines of action. She decided that her relations with Mr. Brumley, innocent as they were, must cease in the interest of the hostels and her struggle with Mrs. Pembrose, and she decided with quite equal certainty that her husband's sudden veto upon these relations was an intolerable tyranny that must be resisted with passionate indignation. Also, she was surprised to find how difficult it was now to think of parting from Mr. Brumley. She made her way to these precarious conclusions and on from whichever it was to the other through a jungle of conflicting considerations and feelings. When she thought of Mrs. Pembrose, and more particularly of the probable share of Mrs. Pembrose in her husband's objection to Mr. Brumley, her indignation kindled. She perceived Mrs. Pembrose as a purely evil personality, as a spirit of espionage, distrust, calculated treachery, and malignant intervention. As all this is evil in rule and officialism, and a vast wave of responsibility for all those difficult and feeble and likeable young women who elbowed and giggled and misunderstood and blundered and tried to live happily under the commanding stresses of Mrs. Pembroke's austerity, carried her away. She had her duty to do to them, and it overrode every other duty. If a certain separation from Mr. Brumley's assiduous aid was demanded, was it too great a sacrifice? And no sooner was that settled than the whole question reopened with her indignant demand why anyone at any price had the right to prohibit a friendship that she had so conscientiously kept innocent. If she gave way to this outrageous restriction today, what fresh limitations might not Sir Isaac impose tomorrow? And now she was so embarrassed in her struggle by his health. She could not go to him and have things out with him. She could not directly defy him because that might mean a suffocating seizure for him. It was entirely illogical, no doubt, but extremely natural for Lady Harman to decide she must communicate her decision, whichever one it was, to Mr. Brumley in a personal interview. She wrote to him and arranged to meet and talk to him in Kew Gardens, and with a feeling of discretion went thither, not in the automobile but in a taxicab. And so delicately now were her two irrevocable decisions balanced in her mind that twice on her way to Kew she swayed over from one to the other. Arrived at the garden, she found herself quite disinclined to begin the announcement of either decision. She was quite exceptionally glad to see Mr. Brumley. He was dressed in a new suit of lighter brown that became him very well indeed. The day was warm and bright, a day of scillas and daffodils, and snow upon the mountains, and green powdered trees, and frank sunshine, and the warmth of her feelings for her friend merged indistinguishably with the springtime stir and glow. They walked across the bright turf together in a state of unjustifiable happiness, purring little admirations at the ingenious elegance of creation at its best, as gardeners set out for our edification. And our whole tenor of Lady Harman's mind was to make this occasion an escape from the particular business that had brought her thither. "We'll look for daffodils away there towards the river, under the trees," said Mr. Brumley, and it seemed preposterous not to enjoy those daffodils at least before she broached the great issue between an irresistible force and an immovable post that occupied her mental background. Mr. Bramley was quite at his best that afternoon. He was happy, gay, and deferential. He made her realize by his every tone and movement that if he had his choice of the whole world that afternoon and all its inhabitants and everything, there was no other place in which he would be, no other companion, no other occupation than this he had. He talked of spring and flowers, quoted poets, and added the treasures of a well-stored mind to the amenities of the day. It's good to take a holiday at times, he said, and after that it was more difficult than ever to talk about the trouble of the hostels. She was able to do this, at last, while they were having tea in the little pavilion near the pagoda. It was the old pavilion, the one that Miss Alimony's suffragettes were afterwards to burn down in order to demonstrate the relentless logic of women. They did it in the same eventful week when Miss Alimony was, she declared, so nearly carried off by white slave traders disguised as nurses, but, fortunately for her, smelling of brandy from the Brixton Temperance Bazaar. But in those simpler days, the pavilion still existed. It was tended by agreeable waiters whose evening dress was mitigated by cheerful little straw hats, and an enormous multitude of valiant and smutty cockney sparrows chirped and squeaked and begged and fluttered and fought, venturing to the very tables and feet of the visitors. And here, a little sobered from their first elation by much walking about and the presence of jam and watercress, Mr. Brumley and Lady Harman could think again of the work they were doing for the reconstitution of society upon collective lines. She began to tell him of the conflict between Mrs. Penrose and Alice Burnet that threatened the latter with extinction. She found it more convenient to talk at first as though the strands of decision were still all in her arms. Afterwards, she would go on to the peculiar complication of the situation through the unexpected weakening of her position in relation to Mrs. Penrose. She described the particular of the new trouble, the perplexing issue between the ladylike, for which, as a feminine ideal, there was so much to be said on the one hand, and the genial, which was also an admirable quality, on the other. You see, she said, it's very rude to cough at people and make noises, but then it's so difficult to explain to the others that it's equally rude to go past people and pretend not to see or hear them. Girls of that sort always seem so much more underbred when they are trying to be superior than when they are not. They get off stiff and exasperating. And this keeping out of the union because it isn't genteel. It's the very essence of the trouble with all these employees. We've discussed that so often. Those drapers' girls seem full of such old, selfish, base, pretentious notions, much more full even than our refreshment girls. And then, as if it wasn't all difficult enough, comes Mrs. Penrose and her wardresses, doing all sorts of hard, clumsy things, and one can't tell them just how little they are qualified to judge good behaviour. Their one idea of discipline is to speak to people as if they were servants and to be distant and crushing. And long before one can do anything, come trouble and tart replies and reports of gross impertinence and expulsion. We keep on expelling girls. This is the 4th time girls have had to go. What is to become of them? I know this Burnet girl quite well, as you know. She's just a human. Kindly little woman, she'll feel disgraced. How can I let a thing like that occur? She spread her hands apart over the tea things. Mr. Brumley held his chin in his hand and said, and looked judicial, and admired Lady Harman very much, and tried to grasp the whole situation and wring out a solution. He made some admirable generalizations about the development of a new social feeling in response to changed conditions, but apart from a remark that Mrs. Penrose was all organization and no psychology, and quite the wrong person for her position, he said nothing in the slightest degree contributory to the particular drama under consideration. From that utterance, however, Lady Harman would no doubt have gone on to the slow, tentative but finally conclusive statement of the new difficulty that had arisen out of her husband's jealousy, and to the discussion of the more fundamental decisions it forced upon her, if a peculiar blight had not fallen upon their conversation and robbed it at last of even an appearance of ease. This blight crept upon their minds. It began first with Mr. Brumley. Mr. Brumley was rarely free from self-consciousness. Whenever he was in a restaurant or any such place of assembly, then whatever he did or whatever he said he had a kind of surplus attention, a quickening of the ears, a wandering of the eyes, to the groups and individuals round about him. And while he had seemed entirely occupied with Lady Harman, he had nevertheless been aware from the outset that a dingy and inappropriate-looking man in a bowler hat and a ready-made suit of grey was listening to their conversation from an adjacent table. This man had entered the pavilion oddly. He had seemed to dodge in and hesitate. Then he had chosen his table rather deliberately, and he kept looking and trying not to seem to look. That was not all. Mr. Brumley's expression was overcast by the effort to recall something. He sat elbows on table and leant forward towards Lady Harman and at the blossom-laden trees outside the pavilion, and trifled with his 2 fingers on his lips, and spoke between them in a voice that was speculative and confidential, and muffled and mysterious. "Where have I seen our friend to the left before?" She had been aware of his distraction for some time. She glanced at the man and found nothing remarkable in him. She tried to go on with her explanation. Mr. Brumley appeared attentive, and then he said again, "But where have I seen him?" And from that point, her talk was blighted. The heart seemed to go out of her. Mr. Brumley, she felt, was no longer taking in what she was saying. At the time, she couldn't in any way share his preoccupation, but what had been difficult before became hopeless, and she could no longer feel that even presently she would be able to make him understand the peculiar alternatives before her. They drifted back by the great conservatory and the ornamental water, a ripple with ducks and swans, to the gates where his taxi waited. Even then it occurred to her that she ought to tell him something of the new situation. But now their time was running out. She would have to be concise, and what wife could ever say abruptly and offhand that frequent fact, "Oh, by the by, my husband is jealous of you"? Then she had an impulse to tell him simply, without any explanation at all, that for a time he must not meet her. And while she gathered herself together for that, his preoccupations intervened again. He stood up in his open taxicab and looked back. "That chap," he said, "is following us." The effect of this futile interview upon Lady Harman was remarkable. She took to herself an absurd conviction that this inconclusiveness had been an achievement. Confronted by a dilemma, she had chosen neither horn and assumed an attitude of inoffensive defiance. Springs in England vary greatly in their character. Some are easterly and quarrelsome, some are northwesterly and wetly disastrous, a bleak invasion from the ocean. Some are but the broken beginnings of what are not so much years as stretches of meteorological indecision. This particular spring was essentially a southwesterly spring, good and friendly, showery but in the lightest way, and so softly reassuring as to be gently hilarious. It was a spring to get into the blood of anyone. It gave Lady Harman the feeling that Mrs. Pembroke would certainly be dealt with properly, and without unreasonable delay by heaven, and that meanwhile it was well to take the good things of existence as cheerfully as possible. The good things she took were very innocent things. Feeling unusually well and enjoying great draughts of spring air and sunshine were the chief. and she took them only for 3 brief days. She carried the children down to Black Strand to see her daffodils, and her daffodils surpassed expectation. There was a delirium of blackthorn in the new wild garden. She had an X from the woods, and a close carpet of encouraged wild primroses. Even the Putney garden was full of happy surprises. The afternoon following her visit to Blackstrand was so warm that she had tea with her family in great gaiety on the lawn under the cedar. Her offspring was unusually sweet that day. They had new blue cotton sunbonnets, and Baby and Annette at least succeeded in being pretty. And Millicent, under the new Swiss governess, had acquired, it seemed, quite suddenly, a glib colloquial French that somehow reconciled one to the extreme thinness and shapelessness of her legs. Then an amazing new fact broke into this gleam of irrational contentment, a shattering new fact. She found she was being watched. She discovered that dingy man in the grey suit following her. The thing came upon her one afternoon. She was starting out for a talk with Georgina. She felt so well, so confident of the world that it was intolerable to think of Georgina harbouring resentment. She resolved she would go and have things out with her and make it clear just how impossible it was to impose a Director General upon her husband. She became aware of a man in grey as she walked down Putney Hill. She recognised him at once. He was at the corner of Redfern Road and still unaware of her existence. He was leaning against the wall with the habituated pose of one who is frequently obliged to lean against walls for long periods of time, and he was conversing in an elucidatory manner with the elderly crossing sweeper who still braves the motor cars at that point. He became aware of her emergence with a start. He ceased to lean and became observant. He was one of those men whose faces suggest the word muzzle, with an erect, combative nose and a forward slant of the body from the rather inturned feet. He wore an observant bowler hat, a little too small for him, and there is something about the tail of his jacket, as though he had been docked. She passed at a stride to the acceptance of Mr. Brumley's hitherto incredible suspicion. Her pulses quickened. It came into her head to see how far this man would go in following her. She went on demurely down the hill, leaving him quite unaware that she had seen him. She was amazed, and after her first belief, incredulous again. Could Isaac be going mad? At the corner, she satisfied herself of the grey man's proximity and hailed a taxicab. The man in grey came nosing across to listen to her directions and hear where she was going. "Please drive up the hill until I tell you," she said, slowly, and had the satisfaction, if one may call it a satisfaction, of seeing the grey man drive towards the taxicab rank. Then she gave herself up to hasty scheming. She turned her taxicab abruptly, when she was certain of being followed, went back to London, turned again, and made for Westridge's great stores in Oxford Street. The grey man ticked up 2 pences in pursuit. All along the Brompton Road he pursued her with his nose like the jib of a ship. She was excited and interested, and not nearly so shocked as she ought to have been. It didn't somehow jar as it ought to have jarred with her idea of Sir Isaac. Watched by a detective, this then was the completion of the conditional freedom she had won by smashing that window. She might have known. She was astonished and indignant, but not nearly so entirely indignant as a noble heroine should have been. She was certainly not nearly so queenly as Mrs. Sawbridge would have shown herself under such circumstances. It may have been due to some plebeian strain in her father's blood that over and above her proper indignation, she was extremely interested. She wanted to know what manner of man it was whose nose was just appearing above the window edge of the taxicab behind. In her inexperienced inattention, she had never yet thought it was possible that men could be hired to follow women. She sat a little forward, thinking. How far would he follow her, and was it possible to shake him off? Or are such followers so expert that, once upon a scent, they are like the Indian hunting dog, inevitable? She must see. She paid off her taxi at Westridge and, with the skill of her sex, observed him by the window reflection, counting the many doors of the establishment. Would he try to watch them all? There were also some round the corner. No, he was going to follow her in. She had a sudden desire, an unreasonable desire, perhaps an instinctive desire, to see that man among baby linen. It was in her power, for a time, to wreath him with incongruous objects. This was the sort of fancy a woman must control. He stalked her with an unreal sang-froid. He ambushed behind a display of infant socks. Driven to buy by a saleswoman, he appeared to be demanding improbable varieties of infant socks. Are these watches and trackers sometimes driven to buying things in shops? If so, strange items must figure in accounts of expenses. If he bought those socks, would they appear in Sir Isaac's bill? She felt a sudden craving for the sight of Sir Isaac's private detective account. And as for the articles themselves, what became of them? She knew her husband well enough to feel sure that if he paid anything, he would insist upon having it. But where did he keep them? But now the man's back was turned. He was no doubt improvising paternity and an extreme fastidiousness in baby's footwear. Now for it, through departments of deepening indelicacy to the lift. But he had considered that possibility of embarrassment. He got round by some other way. He was just in time to hear the lift gate clash upon a calmly preoccupied lady, who still seemed as unaware of his existence as the sky. He was running upstairs when she descended again. Without getting out, he stopped at the sight of her, shooting past him. Their eyes met, and there was something appealing in his. He was very moist, and his bowler was flagging. He had evidently started out in the morning with misconceptions about the weather, and it was clear he felt he had blundered into coming into Westridge's. Before she could get a taxi, he was on the pavement behind her, hot but pursuing. She sought in her mind for corner shops, with doors on this street and that. She exercised him upon Peter Robinson's and Debenham and Freebody's, and then started for the monument. But on her way to the monument, she thought of the moving staircase at Harrods. If she went up and down this, she wanted to know what he would do. Would he run up and down the fixed flight? He did, several times, and then she bethought herself of the Piccadilly tube. She got in at Brompton Road and got out at Down Street, and then got in again and went to South Kensington, and he darted in and out of adjacent carriages and got into lifts by curious retrograde movements, being apparently under the erroneous impression that his back was less characteristic than his face. By this time he was evidently no longer unaware of her intelligent interest in his movements. It was clear too that he had received a false impression that he wanted to shake him off, and that all the sleuth in him was aroused. He was dishevelled and breathing hard and getting a little close and coarse in his pursuit, but he was sticking to it with a puckered, intensified resolution. He came up into the South Kensington air, open-mouthed and sniffing curiously, but invincible. She discovered suddenly that she did not like him at all, and that she wanted to go home. She took a taxi, and then away in the wilds of the Fulham Road she had her crowning idea. She stopped the cab at a dingy little furniture shop, paid the driver exorbitantly, and instructed him to go right back to South Kensington Station, buy her an evening paper, and return for her. The pursuer drew up 30 yards away, fell into her trap, paid off his cab, and feigned to be interested by a small window full of penny toys, cheap chocolate and coconut ice. She bought herself a brass door weight, paid for it hastily, and posted herself just within the furniture shop door. Then you see her cab return suddenly, and she got in at once and left him stranded. He made a desperate effort to get a motor omnibus. She saw him rushing across the traffic, gesticulating. Then he collided with a boy with a basket on a bicycle, not so far as she could see injuriously. They seemed to leap at once into a crowd and an argument, and then he was hidden from her by a bend in the road. For a little while her mind was full of fragments of speculation about this man. Was he a married man? Was he very much away from home? What did he earn? Were there ever disputes about his expenses? She must ask Isaac, for she was determined to go home and challenge her husband. She felt buoyed up by indignation and the consciousness of innocence. And then she felt an odd little doubt whether her innocence was quite so manifest as she supposed. That doubt grew to uncomfortable proportions. For 2 years she had been meeting Mr. Brumley as confidently as though they had been invisible beings, and now she had to rack her brains for just what might be mistaken, what might be misconstrued. There was nothing, she told herself, nothing. It was all as open as the day, and still her mind groped about for some foreign circumstance, something gone almost out of memory that would bear misinterpretation. How should she begin? Isaac, she would say, I am being followed about London. Suppose he denied his complicity. How could he deny his complicity? The cab ran in through the gates of her home and stopped at the door. Snagsby came hurrying down the steps with a face of consternation. Sir Isaac, my lady has come home in a very sad state indeed. Beyond Snagsby in the hall, she came upon a lost-looking, round-eyed Florence. Dad is ill again, said Florence. You run to the nursery, said Lady Harman. I thought I might help, said Florence. I don't want to play with the others. No, run away to the nursery. I want to see the oxygen let out, said Florence, petulantly to her mother's unsympathetic back. I never see the oxygen let out. Mummy. Lady Harman found her husband on the couch in his bedroom. He was propped up in a sitting position with every available cushion and pillow. His coat and waistcoat and collar had been taken off, and his shirt and vest torn open. The nearest doctor, Almsworth, was in attendance, but oxygen had not arrived, and Sir Isaac, with an expression of bitter malignity upon his face, was fighting desperately for breath. If anything, his malignity deepened at the sight of his wife. Damned climate, he gasped. Wouldn't have come back except for your foolery. It seemed to help him to say that. He took a deep inhalation, pressed his lips tightly together, and nodded at her to confirm his words. If he's fanciful, said Almsworth, if in any way your presence irritates him. Let her stay, said Sir Isaac. It pleases her. Almsworth's colleague entered with the long-desired oxygen cylinder. And now every other interest in life was dominated, and every other issue postponed by the immense urgencies of Sir Isaac's illness. It had entered upon a new phase. It was manifest that he could no longer live in England, that he must go to some warm and kindly climate. There, and with due precautions and observances, Almsworth assured Lady Harman he might survive for many years, an invalid, of course, but a capable one. For some time, the business of the international stores had been preparing itself for this withdrawal. Sir Isaac had been entrusting his managers with increased responsibility and making things ready for the flotation of a company that would take the whole network of enterprises off his hands. Charterson was associated with him in this, and everything was sufficiently definite to be managed from any continental resort to which his doctors chose to send him. They chose to send him to Santa Margherita on the Ligurian coast near Rapallo and Portofino. It was old Berginer and Marienbad who chose this place. Sir Isaac had wanted to go to Marienbad, his first resort abroad. He had a lively and indeed an exaggerated memory of his cure there. His growing disposition to distrust had turned him against his London specialist, and he had caused Lady Harman to send gigantic telegrams of inquiry to old Berginer before he would be content. But Berginer would not have him at Marienbad. It wasn't the place. It was the wrong time of year. There was the very thing for them at the Regency Hotel at Santa Margherita, an entire dependence in a beautiful garden right on the sea, admirably furnished and adapted in every way to Sir Isaac's peculiar needs. There, declared Dr. Berginer, with a proper attendant, due precaution, occasional oxygen, and no excitement, he would live indefinitely, that is to say 8 or 10 years. And attracted by the 8 or 10 years, which was 3 more than the London specialist offered, Sir Isaac finally gave in and consented to be taken to Santa Margherita. He was to go as soon as possible, and he went in a special train and with an immense elaboration of attendants and comforts. They took with them a young doctor. Their specialist at Marienbad had recommended a bright young Bavian with a perfectly square blonde head, an incurable frock coat, the manners of the less kindly type of hotel porter, and luggage which apparently consisted entirely of apparatus, an arsenal of strange-shaped, shining black cases. He joined them in London and went right through with them. From Genoa, at his request, they obtained the services of a trained nurse, an amiable, fluent-shaped woman who knew only Italian and German, for reasons that he declined to give, but which apparently had something to do with the suffrage agitation. He would have nothing to do with an English-trained nurse. They had also a stenographer and typist for Sir Isaac's correspondence, and Lady Harman had a secretary, a young lady with glasses named Summersley Satchel, who obviously reserved opinions of a harshly intellectual kind and had previously been in the service of the late Lady Mary Justin. She established unfriendly relations with the young doctor at an early date by attempting, he said, to learn German from him. Then there was a maid for Lady Harman, an assistant maid, and a valet attendant for Sir Isaac. The rest of the service in the dependence was supplied by the hotel management. It took some weeks to assemble this expedition and transport it to its place of exile. Arrangements had been made for closing the Putney house and establishing the children with Mrs. Harman at Blackstrand. There was an exceptional amount of packing up to do, for this time Lady Harman felt she was not coming back. It might be for years. They were going out to warmth and sunshine for the rest of Sir Isaac's life. He was entering upon the last phase in the slow disorganization of his secretions and the progressive hardening of his arterial tissues that had become his essential history. His appearance has altered much in the last few months. He had become visibly smaller. His face, in particular, had become sharp and little-featured. It was more and more necessary for him to sit up in order to breathe with comfort. He slept sitting up, and his senses were affected. He complained of strange tastes in food, quarrelled with the cook, and had fits of sickness. Sometimes, latterly, he had complained of strange sounds, like air whistling in water pipes, he said, that had no existence outside his ears. Moreover, he was steadily more irritable and more suspicious and less able to control himself when angry. A long-hidden vein of vile and abusive language, hidden perhaps since the days of Mr. Gambard's college at Ealing, came to the surface. For some days after his seizure, Lady Harman was glad to find in the stress of his necessities an excuse for disregarding altogether the crisis in the hostels and the perplexing problems of their relations to Mr. Brumley. She wrote 2 brief notes to the latter gentleman, breaking appointments and pleading pressure of business. Then, at first during intervals of sleeplessness at night, and presently during the day, the danger and ugliness of her outlook began to trouble her. She was still, she perceived, being watched. But whether that was because her husband had failed to change whatever orders he had given, or because he was still keeping himself minutely informed of her movements, she could not tell. She was now constantly with him, and except for small spiteful outbreaks and occasional intervals of still and silent malignity, he tolerated and utilized her attentions. It was clear his jealousy of her rankled, a jealousy that made him resentful at her health and ready to complain of any brightness of eye or vigor of movement. They had drifted far apart from the possibility of any real discussion of the hostels since that talk in the twilit study. To reopen that now, or to complain of the shadowing pursuer who dodged her steps abroad, would have been to precipitate Mr. Brumley's dismissal. Even at the cost of letting things drift at the hostels for a time, she wished to avoid that question. She would not see him, but she would not shut the door upon him. So far as the detective was concerned, she could avoid the discussion by pretending to be unaware of his existence. And as for the hostels each day were left until the morrow. She had learnt many things since the days of her first rebellion, and she knew now that this matter of the man-friend and nothing else in the world is the central issue of the emancipation of women. The difficulty of him is latent in every other restriction of which women complain. The complete emancipation of women will come with complete emancipation of humanity from jealousy, and no sooner. All other emancipations are shams until a woman may go about as freely with this man as that, and nothing remains for emancipation when she can. In the innocence of her first revolt, this question of friendship had seemed to Lady Harman the simplest, most reasonable of minor concessions, but that was simply because Mr. Brumley hadn't in those days been talking of love to her, nor she been peeping through that once locked door. Now she perceived how entirely Sir Isaac was by his standards justified, and after all that was recognized, she remained indisposed to give up Mr. Brumley. Yet her sense of evil things happening in the hostels was a deepening distress. It troubled her so much that she took the disagreeable step of asking Mrs. Penrose to meet her at the Bloomsbury hostel and talk out the expulsions. She found that lady alertly defensive, entrenched behind expert knowledge and pretension generally. Her little blue eyes seemed harder than ever, the metallic resonance in her voice more marked, the lisp stronger. Of course, Lady Harman, if you were to have some practical experience of control, and 3 times I have given these girls every opportunity. It seems so hard to drive these girls out, repeated Lady Harman. They're such human creatures. You have to think of the ones who remain. You must think of the institution as a whole. I wonder, said Lady Harman, peering down into profundities for a moment. Below the great truth glimmered and vanished that institutions were made for man, and not man for institutions. You see, she went on, rather to herself than to Mrs. Penrose, we shall be away now for a long time. Mrs. Penrose betrayed no excesses of grief. It's no good for me to interfere and then leave everything. That way spells utter disorganization, said Mrs. Penrose. But I wish something could be done to lessen the harshness, to save the pride of such a girl as Alice Burnett. Practically, you tell her she isn't fit to associate with the other girls. She's had her choice and warning after warning. I dare say she's stiff. Oh, she's difficult, but being expelled is bitter. I've not expelled her, technically. She thinks she's expelled. You'd rather, perhaps, Lady Harman, that I was expelled? The dark lady lifted her eyes to the little bridling figure in front of her for a moment and dropped them again. She had had an unspeakable thought that Mrs. Penrose wasn't a gentle woman, that this sort of thing was a business for the gentle and for nobody else in the world. I'm only anxious not to hurt anyone if I can help it, said Lady Harman. She went on with her attempt to find some way of compromise with Mrs. Penrose that should save the spirit of the new malcontents. She was much too concerned on account of the things that lay ahead of them to care for her own pride with Mrs. Penrose. But that good lady had all the meagre inflexibilities of her class, and at last Lady Harman ceased. She came out into the great hall of the handsome staircase, ushered by Mrs. Penrose, as a guest is ushered by a host. She looked at the spacious proportion of the architecture and thought of the hopes and imagination she had allowed to centre upon this place. It was to have been a glowing home of happy people, and over it all brooded the chill stillness of rules and regulations, and methodical suppressions and tactful discouragement. It was an institution. It had the empty orderliness of an institution. Mrs. Penrose had just called it an institution, and so Susan Burnett had prophesied it would become 5 years or more ago. It was a dream subjugated to reality. So it seemed to Lady Harman. Must all dreams be subjugated to reality? And the tossing spring greenery of the square, the sunshine, the tumult of sparrows, and the confused sound of distant traffic, framed as it was in the hard, dark outline of the entrance door, was as near as the promise of joy could ever come to her, caught and spoilt, that seemed to be the very essential of her life, just as it was of these hostels, all the hopes, the imaginings, the sweet large anticipations, the generosities, the stirring warm desires. Perhaps Lady Harman had been a little overworked with her preparations for exile, because as these unhappy thoughts passed through her mind, she realized that she was likely to weep. It was extremely undesirable that Mrs. Penrose should see her weeping. But Mrs. Penrose did see her weeping, saw her dark eyes swimming with uncontrollable tears, watched her walk past her out without a word or a gesture of farewell. A kind of perplexity came upon the soul of Mrs. Penrose. She watched the tall figure descend to her car and enter it and dispose itself gracefully and depart. Hysterical, whispered Mrs. Penrose at last, and was greatly comforted. Childish, said Mrs. Penrose, sipping further consolation for an unwanted spiritual discomfort. Besides, said Mrs. Penrose, what else can one do? Sir Isaac was greatly fatigued by his long journey to Santa Margherita, in spite of every expensive precaution to relieve him. But as soon as the effect of that wore off, his recovery under the system Bergner had prescribed was for a time remarkable. In a little while he was out of bed again and in an armchair. Then the young doctor began to talk of drives. They had no car with them, so he went into Genoa and spent an energetic day securing the sweetest running automobile he could find and having it refitted for Sir Isaac's peculiar needs. In this they made a number of excursions through the hot beauty of the Italian afternoons, eastward to Genoa, westward to Sestri, and northward towards Montelegro. They went up to the summit of the Monte di Portofino, and Sir Isaac descended and walked about and looked at the view and praised Bergina. After that he was encouraged to visit the gracious old monastery that overhangs the road to Portofino. At first Lady Harman did her duty to control and association with an apathetic resignation. This had to go on for 8 years or 10 years. Then her imagination began to stir again. There came a friendly letter from Mr. Brumley, and she answered with a description of the colour of the sea and the charm and wonder of its tideless shore. The 3 elder children wrote queer little letters, and she answered them. She went into Rapallo and got herself a carriage full of Torchnitz books. That visit to the monastery on the Portofino road was like a pleasant little glimpse into the brighter realities of the Middle Ages. The place, which is used as a home of rest for convalescent Carthusians, chanced to be quite empty and deserted. The Bavarian rang a jangling bell again and again, and at last gained the attention of an older gardener working in the vineyard above, an unkempt, unshaven, ungainly creature, dressed in scarce decent rags of brown, who was yet courteous, minded, and, albeit crack-voiced, with his yellow-fanged mouth full of gracious polysyllables. He hobbled off to get a key and returned through the still heat of the cobbled yard outside the monastery gates, and took them into cool, airy rooms, and showed them clean and simple cells in shady corridors, and a delightful orangery, and led them to a beautiful terrace that looked out upon the glowing, quivering sea. And he became very anxious to tell them something about Francesco. They could not understand him until the doctor caught Battaglia and Pavia and had an inspiration. Francis I, he explained in clumsy but understandable English, slept here when he was a prisoner of the emperor, and all was lost but honour. They looked at the slender pillars and graceful archings about them. Just as it was now, the young doctor said, his imagination touched for a moment by mere unscientific things. They returned to their dependents in a state of mutual contentment. Sir Isaac scarcely tired, and Lady Harman ran upstairs to change her dusty dress for a fresher muslin, while he went up upon the doctor's arm to the balcony where tea was to be served to them. She came down to find her world revolutionized. On the table in the balcony, the letters had been lined convenient to his chair, and he, it may be without troubling to read the address, had seized the uppermost and torn it open. He was holding that letter now a little crumpled in his hand. She had walked close up to the table before she realized the change. The little eyes that met hers were afire with hatred. His lips were white and pressed together tightly. His nostrils were dilated in his struggle for breath. "I knew it," he gasped. She clung to her dignity, though she felt suddenly weak within. "That letter," she said, "was addressed to me." There was a gleam of derision in his eyes. "Look at it," he said, and flung it towards her. "My private letter. Look at it," he repeated. "What right you have to open my letter?" "Friendship," he said. "Harmless friendship. Look what your friend says." "Whatever there was in my letter—" "Oh," cried Sir Isaac, "don't come that over me. Don't you try it." "Oh, phew." He struggled for breath for a time. "He's so harmless. He's so helpful. Read it to you." He hesitated and then hurled a strange word at her. She glanced at the letter on the table, but made no movement to touch it. Then she saw that her husband's face was reddening and that his arm waved helplessly. His eyes, deprived abruptly from all the fury of conflict, implored assistance. She darted to the French window that opened into the dining room from the balcony. "Dr. Grieve!" she cried. "Dr. Grieve!" Behind her, the patient was making distressful sounds. "Dr. Grieve!" she screamed. From above she heard the Bavarian shouting, and then the noise of his coming down the stairs. He shouted some direction in German as he ran past her. By an inspiration, she guessed he wanted the nurse. Miss Summersley Satchel appeared in the doorway and became helpful. Then everyone in the house seemed to be converging upon the balcony. It was an hour before Sir Isaac was in bed and sufficiently allayed for her to go to her own room. Then she thought of Mr. Brumley's letter and recovered it from the table on the balcony where it had been left in the tumult of her husband's seizure. It was twilight and the lights were on. She stood under one of them and read with two moths circling about her. Mr. Brumley had had a mood of impassioned declaration. He had alluded to his last moments of happiness at Kew. He said he would rather kiss the hem of her garment than be the lord of any other woman's life. It was so understandable, looked at in proper light. It was all so impossible to explain, and why had she let it happen? The young doctor was a little puzzled and rather offended by Sir Isaac's relapse. He seemed to consider it incorrect and was on the whole disposed to blame Lady Harman. He might have had a seizure, the young doctor said, later, but not now. He would be thrown back for some weeks, then he would begin to mend again, and then whatever he said, whatever he did, Lady Harman must do nothing to contradict him. For a whole day Sir Isaac lay inert in a cold sweat. He consented once to attempting eating, but sickness overcame him. He seemed so ill that all the young doctor's reassurances could not convince Lady Harman that he would recover. Then suddenly, towards evening, his arrested vitality was flowing again. The young doctor ceased to be anxious for his own assertions. The patient could sit up against a pile of pillows and breathe and attend to affairs. There was only one affair he really seemed anxious to attend to. His first thought when he realized his returning strength was of his wife. But the young doctor would not let him talk that night. Next morning, he seemed still stronger. He was restless and at last demanded Lady Harman again. This time, the young doctor transmitted the message. She came to him forthwith and found him, white-faced and unfamiliar looking, his hands gripping the quilt and his eyes burning with hatred. "You thought I'd forgotten," was his greeting. "Don't argue," signalled the doctor from the end of Sir Isaac's bed. "I've been thinking it out," said Sir Isaac. "When you were thinking I was too ill, I think. I know better now." He sucked in his lips and then went on. "You've got to send for old Crappen," he said. "I'm going to alter things. I had a plan, but that would have been letting you off too easy. See? So you send for old Crappen." "What do you mean to do?" "Never you mind, my lady, never you mind. You send for old Crappen." She waited for a moment. "Is that all you want me to do? I'm going to make it all right about these hostels. Don't you fear. You and your hostels. You shan't touch those hostels ever again, ever. Mrs. Penrose, go. Why, you ain't worthy to touch the heel of your shoe, Mrs. Penrose." He gathered together all his forces and suddenly expelled with rousing force the word he had already applied to her on the day of the intercepted letter. He found it seemed great satisfaction in the sound and taste of it. He repeated it thrice. "Zut," cried the doctor. "Shh." Then Sir Isaac intimated his sense that calm was imperative. "You send for Crappen," he said, with a quiet earnestness. She had become now so used to terms of infamy during the last year or so accustomed to forgiving them as part of his suffering, that she seemed not to hear the insult. "Do you want him at once?" she asked. "Shall I telegraph?" "Want him at once?" He dropped his voice to a whisper. "Yes, you fool, yes, telegraph." "Telegraph, I mustn't get angry, you know, you." He became suddenly still, but his eyes were active with hate. She glanced at the doctor, then moved to the door. "I will send a telegram," she said, and left him still malignant. She closed the door softly and walked down the long, cool passage towards her own room. She had to be patient. This sort of thing had to go on from crisis to crisis. It might go on for years. She could see no remedy and no escape. What else was there to do but be patient? It was all amazing unjust, but to be a married woman, she was beginning to understand, is to be outside justice. It is autocracy. She had once imagined otherwise, and most of her life had been the slow unlearning of that initial error. She had imagined that the hostels were hers simply because he had put it in that way. They had never been anything but his, and now it was manifest he would do what he liked with his own. The law takes no cognizance of the unwritten terms of a domestic reconciliation. She sat down at the writing table the hotel management had improvised for her. She rested her chin on her hand and tried to think out her position. But what was there to think out, seeing the nature of law and custom have conspired together to put women altogether under the power of jealous and acquisitive men? She drew the telegram form towards her. She was going to write a telegram that she knew would bring Crappen headlong to disinherit her absolutely, and it suddenly struck her. Her husband had trusted her to write it. She was going to do what he had trusted her to do, but it was absurd. She sat making patterns of little dots with her pencil point upon the telegraph form, and there was a faint smile of amusement upon her lips. It was absurd, and everything was absurd. What more was to be said or thought about it? This was the lot of woman. She made her struggle, rebelled her little bit of rebellion. Most other women, no doubt, had done as much. It made no difference in the long run. But it was hard to give up the hostels. She had been foolish, of course, but she had not let them make her feel real. And she wasn't real. She was a wife. Just this. She sighed and bestirred herself and began to write. Then, abruptly, she stopped writing. For 3 years, her excuse for standing everything had been these hostels. If now the hostels were to be wrenched out of her hands, if at her husband's death she was to be stripped of every possession and left a helpless, dependent on her own children, if for all her good behavior she was to be insulted by his frantic suspicions so long as he lived and then disgraced by his posthumous mistrust, was there any reason why she should go on standing anything any more? Away there in England was Mr. Brumley, her man, ready with service and devotion. It was a profoundly comforting thing to think of him there as hers. He was hers. He'd given so much, and on the whole so well, if at last she were to go to him. Yet, when she came to imagine the reality of the step that was in her mind, it took upon itself a chill and forbidding strangeness. It was like stepping out of a familiar house into empty space. What could it be like? To take some odd trunks with her, meet him somewhere, travel through the evening, travel past nightfall? The bleak strangeness of that going out, never to return. Her imagination could give her no figure of Mr. Brumley as intimate, as habitual. She could easily imagine his skeleton. He remained in all this queer speculation, something friendly, something incidental, more than a trifle disembodied, entirely devoted, of course, in that hovering way, but hovering. And she wanted to be free. It wasn't Mr. Brumley she wanted. He was but a means, if indeed he was a means to an end. The person she wanted, the person she had always wanted, was herself. Could Mr. Brumley give her that? Would Mr. Brumley give her that? Was it conceivable he would carry sacrifice to such a pitch as that? And what nonsense was this dream? Here was her husband needing her, and the children whose inherent ungainliness, whose ungracious spirits demanded a perpetual palliation of culture and instilled deportment. What honest overnurse was there for him, or helper and guide and friend for them, if she withdrew? There was something undignified in a flight for mere happiness. There was something vindictive in flight from mere insult. To go because she was disinherited, because her hostels were shattered? No, and in short, she couldn't do it. If Sir Isaac wanted to disinherit her, he must disinherit her. If he wanted to go on seizing and reading her letters, then he could. There was nothing, in the whole scheme of things, to stop him if he did not want to stop himself. Nothing at all. She was caught, This was the lot of women. She was a wife. What else in honour was there but to be a wife, up to the hilt? She finished writing her telegram. Suddenly came a running in of the passage outside, a rap at the door, and the nurse entered, scared, voluble in Italian, but with gestures that translated her. Lady Harman rose, realized the gravity and urgency of the moment, and hurried with her along the passage. Oh, what words are there for taken worse? The woman attempted English and failed. She resorted to her native Italian. She conveyed a sense of pitiful extremities. Could it be that he was in pain again? What was it? 10 minutes ago, he had been so grimly angry. At the door of the sick room, the nurse laid a warning hand on the arm of Lady Harman and made an apprehensive gesture. They entered almost noiselessly. The Bavarian doctor turned his face from the bed at their entrance. He was bending over Sir Isaac. He held up one hand as if to arrest him. His other was engaged with his patient. No, he said. His attention went back to the sick man, and he remained very still in that position, leaving Lady Harman to note, for the first time, how broad and flat he was, both between his shoulders and between his ears. Then his face came round slowly. He relinquished something heavy, stood up, held up a hand. He sought in his mind for English, and then found his phrase. He has gone. Gone? In one instant. Dead? So, in one instant. On the bed lay Sir Isaac. His hand was thrust out as though he grasped at some invisible thing. His eyes opened, stared hard at his wife, and as she met his eyes, he snored noisily in his nose and throat. She looked from the doctor to the nurse. It seemed to her that both these people must be mad. Never had she seen anything like death. But he's not dead, she protested, still standing in the middle of the room. It is just the air in his throat, the doctor said. He went so, in one instant, as I was helping him. He waited to see some symptom of feminine weakness. There was a quality in his bearing as though this event did him credit. But Isaac! It was astounding. The noise in his throat ceased, but he still stared at her. And then the nurse made a kind of assault upon Lady Harman, caught her even if she didn't fall. It was no doubt the proper formula to collapse, or to fling oneself upon the deceased. Lady Harman resisted this assistance, disentangling herself, and remained amazed. The nurse, a little disconcerted, but still ready behind her. But, said Lady Harman slowly, not advancing and pointing incredulously at the unwinking stare that met her own. Is he dead? Is he really dead? Like that? The doctor's gesture to the nurse betrayed his sense of the fine, quick scene this want of confidence had ruined. Under no circumstances in life did English people really seem to know how to behave or what was expected of them. He answered with something bordering upon irony. Madam, he said, with a slight bow, he is really dead. But like that? Cried Lady Harman. Like that, repeated the doctor. She went 3 steps nearer and stopped, open-eyed, wonder-struck, her lips compressed. For a time, astonishment overwhelmed her mind. She did not think of Sir Isaac. She did not think of herself. Her whole being was filled by this marvel of death and cessation. Like that. Death. Never before had she seen it. She had expected an extreme dignity, an almost ceremonial sinking back, a slow ebbing, but this was like a shot from a bow. It stunned her, and for some time she remained stunned, while the doctor and her secretary and the hotel people did all that they deemed seemly on this great occasion. She let them send her into another room. She watched with detached indifference a post-mortem consultation in whispers with a doctor from Rapallo. Then came a great closing of shutters. The nurse and her maid hovered about her, ready to assist her when the sorrowing began. But she had no sorrow. The long moments lengthened out, and he was still dead, and she was still only in amazement. It seemed part of the extraordinary, the perennial surprises of Sir Isaac that he should end in this way, dead. She didn't feel for some hours that he had in any way ended. He had died with such an emphasis that she felt now that he was capable of anything. What mightn't he do next? When she heard movements in the chamber of death, it seemed to her that all of the people there, most probably it was he who made them. She would not have been amazed if he had suddenly appeared in the doorway of the room, anger white and his hand quiveringly extended, spluttering some complaint. He might have cried, "Here I am dead, and it's you. Damn you, it's you." It was after distinct efforts, after repeated visits to the room in which he lay, that she began to realize that death was death, that death goes on, and that there was no more Sir Isaac, but only a still body he had left behind that was being moulded now into a stiff image of peace. Then for a time she roused herself to some control of their proceedings. The doctor came to Lady Harman to ask her about the meals for the day. The hotel manager was in entanglements of tactful consideration, and then the nurse came for instructions upon some trivial matter. They had done what usage prescribes, and now, in the absence of other direction, they appealed to her wishes. She remarked that everyone was going on tiptoe and speaking in undertones. She realized duties. What does one have to do when one's husband is dead? People would have to be told. She would begin by sending off telegrams to various people, to his mother, to her own, to his lawyer. She remembered he had already written a telegram that very morning to Crappen. Should she still let the lawyer come out? He was her lawyer now. Perhaps he had better come. But instead of that telegram, which still lay on the desk, she would wire the news of his death to him. Does one send to the papers? How does one send to the papers? She took Mrs. Summersley's satchel, who was hovering outside in the sunshine on the balcony, into her room, and sat pale and businesslike and very careful about details, while Miss Summersley Satchel offered practical advice and took notes and wrote telegrams and letters. There came a hush over everything as the day crept towards noon, and the widowed woman sat in her own room with an inactive mind, watching thin bars of sunlight burn their slow way across the floor. He was dead. It was going on now more steadfastly than ever. He was keeping dead. He was dead at last for good, and her married life was over. That life that had always seemed the only possible life, and this stunning incident, this thing that was like the blinding of eyes or the bursting of eardrums, was to be the beginning of strange, new experiences. She was afraid at first at their possible strangeness, and then, in spite of a weak protesting compunction, she began to feel glad. She would not admit to herself that she was glad, that she was anything but a woman stunned. She maintained her still despondent attitude as long as she could, but gladness broke upon her soul as the day breaks, and a sense of release swam up to the horizons of her mind and rose upon her, flooding every ripple of her being as the sun rises over water in a clear sky. Presently she could sit there no longer. She had to stand up. She walked to the closed Venetians to look out upon the world and checked herself upon the very verge of flinging them open. He was dead, and it was all over, forever. Of course, it was all over. Her marriage was finished and done. Miss Satchel came to summon her to lunch. Throughout that meal, Lady Harman maintained a sombre bearing and listened with attention to the young doctor's comments on the manner of Sir Isaac's going, and then it was impossible to go back to her room. "My head aches," she said. "I must go down and sit by the sea." And her maid, a little shocked, brought her not only her sunshade, but needless wraps, as though a new-made widow must necessarily be very sensitive to the air. She would not let her maid come with her. She went down to the beach alone. She sat on some rocks near the very edge of the transparent water, and fought her gladness for a time, and presently yielded to it. He was dead. One thought filled her mind. For a while so filled her mind that no other thought, it seemed, could follow it. It had an effect of being final. It so filled her mind that it filled her whole world. The broad sapphire distances of the sea, the lapping waves amidst the rocks at her feet, the blazing sun, the dark headland of Portofino, and the small sailing boats that hung beyond, came all within it, like things enclosed within a golden globe. She forgot all the days of nursing and discomfort and pity behind her, all the duties and ceremonies before her, forgot all the details of circumstances of life in this one luminous realization. She was free at last. She was a free woman. Nevermore would he make a sound or lift a finger against her life. Nevermore would he contradict her or flout her. Nevermore would he come peeping through that papered panel between his room and hers. Nevermore could hateful and humiliating demands be made upon her as his right. No more strange distresses of the body nor raw discomfort of the nerves could trouble her forever. And no more detectives, no more suspicions, no more accusations. That last blow he had meant to aim was frozen before it could strike her, and she would have the hostels in her hands, secure and undisputed. She could deal as she liked with Miss Pembrose, take such advisers as she pleased. She was free. She found herself planning the regeneration of those difficult and disputed hostels, plans that were all coloured by the sun and sky of Italy. The manacles had gone, her hands were free. She would make this her supreme occupation. She had learnt her lesson now, she felt. She knew something of the mingling of control and affectionate regard that was needed to weld the warring, uneasy units of her new community. And she could do it. Now, as she was and unencumbered, she knew this power was in her. When everything seemed lost to her, suddenly it was all back in her hands. She discovered the golden serenity of her mind with a sudden astonishment and horror. She was amazed and shocked that she should be glad. She struggled against it and sought to subdue her spirit to a becoming grief. One should be sorrowful at death in any case. One should be grieved. She tried to think of Sir Isaac with affection, to recall touching generosities, to remember kind things and tender and sweet things, and she could not do so. Nothing would come back but the white intensities of his face, nothing but his hatred, his suspicion, and his pitiless mean mastery, from which she was freed. She could not feel sorry. She did her utmost to feel sorry. Presently, when she went back into the dependence, she had to check her feet to a regretful place. She dreaded the eyes of the hotel visitors she passed in the garden, lest they should detect the liberation of her soul. But the hotel visitors, being English, were, for the most part, too preoccupied with manifestations of a sympathy that should be at once heartfelt and quite unobtrusive, and altogether in the best possible taste, to have any attention free for the soul of Lady Harman. The sense of her freedom came and went like the sunlight of a day in spring, though she attempted her utmost to remain overcast. After dinner that night, she was invaded by a vision of the great open years before her, at first hopeful, but growing at last to fear and a wild restlessness, so that in defiance of possible hotel opinion, She wandered out into the moonlight and remained for a long time, standing by the boat's landing, dreaming, recovering, drinking in the white serenities of sea and sky. There was no hurry now. She might stay there as long as she chose. She need account for herself to no one. She was free. She might go where she pleased, do what she pleased. There was no urgency anymore. There was Mr. Brumley. Mr. Brumley made a very little figure at first in the great prospect before her. Then he grew larger in her thoughts. She recalled his devotions, his services, his self-control. It was good to have one understanding friend in this great limitless world. She would have to keep that friendship, but the glorious thing was freedom, to live untrammeled. Through the stillness of a little breeze came stirring, and she awoke out of her dream and turned and faced the shuttered dependents. A solitary dim light was showing on the veranda. All the rest of the building was a shapeless mass of grey. The long pale front of the hotel, seen through a grove of orange trees, was lit now at every other window with people going to bed. Beyond, a black hillside clambered up to the edge of the sky. Far away out of the darkness, a man with a clear, strong voice was singing to a tinkling accompaniment. In the black-orange trees swam and drifted a score of fireflies, and there was a distant clamour of nightingales when presently the unseen voice had done. When she was in her room again, she began to think of Sir Isaac, and more particularly of that last fixed stare of his. She was impelled to go and see him, to see for herself that he was peaceful and no longer a figure of astonishment. She went slowly along the corridor and very softly into his room. It remained, she felt, his room. They had put candles about him, and the outline of his face, showing dimly through the linen that veiled it, was like the face of one who sleeps very peacefully. Very gently she uncovered it. He was not simply still, he was immensely still. He was more still and white than the moonlight outside, remoter than moon or stars. She stood surveying him. He looked small and pinched, and as though he had been very tired. Life was over for him, altogether over. Never had she seen anything that seemed so finished. Once, when she was a girl, she had thought that death might be but the opening of a door upon a more generous feast of living that this cramped world could not give. But now she knew, she saw that death can be death. Life was over. She felt she had never before realized the meaning of death. That beautiful night outside, and all the beautiful nights and days that were still to come, and all the sweet and wonderful things of God's world could be nothing to him now forever. There was no dream in him that could ever live again. There was no desire, no hope in him. And had he ever had his desire or his hope, or felt the intensities of life? There was this beauty she had been discovering in the last few years, this mystery of love, all that had been hidden from him. She began to realize something sorrowful and pitiful in his quality, in his hardness, his narrowness, his bickering suspicions, his malignant refusals of all things generous and beautiful. He made her feel, as sometimes the children made her feel, the infinite pity of perversity and resistance to the bounties and kindliness of life. The shadow of sorrow for him came to her at last. Yet how obstinate he looked, the little frozen white thing that had been Sir Isaac Harman, and satisfied, wilfully satisfied, his lips were compressed and his mouth a little drawn in at the corners, as if he would not betray any other feeling than content with the bargain he had made with life. She did not touch him. Not for the world would she ever touch that cold, waxen thing that had so lately clasped her life, but she stood for a long time by the side of his, quiet, immersed in the wonder of death. He had been such a hard little man, Such a pursuing little man, so unreasonable and difficult a master, and now he was such a poor, shrunken little man for all his obstinacy. She had never realized before that he was pitiful. Had she perhaps feared him too much, disliked him too much, to deal fairly with him? Could she have helped him? Was there anything she could have done that she had not done? Might she not at least have saved him from suspicion? Behind his rages, perhaps he had been wretched. Could anyone else have helped him? If perhaps someone had loved him more than she had ever pretended to. How strange that she should be so intimately in his room and still so alien that she could feel nothing but detached wonder at his infinite loss. Alien, that was what she had always been. A captured alien in this man's household, a girl he had taken. Had he ever suspected how alien? The true mourner, poor woman, was even now in charge of cooks, couriers and interpreters, coming by express from London to see with her own eyes this last still phase of the son she had born into the world and watched and sought to serve. She was his nearest. She indeed was the only near thing that there had ever been in his life. Once at least he must have loved her, and even she had not been very near. No one had ever been very near his calculating, suspicious heart. Had he ever said or thought any really sweet or tender thing, even about her? Had he been generous to her in money matters, of course, but out of a vast abundance? How good it is to have a friend, how good it is to have even one single friend. At the thought of his mother, Lady Harman's mind began to drift slowly from this stiff culmination of life before her. Presently she replaced the white cloth upon his face and turned slowly away. Her imagination had taken up the question of how that poor old lady was to be met, how she was to be consoled, what was to be said to her. She began to plan arrangements. The room ought to be filled with flowers. Mrs. Harman would expect flowers, large, heavy, white flowers in great abundance. They would have to be seen to soon. One might get them in Rapallo, and afterwards they would have to take him to England and have a fine, great funeral, with every black circumstance his wealth and his position demanded. Mrs. Harman would need that, and so it must be done. Cabinet ministers must follow him, members of Parliament, all Blenkerdom feeling self-consciously and, as far as possible, deeply, the Chartersons by way of friends, unfamiliar blood relations, a vast retinue of employees. How could one take him? Would he have to be embalmed? Embalming? What a strange compliment of death. She averted herself a little more from the quiet figure on the bed, and could not turn to it again. They might come here and do all sorts of things to it, mysterious, evil-seeming things, with knives and drugs. She must not think of that. She must learn exactly what Mrs. Harman thought and desired. Her own apathy with regard to her husband had given way completely now to a desire to anticipate and meet Mrs. Harman's every conceivable wish. Chapter 12. Love and the Serious Lady. The news of Sir Isaac's death came quite unexpectedly to Mr. Brumley. He was at the Climax Club, and rather bored. He had had some tea and dry toast in the magazine room, and had been through the weeklies, and it was a particularly uninteresting week. Then he came down into the hall, looked idly at the latest bulletins upon the board, and read that Sir Isaac Harman died suddenly this morning at Margarita, where he had gone for rest and change. He went on mechanically reading down the bulletin, leaving something of himself behind him that did not read on. Then he returned to that remarkable item and reread it, and picked up that lost element of his being again. He had awaited this event for so long, thought of it so often in such a great variety of relationships, dreamt of it, hoped for it, prayed for it, and tried not to think of it, that now it came to him in reality, it seemed to have no substance or significance whatever. He had exhausted the fact before it happened. Since first he had thought of it, there had passed 4 long years, and in that time he had seen it from every aspect, exhausted every possibility. It had become a theoretical possibility, the basis of continually less confident, continually more unsubstantial daydreams. Constantly he had tried not to think of it, tried to assure himself of Sir Isaac's invalid immortality. And here it was. The line above it concerned an overdue ship. The line below resumed a speech by Mr. Lloyd George. He would challenge the honourable member to repeat his accusations. Mr. Brumley stood quite still before the mauve-coloured print letters for some time, then went slowly across the hall into the breakfast room, sat down in a chair by the fireplace, and fell into a kind of featureless thinking. Sir Isaac was dead, his wife was free, and the long waiting that had become a habit was at an end. He had anticipated a wild elation, and for a while he was only sensible of change, a profound change. He began to feel glad that he had waited, that she had insisted upon patience, that there had been no disaster, no scandal between them. Now everything was clear for them. He had served his apprenticeship. They would be able to marry and have no quarrel with the world. He sat with his mind forming images of the prospect before him, images that were first feeble and vague, and then, though still in a silly way, more concrete and definite. At first they were quite petty anticipations of how he would have to tell people of his approaching marriage, of how he would break it to George Edmund, that a new mother impended. He mused for some time about the details of that. Should he take her down to George Edmund's school and let the boy fall in love with her? He would certainly fall in love with her before anything definite was said. Or should he first go down alone and break the news? Each method had its own attractive possibilities of drama. Then Mr. Brumley began to think of the letter he must write Lady Harman, a difficult letter. One does not rejoice at death. Already Mr. Brumley was beginning to feel a generous pity for the man he had done his utmost not to detest for so long. Poor Sir Isaac had lived like a blind thing in the sunlight, gathering and gathering when the pride and pleasure of life is to administer and spend. Mr. Brumley fell wondering just how she could be feeling now about her dead husband. She might be in a phase of quite real sorrow. Probably the last illness had tired and strained her, so that his letter would have to be a very fine and tender and soothing, free from all harshness, free from any gladness, yet it would be hard not to let a little of his vast relief peep out. Always hitherto, except for 1 or 2 such passionate lapses as that which had precipitated the situation at Santa Margherita, his epistolary manner had been formal, his matter intellectual and philanthropic, for he had always known that no letter was absolutely safe from Sir Isaac's insatiable research. Should he still be formal, still write to dear Lady Harman, or suddenly break into a new warmth? Half an hour later, he was sitting in the writing room with some few flakes of torn paper on the carpet between his feet and the partially filled waste paper basket, still meditating upon this difficult issue of the address. The letter he achieved at last began, "My dear lady," and went on to, "I do not know how to begin this letter. Perhaps you will find it almost as difficult to receive." In the small hours, he woke to one of his habitual revulsions. Was that, he asked himself, the sort of letter a lover should write to the beloved on her release, or the sudden long-prayed-for opening of a way to her, on the end of her shameful servitude and his humiliations? He began to recall the cold and stilted sentences of that difficult composition, the gentility of it. All his life he had been a prey to gentility, had cast himself free from it, only to relapse again in such fashion as this. Would he never be human and passionate and sincere? Of course he was glad, and she ought to be glad that Sir Isaac, their enemy and their prison, was dead. It was for them to rejoice together. He turned out of bed at last, when he could lie still under these self-accusations no longer, and wrapped himself in his warm dressing gown and began to write. He wrote in pencil. His fountain pen was, as usual, on his night table, but pencil seemed the better medium, and he wrote a warm and glowing love letter that was brought to an end at last by an almost passionate fit of sneezing. He could find no envelopes in his bedroom Davenport, and so he left that honest scrawl under a paperweight and went back to the bed, greatly comforted. He reread it in the morning with emotion, and some slight misgivings that grew after he had dispatched it. He went to lunch at his club, contemplating a third letter that should be sane and fine and sweet, and that should rectify the confusing effect of those two previous efforts. He wrote this letter later in the afternoon. The day seemed very long before the answer to his first letter came to him, and in that interval 2 more aspects went to her. Her reply was very brief and written in the large, firm, still girlishly clear hand that distinguished her. I was so glad of your letter. My life is so strange here, a kind of hushed life. The nights are extraordinarily beautiful, the moon very large, and the little leaves on the trees still and black. We are coming back to England, and the funeral will be from our Putney house. That was all, but it gave Mr. Brumley an impression of her that was exceedingly vivid and close. He thought of her, shadowy and dusky in the moonlight, until his soul swam with love for her. He had to get up and walk about. He whispered her name very softly to himself several times. He groaned gently, and at last he went to his little desk and wrote to her his 6th letter. Quite a beautiful letter. He told her that he loved her, that he had always loved her since the first moment of meeting, and he tried to express just the wave of tenderness that inundated him at the thought of her away there in Italy. Once he said he had dreamt that he would be the first to take her to Italy. Perhaps some day they would yet be in Italy together. It was only by insensible degrees that doubt crept into Mr. Brumley's assurances. He did not observe at once that none of the brief letters she wrote him responded to his second, the impassioned outbreak in pencil, and it seemed only in keeping with the modest reserves of womanhood that she should be restrained. She always had been restrained. She asked him not to see her at once when she returned to England. She wanted, she said, to see how things are, and that fell in very well with a certain delicacy in himself. The unburied body of Sir Isaac, it was now provisionally embalmed, was, through some inexplicable subtlety in his mind, a far greater barrier than the living man had ever been, and he wanted it out of the way, and everything settled. Then indeed they might meet. Meanwhile he had a curious little private conflict of his own. He was trying not to think, day and night he was trying not to think, that Lady Harman was now a very rich woman. Yet some portions of his brain, and he had never suspected himself of such lawless regions, persisted in the most vulgar and outrageous suggestions that made his soul blush, schemes, for example, of splendid foreign travel, or hotel staffs bowing, of a yacht in the Mediterranean, of motor cars, of a palatial flat in London, of a box at the opera, of artists patronized, of, most horrible, a baronetcy. The more authentic parts of Mr. Brumley cowered from and sought to escape these squalid dreams of magnificence. It shocked and terrified him to find such things could come out of him. He was like some pest-stricken patient, amazedly contemplating his first symptom. His better part denied, repudiated. Of course, he would never touch, never even propose or hint. It was an aspect he had never once contemplated before Sir Isaac died. He could, on his honour, and after searching his heart, say that. Yet in Pall Mall one afternoon, suddenly he caught himself with a thought in his head so gross, so smug, that he uttered a faint cry and quickened his steps. Benevolent stepfather. These distresses begot a hope. Perhaps after all, probably there would be some settlement. She might not be rich, not so very rich, she might be tied up. He perceived in that lay his hope of salvation. Otherwise, oh pitiful soul, things were possible in him. He saw only too clearly what dreadful things were possible. If only she were disinherited. If only he might take her, stripped of all these possessions that even in such glancing anticipations begot this horrible indigestion of the imagination. But then, the hostels. There he stumbled against an invincible riddle. There was something dreadful about the way in which these considerations blotted out the essential fact of separations abolished, barriers lowered, the way to an honourable love made plain and open. The day of the funeral came at last, and Mr. Brumley tried not to think of it, paternally, at Margate. He fled from Sir Isaac's ultimate withdrawal. Blenker's obituary noticed in the Old Country Gazette was a masterpiece of tactful eulogy, ostentatiously loyal, yet extremely not unmindful of the widowed proprietor, and of all the possible changes of ownership looming ahead. Mr. Brumley, reading it in a Londonward train, was greatly reminded of the hostels. That was a riddle he didn't begin to solve. Of course, it was imperative the hostels should continue. Imperative. Now they might run them together, openly, side by side, but then with such temptations to hitherto inconceivable vulgarities. And again, insidiously, those visions returned of two figures, manifestly opulent, grouped about a big motor car or standing together under a large, subservient archway. There was a long letter from her at his flat, a long and amazing letter. It was so folded that his eye first caught the writing on the third page. Never marry again. It is so clear that our works need all my time and all my means. His eyebrows rose. His expression became consternation. His hands trembled a little as he turned the letter over to read it through. It was a deliberate letter. It began, "Dear Mr. Brumley, I could never have imagined how much there is to do after we are dead, and before we can be buried." "Yes," said Mr. Brumley, "but what does this mean? There are so many surprises. It isn't clear. In ourselves and the things about us. Of course, he would have made some complicated settlement. I might have known. It is the strangest thing in the world to be a widow, much stranger than anyone could ever have supposed. To have no one to control one, no one to think of one that's coming before one, no one to answer to be free to plan one's life for oneself." He stood with the letter in his hand after he had read it through, perplexed. "I can't answer this," he said. "I want to know." He went to his desk and wrote, "My dear, I want you to marry me." What more was to be said? He hesitated with this brief challenge in his hand, was minded to telegraph it, and thought of James' novel, In the Cage. Telegraph operators are only human after all. He determined upon a special messenger and rang up his quarter valet. He shared service in his flat to dispatch it. The messenger boy got back from Putney that evening, about 8:30. He brought a reply in pencil. "My dear friend," she wrote, "you have been good to me, so helpful, but I do not think that is possible. Forgive me. I want so badly to think, and here I cannot think. I have never been able to think here. I am going down to Blackstrand in a day or so. I will write and we will talk. Be patient with me. She signed her name, Ellen, always before she had been E.H. Yes, cried Mr. Brumley, but I want to know. He fretted for an hour and went to the telephone. Something was wrong with the telephone. It buzzed and went faint, and it would seem that at her end she was embarrassed. I want to come to you now, he said. Impossible, was the clearest word in her reply. Should he go in a state of virile resolution, force her hesitation as a man should? She might be involved there with Mrs. Harman, with all sorts of relatives and strange people. In the end, he did not go. He sat at his lunch alone next day at one of those little tables men choose when they shun company. But to the right of him was the table of the politicians, Adolphus Blenker and Pope of the East Pueblo experiment, and Sir Piper Nichols and Monk, the editor of the Daily Rectification. Sage men all, and deep in those mysterious manipulations and wire pullings by which the Liberal Party organization was even then preparing for itself unusual distrust and dislike, and Horatio Blenker was tenoring away after his manner about a case of right and conscience. Blenking like winking was how a silent member had put it once to Brumley in a gust of hostile criticism. Practically, if she marries again, she is a pauper, struck on Brumley's ears. Of course, said Mr. Brumley, and stopped eating. I don't know if you remember the particulars of the Astor case, began Monk. Never had Mr. Brumley come so frankly to eavesdropping, but he heard no more of Lady Harman. Monk had to quote the rights and wrongs of various American wills, and then Mr. Pope seized this opportunity. At East Pueblo, he went on, in quite a number of instances we had to envisage this problem of the widow. Mr. Brumley pushed back his plate and strolled towards the desk. It was exactly what he might have expected, what indeed had been at the back of his mind all along, and on the whole he was glad. Naturally, she hesitated. Naturally, she wanted time to think, and as naturally it was impossible for her to tell him what it was she was thinking about. They would marry. They must marry. Love has claimed supreme over all other claims, and he felt no doubt that for her, his comparative poverty of 2,000 a year would mean infinitely more happiness than she had ever known or could know with Sir Isaac's wealth. She was reluctant, of course, to become dependent on him until he made it clear to her what infinite pleasure it would be for him to supply her needs. Should he write to her forthwith? He outlined a letter in his mind, a very fine and generous letter. Good phrases came, and then he reflected that it would be difficult to explain to her just how he had learnt of her peculiar situation. It would be far more seemly to wait either for a public announcement or for some intimation from her. And then he began to realize that this meant the end of all their work at the hostels. In his first satisfaction at escaping that possible great motor car and all the superfluities of Sir Isaac's accumulation, he had forgotten that side of the business. When one came to think it over, the hostels did complicate the problem. It was ingenious of Sir Isaac. It was infernally ingenious of Sir Isaac. He could not remain in the club for fear that somebody might presently come talking to him and interrupt his train of thought. He went out into the streets. These hostels upset everything. What he had supposed to be a way of escape was really the mouth of a net. Whichever way they turned, Sir Isaac crippled them. Mr. Brumley grew so angry that presently even the strangers in the street annoyed him. He turned his face homeward. He hated dilemmas. He wanted always to deny them, to thrust them aside, to take impossible third courses. For 3 years, shouted Mr. Brumley, free at last in his study to give way to his rage. For 3 years, I've been making her care for these things, and then they turn against me. A violent, incredibly undignified wrath against the dead man seized him. He threw books about the room. He cried out vile insults and mingled words of an unfortunate commonness with others of extreme rarity. He wanted to go off to Kensal Green and hammer at the grave there and tell the departed knight exactly what he thought of him. Then presently he became calmer. He lit a pipe, picked up the books from the floor, and meditated revenges upon Sir Isaac's memory. I deplore my task of recording these ungracious moments in Mr. Brumley's love history. I deplore the ease with which men pass from loving and serving women to an almost canine fight for them. It is the ugliest essential of romance. There is indeed much in the human heart that I deplore, but Mr. Brumley was exasperated by disappointment. He was sore, he was raw, driven by an intolerable desire to explore every possibility of the situation, full indeed of an unholy vindictiveness. He went off next morning with strange questions to Maxwell Hartington. He put the case as a general case. Lady Harman, said Maxwell Hartington. No, not particularly Lady Harman. A general principle. What are people, what are women tied up in such a way to do? Precedents were quoted and possibilities weighed. Mr. Brumley was flushed, vague but persistent. Suppose, he said, that they love each other passionately and their work, whatever it may be, almost as passionately. Is there no way? He'll have a dumb caster clause right enough, said Maxwell Hartington. Dumb caster, but oh, anyhow, that's out of the question, absolutely, said Mr. Brumley. Of course, said Maxwell Hartington, leaning back in his chair and rubbing the ball of his thumb into his eye. Of course, nobody ever enforces these dumb caster clauses. There isn't anyone to enforce them, ever. He paused and then went on, speaking apparently to the array of black tin boxes in the dingy fixtures before him. Who's going to watch you? That's what I always ask in these cases. Unless the lady goes and does things right under the noses of these trustees, they aren't going to bother. Even Sir Isaac, I suppose, hasn't provided funds for a private detective, eh? You said something? Nothing, said Mr. Brumley. Well, why should they start a perfectly rotten action like that? Continued Maxwell Hartington, now addressing himself very earnestly to his client, when they've only got to keep quiet and do their job and be comfortable. In these matters, Brumley, as in most matters affecting the relations of men and women, people can do absolutely what they like nowadays. Absolutely, unless there's someone about ready to make a row. Then they can't do anything. It hardly matters if they don't do anything. A row's a row, and damn disgraceful. If there isn't a row, nothing's disgraceful. Of course, all these laws and regulations and institutions and arrangements are just ways of putting people at the mercy of blackmailers and jealous and violent persons. One's only got to be a lawyer for a bit to realize that. Still, that's not our business. That's psychology. If there aren't any jealous and violent persons about, well, then no ordinary decent person is going to worry that you do. No decent person ever does. So far as I can gather, the only barbarian in this case is the testator, now in Kensal Green, with additional precautions, I suppose, in the way of an artistic but thoroughly massive monument presently to be added. He'd turn in his grave. Let him. No trustees are obliged to take action on that. I don't suppose they'd know if he did. I've never known a trustee bother yet about post-mortem movements of any sort. If they did, we'd all be having prayers for the dead. Fancy having to consider the subsequent reflections of the testator. Well, anyhow, said Mr. Brumley, after a little pause, such a breach, such a proceeding is out of the question. Absolutely out of the question. It's unthinkable. Then why did you come here to ask me about it? Demanded Maxwell Hartington. beginning to rub the other eye in an audible and unpleasant manner. When at last Mr. Brumley was face to face with Lady Harman again, a vast, mephitic, disorderly creation of anticipations, intentions, resolves, suspicions, provisional hypotheses, urgencies, vindications, and wild and whirling stuff generally vanished out of his mind. There, beside the rained seat in the middle of the little rock garden where they had talked together 5 years before, she stood waiting for him, this tall, simple woman he had always adored since their first encounter, a little strange and shy now in her dead black uniform of widowhood, but with her honest eyes greeting him, her friendly hands held out to him. He would have kissed them but for the restraining presence of Snagsby, who had brought him to her. As it was, it seemed to him that the phantom of a kiss passed like a breath between them. He held her hands for a moment and relinquished them. "It is so good to see you," he said, and they sat down side by side. "I am very glad to see you again." Then for a little while they sat in silence. Mr. Brumley had imagined and rehearsed this meeting in many different moods. Now he found none of his premeditated phrases served him, and it was the lady who undertook the difficult opening. "I could not see you before," she began. "I did not want to see anyone." She sought to explain. "I was strange, even to myself. Suddenly," she came to the point, "to find oneself free. Mr. Brumley, it was wonderful." He did not interrupt her, and presently she went on again. "You see," she said, "I have become a human being, owning myself. I had never thought what this change would be to me. It has been like being born, when one hadn't realized before that one wasn't born. Now I can act. I can do this and that. I used to feel as though I was on strings and with somebody able to pull. There is no one now able to pull at me, no one able to thwart me." Her dark eyes looked among the trees, and Mr. Brumley watched her profile. "It has been like falling out of a prison from which one never hoped to escape. I feel like a moth that has just come out of its case. You know how they come out, wet and weak, but released. For a time I feel I can do nothing but sit in the sun. It's queer," she repeated, "how one tries to feel differently from what one really feels. How one tries to feel as one supposes people expect one to feel. At first I hardly dared to look at myself. I thought I ought to be sorrowful and helpless." "But," said Mr. Brumley, "are you so free?" "Yes, altogether, as free now as a man. But people are saying in London something about a will." Her lips closed. Her brows and eyes became troubled. She seemed to gather herself together for an effort and spoke at length, without looking at him. "Mr. Brumley," she said, "before I knew anything of the will, on the very evening when Isaac died, I knew I would never marry again, never." Mr. Brumley did not stir. He remained regarding her with a mournful expression. "I was sure of it then," she said. "I knew nothing about the will. I want you to understand that clearly." She said no more. The still pause lengthened. She forced herself to meet his eyes. "I thought," he said after a silent scrutiny, and left her to imagine what he had thought. "But," he urged her, protracted silence. "You care?" She turned her face away. She looked at the hand lying idle upon her crape-covered knee. "You are my dearest friend," she said very softly. "You are almost my only friend, but I can never go into marriage any more." "My dear," he said, "the marriage you have known." "No," she said, "no sort of marriage." Mr. Brumley heaved a profound sigh. "Before I had been a widow 24 hours, I began to realize that I was an escaped woman. It wasn't the particular marriage, it was any marriage. All we women are tied. Most of us are willing to be tied, perhaps, but only as people are willing to be tied to life belts in a wreck from fear and drowning. And now I'm just one of the free women, like the women who can earn large incomes, or the women who happen to own property. I've paid my penalties and my service is over. I knew, of course, that you would ask me this. It isn't that I don't care for you, that I don't love your company and your help, and the love and the kindness. Only, he said, although it is the one thing I desire, although it is the one return you can make me, but whatever I have done willingly. My dear, cried Mr. Brumley, breaking out abruptly at a fresh point, I want you to marry me. I want you to be mine, to be my dear close companion, the care of life, the beauty in my life. I can't frame sentences, my dear. You know, since first I saw you, talked to you in this very garden, I don't forget a thing, she answered. It has been my life as well as yours, only the grip of her hand tightened on the back of her seat. She seemed to be examining her thumb intently. Her voice sank to a whisper. I won't marry you, she said. Mr. Brumley leant back. Then he bent forward in a desperate attitude with his hands and arms thrust between his knees. Then suddenly he recovered, stood up, and then knelt with one knee upon the seat. What are you going to do with me then? He asked. I want you to go on being my friend. I can't. You can't? No, I've hoped. And then with something almost querulous in his voice, he repeated, My dear, I want you to marry me, and I want now nothing else in the world. She was silent for a moment. Mr. Brumley, she said, looking up at him, have you no thought for your hostels? Mr. Brumley, as I have said, hated dilemmas. He started to his feet, a man stung. He stood in front of her and quivered, extended hands at her. What do such things matter? He cried. When a man is in love. She shrank a little from him, but she asked, haven't they always mattered? Yes, he expostulated, but these hostels, we've started them. Isn't that good enough? We've set them going. Do you know, she asked, what would happen to the hostels if I were to marry? They would go on, he said. They would go to a committee, named. It would include Mrs. Pembrose. Do you see what would happen? He understood the case so well. Mr. Brumley seemed suddenly shrunken. He understood too well, he said. He looked down at her soft eyes, at her drooping gracious form, and it seemed to him that, indeed, she was made for love, and that it was unendurable that she should be content to think of friendship and freedom as the ultimate purposes of her life. Presently, these two were walking in the pine woods beyond the garden, and Mr. Brumley was discoursing lamentably of love, this great glory that was denied them. The shade of perplexity deepened in her dark eyes as she listened. Ever and again she seemed about to speak and then checked herself and let him talk on. He spoke on the closeness of love and the deep excitement of love and how it filled the soul with pride and the world with wonder, and of the universal right of men and women to love. He told of his dreams and his patience, and of the stormy hopes that would not be suppressed when he heard that Sir Isaac was dead. And as he pictured to himself the lost delights at which he hinted, as he called back those covert expectations, he forgot that she had declared herself resolved upon freedom at any cost, and his rage against Sir Isaac, who had possessed and wasted all that he would have cherished so tenderly, grew to nearly uncontrollable proportions. Here was your life, he said, your beautiful life opening and full of such dear seeds of delight and wonder, calling for love, ready for love, and there came this clutch that embodied all the narrow meanness of existence, and gripped and crumpled you and spoilt you. For I tell you, my dear, you don't know, you don't begin to know. He disregarded her shy eyes, giving way to his gathered wrath. And he conquers, this little monster of meanness, he conquers to the end. His dead hand, his dead desires, out of the grave they hold you. Always, always, it is clutch that conquers, the master of life. I was a fool to dream, a fool to hope. I forgot. I thought only of you and I, and perhaps you and I. He did not heed her little sound of protest. He went on to a bitter denunciation of the rule of jealousy in the world, forgetting that the sufferer under that rule, in this case, was his own consuming jealousy. That was life. Life was jealousy. It was all made up of a fierce grasping, fierce suspicions, fierce resentments. Men preyed upon one another even as beasts. Reason made its crushed way through their conflict, crippled and wounded by their blows at one another. The best men, the wisest, the best of mankind, the stars of human wisdom, were but half ineffectual angels carried on the shoulders and guided by the steps of beasts. One might dream of a better world of men, of civilizations, and wisdom latent in our passion-strained minds, of calms and courage and great heroical conquests that might come, but they lay tens of thousands of years away, and we had to live. We had to die, no more than a herd of beasts tormented by gleams of knowledge we could never possess, of happiness for which we had no soul. He grew more and more eloquent as these thoughts sprang and grew in his mind. Of course I am absurd, he cried. All men are absurd. Man is the absurd animal. We have parted from primordial motives, lust and hate and hunger and fear, and from all the tragic greatness of uncontrollable fate, and we've got nothing to replace them. We are comic. Ours is the stage of comedy in life's history, half lit and blinded, and we fumble, as absurd as a kitten with its poor little head in a bag. There's your soul of man, mewing. We're all at it, the poets, the teachers. How can anyone hope to escape? Why should I hope to escape? What am I that I should expect to be anything but a thwarted lover, a man mocked by his own attempts at service? Why should I expect to discover beauty and think that it won't be snatched away from me? All my life is comic. The story of this last absurdity, could it make anything but a comic history? And yet within me my heart is weeping tears. The further one has gone, the deeper one wallows in the comic marsh. I am one of the newer kind of men, one of those men who cannot sit and hug their credit and their honour and their possessions and be content. I have seen the light of better things than that, and because of my vision and for no other reason, I am the most ridiculous of men. Always I have tried to go out from myself to the world and give. Those early books of mine, those meretricious books in which I pretended all was so well with the world, I did them because I wanted to give happiness and contentment and to be happy in the giving. And all the watchers and the grippers, the strong silent men and the calculating possessors of things, the masters of the world, they grinned at me. How I lied to please. But I tell you, for all their grinning, in my very prostitution, there was a better spirit than theirs in their successes, if I had to live over again. He left that hypothesis uncompleted. And now, he said, with a curious contrast between his voice and the exaltation of his sentiments, now that I am to be your tormented, your emasculated lover to the very end of things, emasculated by laws I hate and customs I hate, and vile foresights that I despise. He paused, his thread lost for a moment, because, he said, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do what I can. I'm going to be as you wish me to be, to help you, to serve you. If you can't come to meet me, I'll meet you. I can't help but love you. I can't do without you. Never in my life have I subscribed willingly to the idea of renunciation. I've hated renunciation, but if there is no other cause but renunciation, let it be. I'm bitter about this, bitter to the bottom of my soul, but at least I'll have you know I love you anyhow. His voice broke. There were tears in his eyes, and on the very crest of these magnificent capitulations his soul rebelled. He turned about so swiftly that for a sentence or so she did not realize the nature of his change. Her mind remained glowing with her distressed acceptance of his magnificent nobility. "I can't," he said. He flung off his surrenders as a savage might fling off a garment. "When I think of his children," he said, when I think of the world filled by his children, the children you have borne him, and I forbidden almost to touch your hand." And flying into a passion, Mr. Brumley shouted, "No, not even to touch your hand." "I won't do it," he assured her. "I won't do it. If I cannot be your lover, I will go away. I will never see you again. I will do anything, rather than suffer this degradation. I will go abroad. I will go to strange places. I will aviate. I will kill myself or anything. But I won't endure this. I won't. You see, you ask too much. You demand more than flesh and blood can stand. I've done my best to bring myself to it, and I can't. I won't have that." He waved his trembling fingers in the air. He was absolutely unable to find an epithet pointed enough and bitter enough to stab into the memory of the departed knight. He thought of him as marble, enthroned at Kensal Green, with a false dignity, a false serenity, an intolerable triumph. He wanted something, some monosyllable to expound and strip all that, some lung-filling, sky-splitting monosyllable that one could shout. His failure increased his exasperation. "I won't have him grinning at me," he said at last, "and so it's one thing or the other. There's no other choice. But I know your choice. I see your choice. It's goodbye. And why shouldn't I go now?" He waved his arms about. He was pitifully ridiculous. His face puckered as an ill-treated little boy's might do. This time it wasn't just the pathetic twinge that had broken his voice before. He found himself, to his own amazement, on the verge of loud, undignified, childish weeping. He was weeping passionately and noisily. He was over the edge of it, and it was too late to snatch himself back. The shame which could not constrain him overcame him. A preposterous upward gesture of the hands expressed his despair, and abruptly this unhappy man of letters turned from her and fled, the most grief-routed of creatures, whooping and sobbing along a narrow pathway through the trees. He left behind him an exceedingly distressed and astonished lady. She had stood with her eyes opening wider and wider at this culminating exposition. "But Mr. Brumley," she had cried at last, "Mr. Brumley." He did not seem to hear her, and now he was running and stumbling along very fast through the trees, so that in a few minutes he would be out of sight. Dismay came with the thought that he might presently go out of sight altogether. For a moment she seemed to hesitate, then with a swift decision and a firm large grasp of the hand, she gathered up her black skirts and set off after him along the narrow path. She ran lightly with a soft rhythmic fluttering of white and black. The long crepe bands she wore in Sir Isaac's honour streamed out behind her. "But Mr. Brumley," she panted unheard, "Mr. Brumley." He went from her faster than she could follow, amidst the sun-dappled pine stems, and as he went, he made noises between bellowing and soliloquy, heedless of any pursuit. All she could hear was a heart-wringing but inexpressive cry that burst from him ever and again. Through a more open space among the trees, she fancied she was gaining upon him, and then as the pines came together again and were mingled with young spruces, she perceived that he drew away from her more and more, and he went round a curve and was hidden, and then visible again, much further off, and then hidden. She attempted one last cry to him, but her breath failed her, and she dropped her pace to a panting walk. Surely he would not go thus into the high road. It was unendurable to think of him rushing out into the high road, blind with sorrow. It might be into the very bonnet of a passing automobile. She passed beyond the pines and scanned the path ahead as far as the stile. Then she saw him, lying where he had flung himself, face downward, among the bluebells. Oh, she whispered to herself, and put one hand to her heart and drew nearer. She was flooded now with that passion of responsibility, with that wild, irrational charity which pours out of the secret depths of a woman's stirred being. She came up to him so lightly as to be noiseless. He did not move, and for a moment she remained looking at him. Then she said once more, and very gently, "Mr. Brumley." He started, listened for a second, turned over, sat up, and stared at her. His face was flushed, with his hair extremely ruffled, and a slight moisture recalled his weeping. "Mr. Brumley," she repeated, and suddenly there were tears of honest vexation in her voice and eyes. "You know I cannot do without you." He rose to his knees, and never, it seemed to him, had she looked so beautiful. She was a little out of breath, her dusky hair was disordered, and there was an unwonted expression in her eyes, a strange mingling of indignation and tenderness. For a moment they stared unaffectedly at each other, each making discoveries. "Oh," he sighed at last, "whatever you please, my dear, whatever you please. I'm going to do as you wish, if you wish it, and be your friend and forget all this." He waved an arm, loving. There were signs of a recrudescence of grief, and, inarticulate as ever, she sank to her knees close beside him. "Let us sit quietly among these hyacinths," said Mr. Brumley, "and then afterwards we will go back to the house and talk about our hostels." He sat back, and she remained kneeling. "Of course," he said, "I'm yours, to do just as you will with. And we'll work. I've been a bit of a stupid brute. We'll work. For all those people, it will be, a big work, quite a big work, big enough for us to thank God for. Only—" The sight of her panting lips had filled him with a wild desire that set every nerve a-quivering, and yet, for all that, had a kind of moderation, a reasonableness. It was a sisterly thing he had in mind. He felt that if this one desire could be satisfied, then honour would be satisfied, that he would cease grudging Sir Isaac anything. But for some moments he could not force himself to speak of this desire, so great was his fear of a refusal. "There's one thing," he said, and all this being seemed a quiver. He looked hard at the trampled bluebells about her feet. "Never once," he went on, "never once in all these years have we two even once kissed. It is such a little thing, so much." He stopped, breathless. He could say no more because of the beating of his heart, and he dared not look at her face. There was a swift, soft rustling as she moved. She crouched down upon him and, taking his shoulder in her hand, upset him neatly backwards, and, doing nothing by halves, had kissed the astonished Mr. Brumley full upon his mouth. The end. This has been The Wife of Sir Isaac Harman by H.G. Wells, narrated by Sam Kusi.